Thank you, sir. Email from that.
Yeah, and then you just pull that row back so we all.
You're a popular guy. This one right here, right? Curtis, you're talking about pulling these.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many of you were not here in November at the training we did in November? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I have 6 binders. Yeah, the one is right under. I have 6 binders. So those people who were not here in November can have the binders. And then for those of you, hopefully you brought your binders with you. These are inserts that you can put in. So like the slides for today's presentation are in here. You can put those under tab 2. And then there's a new thing for tab 19 for insurance. But these are all the handouts for today. So you either need a new binder or the handouts, but not both, because all the handouts are already in the new binders.
Thank you.
So I would shut down
I do. I haven't started really very much in the tablet mode, and I keep forgetting to bring a mouse. I'm not a big fan of the tab.
but I do the same thing. I have I always forget to throw it in my bag. Like
When I grow up, I'm gonna get an actual bag, but it fits. So the whole thing.
well, I
Things that they do when I grow up.
Have a paper bag size bag, so I'll make like a separate, which will be nice.
Yeah, we're hoping for Discovery Heights here.
It all comes, and it's ridiculous.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
And it's already in.
Yeah, he liked
You
Yeah,
guys
we,
require internet
we're
explorer
part
or
of an
something?
existing. Yeah, where we've got,
Download Firefox.
yeah, right, yeah, we're just kind of expanding the existing program.
Thank you.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of negative press up here.
Oh, let me install it then. I was thinking about you and creative revenue streams, and I thought of something and creative revenue streams. And I thought of something this morning, and I completely forgot it.
I'm originally from Boston, but I went to. It's there. It's just gotten muddled over the years. I mean, I've lived here about.
No, I think it's fantastic.
College over
Yeah, no, I think it's fantastic.
I was born and raised in New York City,
and I get this in the Bronx actually, and my accent's also been muddled. No one could ever tell. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to overhear, but
Which is just strange because because like my parents did, like my mother constantly got.
my dad never lost it. My dad's got a very thick New York accent.
How old are you when you moved?
My brother still lives in the city. He's never left, and he talks like me.
I got an
But he went to Syracuse for college, and we. I'm glad we're staying over here.
Hopefully this will stay connected.
Huh? You
I
got
see
me?
what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's saying that. She thought that was-
Front and center.
Marsha, thank you so much for your help.
It's easy to say, do this, do this, do this, do this. I mean,
No, but it was.
Oh, good. We'll find out. I think we're right. I don't know what we should find out.
All right, but thanks again for your help.
She is.
Yes. And that's what I appreciate, because not everyone at that level
Right. Marcia, did you want copies?
I don't know if to say
Are we ready?
Well, when you.
Do you have a site you want them to go to?
Does anybody need any help with the tech stuff before the IT people? Hello?
We wrote the login over here on the board.
Okay, great.
That's the username and password. If at any time your computer gets locked out, that's what you'll use to log in.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and Sheridan knows where to reach me.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
you're welcome.
I'm going in and out.
I'm going to trip over these cords throughout the day, so let me see if I can figure out a way to fix this. No, this is, we're broadcasting again today live for people who weren't able to attend in person. I gotta make sure that I'm broadcasting a second here. So we may see some other people pop up in the bottom up on top, hopefully throughout the day, because there are 3 people who said they were going to try to log in electronically. If I see an email from them, I might jump to try to give them the password if they need it, but I'll try to ignore my email for most of the day. Hello, everybody. My name is Curtis Fuller. Most of you I met in November, so it's nice to see you all here again. I'm glad I didn't scare you away. I guess I'd like to start off, well, this is today's agenda. My hope is that we're going to get through the first 4 or 5 things this morning, and then the last things this afternoon, and lots of time at the end to just talk about questions that you have and things that I didn't plan for. My hope is that, how many of you have a copy of your contract? Or your proposed draft? Your draft, okay. Okay, so I'm hoping that this morning we'll spend some time going through that and finding some specific things. And for those of you who don't, we'll just use the model contract. And then this afternoon, I'd actually like to open up the budget template and be able to work with the budget template a bit as well. So the budget template is on our website. If you want to download that, if you're good at multitasking. If you go to the New Schools Institute training website, or I have them on these USB drives, and you can steal them from here. So you just take one and pass them around as the day goes. So with that, I'm going to do introductions next. As I said, my name is Curtis Fuller. I currently work for a company called Building Hope, which is a nonprofit agency which supports charter schools throughout the country. Our main office is in DC. We have offices here in Florida. We have offices in Idaho. And then we're expanding a little bit every year lately. We have a contract with the state to provide support to new schools in their first charter contract. So that means that usually about the first 5 years a school operates, we can offer services for free. So that's what my role is and why I'm here. I am a former principal of a charter school. I ran a school in Largo in 2005 and 2012. And I grew that school from about 193 kids when I took it over in its 3rd year. And when I left, there was over 700 kids there. I just got a bit burnt out and looked for something new, and this came up. So that's my background. I was a teacher in Wisconsin before I moved to Florida to take on an administrative role, so I have a teaching background as well. My master's is in educational leadership. So I would like to learn more about you. I know we did this for those of you who were here in November, but I'd like to go around the room again for the new people. Introduce yourselves, introduce what you're doing in the charter realm, and maybe tell us a little bit about your school. Like give us your elevator pitch about how you sell your school in 30 seconds or less. And then we'll just introduce each other and before we move on. We'll start on this side.
Good morning. My name is Katrina Hill. I'm with Montessori now. So we're a Montessori K-8 charter school in Winter, so the only public Montessori option in our
I'm Tasha Kessler. I'm also on the board for Cypress Junction Montessori.
As well, I'm Karen Winningham, on the board for Cypress Junction Montessori. If you're not familiar with Montessori, it's not like your traditional classroom. There's larger classrooms, mixed age grouping, so first or third in the classroom. We have to tell you a little bit more about Montessori if you're interested, but we're passionate about it. We can talk about it all day. So that's
One of the services that we do is a spotlight service where we go to high performing schools and we interview them and then write a write up about their school and have the school leaders do a webinar. I just visited a Montessori school in Sarasota County a couple weeks ago. And so I have the write up done for them and they're doing a webinar, I believe in April, about peace, education, and citizenship. And might be a good opportunity to learn more about how other Montessoris are operating.
My name is Mark Hastings. I'm with Discovery High School over in Lake Alfred. We're an expansion of an existing middle school in the area. My role is one of the co-founders, and I will serve as one of the administrators once the school is open. Our focus is 21st century learning, STEM. So one of the things we'll be doing are student-led conferences and student-created e-portfolios. Basically, that happens 3 times during the year. At the beginning of the year, students look at their data, create goals based on that. They present that to their parents and to their teachers, as well as explain what the e-portfolio is. Basically, that's them compiling their work throughout the year. They do kind of a midpoint check of that goal based on the progress monitoring data, explain that to their parent. At the end of the year, they say whether they met the goal or not.
My name is Carol Sumter. I'm actually a consultant with Sharpshine Consulting. And what my company focuses on is the day-to-day operations of the charter school. So helping you with the systems and processes in place so that once you start your charter school, open up that first day, you're not in a reactionary mode. Including that is training, and if you don't have policies,
My name is Napoleon Carroll. You all call me Nat. I'm with Legacy Academy over in Titusville. We're a startup. Scheduled to start up in August. And they're looking forward to get started, and I'm the vice chair of the board.
Ben Warren, Legacy Academy.
Shelley Mumford, board chair for Legacy Academy. We are a K-6 STEAM school, and we're very excited and very thankful for this training. I call Curtis, I know he wants to speak now. Often, help bring him to speak. So, very excited and enthused about this training.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Deborah Davis. I'm with Legacy, and the district. Happy to be here today.
And I'm happy to be with them. And also from Legacy, and we're excited to be starting on this journey. Liz McItarian from Titusville.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Asen. I'm the Florida School Business Director for a charter school management company based in California. And we provide charter schools with back office services, such as once your school is opening, paying all of your accounts payable, your bills, paying your employees, HR, budget amendment season, which is right upon us right now, board presentations and financials, and doing a lot of grant compliance work, all the things that you don't want to do so you can concentrate on educating students.
My name is Melissa Aguilar. I'm an educational consultant. I'm currently working with multiple schools, providing them with specific needs that they may have. Some of them may be operational, some of them may be educational. And I'm also working, part of my company, which is Phoenix, is to assist in opening up the schools. And we've got a school that we're looking up to open in 2017 in the Redlands. The Redland area is a very agricultural rich area with a lot of migrant workers. So it's going to be agribusiness, agri-science, fish farming. It'll have culinary arts, farm to table type of program. So we're very excited because we we have received the little that we, little word that we've gotten out, we've received a lot of interest from the community because it's so closely drawn to what the need of the community is. We're excited also because it will be in partnership with the University of Florida Agricultural Department that's out in the Redlands. And we're also looking at some sites up here in North Florida, so I'll be busy for a while. Thankfully.
Charlene, you said you can hear us online, but you were having a hard time connecting with audio. I want to send an invitation to you, but if you could email me your Gmail account, I don't have that handy, so I can send you an invite if you can send me your Gmail account. I'll watch my email for that. And let's see this one. I just sent one to your Yahoo account. You can maybe use the same link. Okay, thank you very much for going around and introducing yourselves. Marcia, did you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Marcia Ford. I'm the grants director for Cook County Schools. I'm new to the, well, Cook is very old and seasoned in the charter school world. But we have a compact grant pending that we're got our fingers crossed for.
My name's Sheridan Stead. I'm the grants technician. So the other half of the Cook County grants team.
Okay, thank you very much. And they're the ones who so graciously offered to let us use this training space for free. So big thank you to you for helping us out with where we could meet. It's a very nice room, so hopefully it'll be comfortable today. So with that, let's go ahead and jump in. For those of you who are new, I just got to give a quick disclaimer. This charter support unit, which I introduced a little bit before in terms of the offering free services to schools, is a free service, but I'm not a lawyer and I'm not an accountant, so I can't give you legal advice or financial advice, so don't plan on asking. Well, you can ask me and I can tell you my opinion, but it just means it's my opinion. It doesn't mean that it actually carries any weight. One of the reasons that the support unit exists, and I like to point this chart out a lot, is that chart represents the year, for the schools which have closed in the state of Florida, which year of operation they were in when they closed. So the vast majority of schools that close are in their first 5 years. And so that was really the reason the support unit was started, was to offer some support to those schools early. Because typically the reasons that they fail, for example, the one that was just in the news within the last week, is financial and operational. And they usually have very little to do with academics. There was a school over Christmas break, they decided to shut down and didn't tell their kids and so don't come back to school.
Oh my Lord.
Yes.
Yeah, that was in Broward County.
In Broward?
And unfortunately, that kind of thing happens way too often. So the reason that this grant money is available and that the state asked the feds for this grant money to do the support unit is to try to prevent that from happening and to offer help to schools early so that way you don't get into a position where you need to worry about those kinds of things. So in your binder on tab number 6 is the new schools checklist. We talked a little bit about that last time. I thought a good way to start this morning would be to look at the items which theoretically, if you were following that schedule, you'd have done by now, and ask where you are and what questions you have about them. My guess is you're probably not done with them because it's pretty aspirational, but we can go through a couple of those things. One of the things that I think is extremely important at this point is you hopefully have some of your messaging and your branding materials ready for your school so that you can start marketing your school to get student enrollment. Because if you don't have enrollment, you're kind of out of luck. So we have 3 actual schools represented in the room. Where are you guys with your mark?
For enrollment?
Yeah.
We have a really good following on our social media and a pretty robust email newsletter list. We actually just announced when our enrollment dates, application dates are going to be yesterday, and are developing sort of we're pretty close to being done with the packet, like an information packet that can be sent out to let people know that there's a lot of confusion in our area about what a charter school is. So clarify that and also clarify what Montessori is and how they can enroll. So we're
actually pretty fortunate to have someone on our team who is in the marketing business. So that doesn't really seem to be where we're growth.
Discovery.
We are very lucky that we have 300 students ready to roll up right into us right now. It's our marketing strategy is more convincing those students to stay with us as opposed to, really targeting the community. That doesn't say that we're, not doing anything with the community. Right now, our main marketing tools are social media, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. With parents, Facebook seems to be the #1 thing that they are comfortable with. For the students, we found Instagram is what they prefer. So that was why we started the Instagram account. We found that some of the students have actually started following us and things like that. In Polk County, just trying to take advantage of a lot of the local community events. We're not based in Lakeland, which is kind of the center of everything in Polk County. We're a little bit more rural. So, focusing on those community events in Winter Haven, Queen City, Auburndale, that kind of thing, that's been one of our main marketing strategies. In addition, the Polk County Schools has been, very gracious in letting charter schools take part in, say, like the We Free Expo and some of those events, which we've, definitely taken advantage of. And we've got a pretty good following, and we're hoping that a lot of our existing students are going to roll up and move along with us.
For Legacy right now, we're using social media as our main marketing tool. We've also developed a pre-enrollment form, and probably have close to 100 parents or students who have indicated that they want to like to attend our school. We plan to open in year 1 with 261 students. We're going to use not this coming Monday, but Martin Luther King Day as a marketing tool to participate in the festivities and activities on that day, to market our school with the booth and the parade, etc. We're in the process of getting the banners, and so we have not developed our website yet, but we're in the process of developing our website and our brochure.
Okay, great. Let me introduce Chris. Yeah, she's from University Preparatory Academy. We already went around the room and introduced everybody. UPA currently operates 2 schools, one in Pinellas County and one in Palm Beach County, and they're opening a 3rd in Hillsborough. And they did a lot of the types of activities that you're talking about with the Martin Luther King Day. In Palm Beach, they were extremely community active. I don't think you paid a whole lot for advertising, but you did a lot of like going out to parks and picnics and things like that. Yeah. Do you want to introduce yourself or talk a little bit about what you're doing for marketing?
I'm the person board. I'm from the University Prep. For marketing for Hillsborough, really have some of that around yet. So they're a little behind, right? A little further but for West Palm, we did, like I said, a lot of community events, a lot of local organizations. We found our way to all of the community churches and things of house of worship, all those areas which welcome us, and were great in facilitating who we needed to go to or what they needed. So it was pretty smooth. But once we made those
contacts. And consulting people that are in the room, did you want to add anything about marketing or thoughts?
I've had some clients who've had success working with Walmart and going actually to a local Walmart and setting up a tent, and how some local vendors do, and doing some advertising. So some of the barriers that they've run into, of course, with English language learners and some of migrants and folks, there's always fear of immigration and things like that. So having a translator is very helpful at that point, and explaining to them that we're not here to check your immigrant, to find out anything about your status as an American citizen. We're just simply here to educate your child, and that is part of the free public education. And your information is try to give them a little reassurance that that information is not going to be shared and used in that fashion. So that's been very helpful as well.
Can I ask a question? Are there any limits as to what you can do before you have a contract with the district?
Statutorily, no. I would not hold a lottery and actually tell kids that they're accepted until you have a contract. but statutorily.
Okay, so advertising wise, we should be good.
Walmart corporately does a lot to sponsor charter schools.
And they're very giving in their grants.
So Walton.
Yes. Walton, are they still getting grants in Florida?
Walmart and Sam's are very giving in their grants.
Locally?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Walton is a national foundation which supports charter schools. I just saw an article yesterday that they're planning on giving like $1 billion to charter schools.
And I think the other one's Rockefeller Institute, I think is the other one's very charter friendly.
The Walton Foundation used to do startup grants for schools in the state. And the school that I ran had gotten one of them back in, I think, 2001. But I don't think they do those anymore in Florida.
Sort of, you can apply for them. What we found with Walton, I used to work for Charter Schools USA as well a few years ago. And what we found working with those is they like to spread it out. So if you were awarded one year, maybe $100,000 to use at your discretion, and it's very, compliance is very minimal with Walmart too. They give you a lot of latitude. Chances are the following year, if you apply, you won't get it because they like to spread it around. And so that's just one thing to keep in mind.
And for the marketing, I just wanted to point out, I used to work in a different capacity, and I was facing a lot of pushback from the city to get the zoning approved to open up a school that had a charter application granted and everything. And the social media was the best form of marketing, and it's unbelievable today. You get frustrated because you create all these wonderful web pages for the schools and you post all this great information on the websites for the schools, but then our parents are more quick to see it when you post it on the school social media than on their website, because it's that automatic feed that just makes the advertising. And I also did marketing on Facebook. It's very, very cheap, and it goes to the point where you can even target population, people with children, certain age groups. So it's actually a very cost-effective marketing tool.
I like to say Facebook is evil, but it is where everybody
It
is.
is.
So unfortunately, it's a necessary
necessary
evil you have to put up with. And I also recommend, like what you said, you can put all the wonderful stuff on the website. You still do need a website because that's where they're going to go to research you.
Absolutely.
So both is essential.
Does anybody have good recommendations on website development tools or website? I'm not a techie person, but
You're looking to build a website and want to know how?
No, not how, but is there any one of those website generators that have worked well for any schools?
I have a website developer who works on my website for my company, and I can show you what my website looks like on a break. She's really good, very inexpensive, and on her first, she asks a lot of questions, and then the product she provides is really good. So if you have a good idea of what you want to do, she can make that visual.
Okay, because that's huge for schools.
Another option, if you have a specific developer, is WordPress. It's to find someone who can set up a WordPress site for you. And what WordPress does is it allows you to manage the site. It sets you set up a template, so the look is all there, and it's just very easy to get trained. It's not the text specific. You have to know how to code to then create pages and do updated content.
And
So
I
that's
did that on
also.
Site Builder too, but WordPress is another.
WordPress is a little more flexible.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can operate a Word document. Not a big.
Oh, wonderful.
Usually when I work with, I've helped through the support unit, I've helped 2 schools set up their websites. And we've done it as WordPress, and then I sit down with somebody at the school and kind of show them how to do the updates and the posts and things. I personally like WordPress because you can add in a lot of plugins. So like the support unit's website is all based on WordPress. And like if I have a document that I want to put online, I just drop it in Dropbox and then have a plugin that pulls it from Dropbox.
Oh, wow.
And then I have calendars set up to sync with Google Calendar. So that way if I put something on my Google Calendar, it automatically shows up on the website. So
Same thing with forms. They start enrollment forms.
there's a plugin form for anything. And it is probably the largest, it's called a CMS, content management system. It's probably the largest used CMS in the world right now. I don't have statistics to back that up, but so there are a lot of things out there and a lot of support out there if you need it, but you would need somebody who kind of can help you get it set up. The other one that I hear a lot of positive things about that's less tech intensive is Squarespace. but it's also more expensive. But I've heard a lot of positive things about that being very easy to set up, but it costs more. WordPress, you have to pay through whatever computer you're going to host it on, that's it, because WordPress is. Well, and then you might want to pay for a template to make it look nice, which usually is about $60.
Another add-on for the marketing that we found that research is word of mouth. So like your parents would do a lot of recommendations. So we had done a form where when someone was interested in applying or getting more information, we asked them if they had any friends or family that might have kids that were in that group as well. That was very, very lucrative for us as far as finding additional people.
Okay, any other questions or thoughts on recruiting or marketing at this point? So last time, and I didn't put the charts in this presentation, but last time I had charts in terms of like when people are generally looking for applying for schools. And the biggest times that, because I run a lottery system for some of our clients, and the biggest time that we're getting applications is January, February, and May. So now is the time that people are looking for schools for next year. So you really need to be in their face now if you want to get your enrollment up. And enrollment is key, and we work on the budget right there. Every kid is about $7,000.
Do we, our plan is to open enrollment next month, that's safe as far as, otherwise, we couldn't do it earlier.
We're talking to them now, though.
Yeah, we're talking to them now.
I think if you have a website or if you have some presence and you're talking with people, that's the important thing now, and then they know to come back on X date to get the actual application. I think that's fine.
We actually even made a Facebook event. So
Something interesting about enrollments, when I used to work for Palm Beach County School District, they had the choice department there. That's your competition with your authorizer is all the different programs that they have there. So keeping close eye on when they're actually marketing for the same students that you're going for, and when they're accepting applications would be a very good idea, because most parents are going to apply to several schools.
Yes.
Okay, and this is their first choice, this is their second, and if this doesn't work out, this is your last. So if you can, I wouldn't say, because there's private schools and your charter schools and your magnet schools and all those things there, trying to schedule and strategy and look at when those timeframes are and trying to get ahead and be a little bit more flexible with your opening side, because big, large school districts say, on this date, you will get the letter, and that's it. Well, a lot of parents want to make their decision before that date. So if you can have your decision before their decision, that might be strategic.
Miami too.
Yeah.
we're not going to have an official contract until February 23rd. So can we open enrollment before that?
You can accept it. You can accept. You haven't built the paper and accept it. You just can't tell the kids whether or not they're coming.
So you can technically have them fill out all the paperwork, and then once you have your contract, send out the acceptance letter. Right.
Well, after you have a lottery.
Right, correct.
I would recommend posting, and that's this next slide here is coming up. If you don't already have this, I would say you should have this week. A schedule of when you're doing your lotteries. So we're accepting applications through March 1st, and then on March 1st, we're going to do our first lottery, and then we'll do the next lottery on April 1st, and then we'll do the next lottery on May 1st. Especially, and I think, if I remember it, I didn't check Discovery, but the other schools I checked, and you all had applied for CSP grants, and that's going to be a requirement for them, that you have that schedule. So make sure that you have that ready. And the CSP grants, did Discovery apply? Okay. So those applications were due right before Christmas, and you all got them in because I looked at the list. There were just around 50 schools that applied this year. In the past, we typically fund between 40 and 60. So hopefully that's good news for everybody. But I have absolutely no say in any of those decisions, so I have no idea what will happen. Last year, somebody asked me, so I looked it up. Last year, they sent out the letters indicating whether or not you were accepted to move to stage 2 in, I think it was like March 20th or somewhere in there. But applications weren't due last year until January. So hopefully sometime like late February, March is when you're going to hear back from them. But once again, I have absolutely no control or say over any of that, so don't take my word as anything other than my opinion.
Do you remember the schools applied last year?
Ballpark was around like high 40s, and only 2 schools didn't get it. And the 2 schools that didn't get it, the reason they didn't get it is because their applications were not good enough to get the minimum points required.
I just want to be clear, Curtis, on what, because we did submit, as you know, the CSP. And I want to be clear that we're not violating, any laws. We probably won't get our contract until late February. So you're saying that we can go ahead and market and accept applications?
You can accept the
And
paper
schedule our
applications
lottery
and schedule the lottery.
for like March, hoping that we have signed a contract.
Mhm.
We did, we're,
We just can't tell them that they're coming to the school.
Right. There's nothing statutorily that says that you can't, but I think it would be really bad form, and I think it would probably make your district upset that you're presuming that you can already accept kids before you even have a contract. So I would hold up. Next question is about your lottery. Have you started thinking about how you're going to operate your lottery? It seems like they were going to guess that's a no. Okay, so there are lots of different ways that you do that. You could throw the names in a hat, pick the names out of the hat, and put them in order that way. I used to do it with Excel when I was a principal, and I would have all the kids have a random number, and then I would sort everybody based on those random numbers, and I kept very detailed step by step. Like first I did this, now I'm accepting siblings, and I had like 18 different tabs along the bottom to show each step. And the reason for that was because I had a, did I say the name of my school?
No.
Okay, good. I won't say the name of my school. The founder of my school, his son applied and didn't make it through the lottery. And he was no longer affiliated with the school in any way, so I couldn't give his son preference. And so he accused me of rigging the lottery. So I had to start keeping very detailed records about how that lottery took place. Some schools will hire a company to do the lottery for them, like an accounting firm or somebody who can do it. That I personally prefer because there's no way that you can't be accused of bias. If you have somebody who doesn't know who's special ed do it, then there's no bias. The other option is there are companies whose job it is to do that, and they have online systems where the students can apply online and keep track of all of the applications and then run the lottery right through that system. There are, I think, 2 vendors at the state conference in November that were set up who do lottery. I run one, but it's pretty small compared to what other companies do. But whatever system you decide you want to use, get it in place before it gets here so that you're ready. And also think about how you're going to accept those applications, what data entry you need to do, who's doing that, how are you keeping it all organized? Because usually my experience is that people wait till the last minute. So about 3 days before your lottery date, you're going to get a whole pile of applications, hopefully. And you kind of need to know how you're going to do with that beforehand because it can be a little overwhelming.
Would you recommend having a lottery written policy or procedure?
Yes. You will have to if you're a CSP recipient, and they're very picky about their lottery policy. Actually, the CSP office is really picky about all of your policies. But the lottery is a specific one that they ask for, and they'll scrutinize pretty closely.
Do you have any examples of solid lottery?
In the policy manual that's in your binder, I don't remember which tab.
Okay.
Section 4 is students, and it's like one of the first policies is the lottery. The only exception in there is that the federal requirements and the state requirements for who can get preference are different. And I believe in the policy manual that's in your binder, it still has military preference in there, and that's not allowed by federal rights.
Yes.
Did you say run a lottery system now, or you did?
Not through the supporting manual, through the company I work for.
Okay. Next question about that. I'm trying to figure out if it's worth it to go to someone else versus at least this first year, do it either through Excel. I know it can get complicated for a programmer.
Since it's not a support unit, I probably shouldn't try selling myself. But
No,
if you afterwards, you want to talk to me about
Yeah, I
it.
just wanted to, as far as either building, what would be the
I can show you. You can also do public lotteries if you want to, where pull the names out of the hat at a public event.
I've done it.
Every time I hear that, I think of that movie Waiting for Superman, and I hated it. Yes. So I personally don't like public lotteries. There was a push to get something in statute saying that lotteries had to be public, but it didn't pass, and I haven't seen anything like that resurface, but who knows what happens in legislative session. So just be prepared for that paperwork that's going to be coming through when it comes through. You all have your articles of incorporation filed? Yes, you do. The 501c3 application, have you started working on that?
We've done and approved.
Good. You don't have a contract, the IRS may write you back and say they want a copy of your contract. So just be prepared for that. Okay. I missed the slide in here, so I think that was all. Oh, right there. So the next thing I want to talk about is your contract. Your contract is probably the most important document you're going to have. And when I get phone calls for the support unit, and I know the state says the same thing, and I talk to many attorneys who say the same thing, people will call up and ask a question, and the first question we have in response is, what does your contract say? And not most of the time, but way more often than it should happen, people say, I don't know, where would I find that? So right now in your life, your contract is a big thing because you're negotiating with your districts, hopefully. Once it's approved, it needs to stay a big thing in your life and not just go and gather dust, which is unfortunately what happens at a lot of schools. So basically, the contract dictates everything that you need to do in the life of a charter school, and it's important for you to know. We had an attorney who did a webinar on how to understand the contract, and it was right after the model contract was approved, so she talks a lot about that model. The webinar is here if you wanted to watch it. I took out some of the key points, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit today, and then I would like us to actually practice trying to find some information from the contracts. So your contract should be approved about 70 days after your approval of your application. Most of the time, it doesn't really happen that way. Many districts will ask for an extension on negotiating your contract, just like they did ask for an extension on reviewing your application. So that's pretty typical. If they've asked you for that, they're not trying to put you off. Well, maybe they are trying to put you off, but it's something that happens pretty commonly throughout the state. The longest I've ever negotiated a contract for, and it was because people just were not on the ball, was like 1.5 years. Generally, though, you want to have your contract done this month or next month, so that way you can move forward, because without your contract, you really can't do a whole lot of it. So really trying to focus on getting that contract done now is really important.
Is there any statute of limitation as to how long they can drag it out?
No, but if they're dragging it out, what you think is an unreasonable time, you could take it to mediation, and then the state would get involved. But you're starting your relationship with the district, you're in confrontation if you do that.
And you can't open without your contract, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you're gonna have that school delayed opening?
Yes. They still have to open. I question whether or not they will.
Wow.
When I was running a school, didn't like to spend money on anything I didn't have to spend money on, but this is an area you want to spend money on. If you have it, you should have an attorney involved with you with negotiating your contract, specifically an attorney who's familiar with charter school law, because there are a lot of nuances, and most of the attorneys that focus on charter school things are so familiar with these contracts that they can pretty much tell you what page and paragraph everything is on, and if something's out of order, they'll know right away. So it's really important that you work with somebody who's familiar with that and can make sure that you're getting all the protections that you need as a school, and that the district isn't requiring things of you that is not statutorily required. Because if it's in your contract, but it's silent in the statute, you're agreeing to do more than you have to do. And that is what I see most often in contracts. And remember that you're gonna have to live with whatever you negotiate for the next 5 years, so make sure you can live with it. Once your contract is approved, you need to keep a copy of it, including all of the attachments. I mentioned that the school that I took over in year 3. It took me almost a year to finally actually get a copy of my contract with all of the attachments, because nobody at the school kept a copy, and the district couldn't find all of the attachments, but they said that we're held to the attachments. So it's really important that you keep all of that together. And personally, I like keeping everything electronically because it's just as easy and it's in one spot and doesn't take up space. But whatever filing system you decide to use, make sure that you have it. I also recommend you have a digital copy that is searchable, because oftentimes it's usually like a 50 to 80 page document. And if you want to find the part that talks about finances, rather than have to page through it, if you can just hit Control F and type in FDFP or whatever, and jump right to where it is, it'll make your life a lot easier. And I'm speaking from experience there. If you end up getting a PDF copy that is not searchable and you want help with making it searchable, just send me a copy and I scan it, and I have a OCR program that I can do it. It's really important, I think, to have it so you can find information quickly, because you'll often be referring to that, or you should be. The next thing you should do once you have your contract approved is to go through and list every single deadline that's in the contract. And we're going to be talking about to-do lists a little bit later, but having that deadline list of when everything is due is important. Sometimes the districts won't make a big deal about things being turned in late until 5 years down the road when it's time for renewal. And then they can come back and say, you were late on 38% of your materials. Why would we want to renew your contract? But they didn't make a big deal about it while it was going through. So it's really important that you stay on top of things because you're contractually obligated to do those things as a school. So make sure that you have that list. So the next several slides, I'm going to talk about things that you really should pay extra special attention to when you're looking at your contract and know what your contract says, because they are extremely important. So most contracts that I've read will have a pre-opening checklist and things that the district will want to see before you can open. So if you, at this point, basically, if you want to get out your contracts and people can find these things, if you don't have your contract, the model contract is on tab something or another. Twist from my binder. The model contract is on tab number 10. In the handouts that I gave you today, there was a outline of the model contract. When I looked at the model contract, I realized they didn't have a table of contents. So I went through and I made an outline to kind of break down how it's laid out to help myself get organized. So that will help you with finding things if you need it. But that's in the handout that I gave you by hand this morning. And those of you who got a new binder, it's in the beginning of page tab 10. So find your list of pre-opening items. Tab 10.
10.
The hardest part for me when I was a teacher was wait time.
Ours is the mom. What section?
Were you able to find it? It's a pre-opening. Is there anything on that list that doesn't make sense to you or that you have questions about? So on the state model contract, it starts on page 39. Some of the contracts that I've read have a thing in here that say that you need to be able to prove that you're financially capable of operating your school. I personally try to negotiate that out when I'm involved with contract negotiations, because we're supposed to do that with part of your charter application. But so far, I haven't heard how districts are requiring it to be shown. Yeah, like to show you have the financial wherewithal to run the school, like the ability, the finances behind you. There's been a push several years in the legislature to try to make it so you need to have a security bond before you apply for a charter school. I don't like that idea because I think it kind of rules out any mom-and-pop application ever.
They asked us about that in our contract. I mean, not a contractor.
There should be something in your contract that says when you need to have your facilities identified. Or it may just say that you need to have your certificate of occupancy. There was a law that recently, a couple years now, that changed and said that the districts are not allowed to require your certificate of occupancy before 15 calendar days before your school opens. There were several schools that had to get pushed back a year because they didn't have, either their CO was required like 2 months beforehand, and they ended up not opening 1 year, and so the law ended up getting changed. But beware when that is. So if your school year is starting on August 22nd next year, then that means by August 7th, you need to have your CO. And it's not uncommon for districts just to say, no, you can't open if you don't have that. There are some districts who are reasonable and will work with you if you don't. The best thing, in my opinion, on that point is to have really good communication with your district contact person and have them come out and visit your site occasionally so that they see that you're making progress. And they, you know, if you don't have your CO on August 7th, but the city says hopefully you'll have it by the 9th, maybe they'll be willing to work with you. Whereas if you don't have that relationship built up, I would not be surprised to hear districts say, sorry, you can't open until next year. And then you're stuck with rent for a whole year and no kids.
Yeah.
So make sure you understand what that says, what's required. Some districts, I know Broward, for example, has a lot of facilities requirements in their contract in terms of like radion testing and all these various things. Sometimes that's required by local building city codes. And also there may be additional requirements in your contract. So make sure you're aware of what those are. Part of the contract that a lot of people like to skip over and not look at is termination. Most of the contracts that I've read, the termination section is pretty much copied from law, but occasionally they will try to stick in a couple sections and clauses of things that are not in the law that they decide they don't like and put in. That's why it's really important that you have an attorney helping you with these. But find in your application or in your contract where it talks about termination. What are the reasons that they can terminate you? I think the model contract is reasonable here because it just focuses back on what's in the law. If your district is using their own contract model that they are substituting in place of the state contract, you will see this section will probably be a lot longer. So you should get familiar with these different things that they can cause you to close and make sure that you're not doing any of them. That sounds silly, but there was, also pay attention to what you can do to cure a problem if there is a problem. You dropped your phone. If, for example, there was a school that I was just working with the other day that the school board found out that they didn't like the school's meeting minutes and they felt that they were out of compliance with their meetings going back to the last year and a half. So they had to have a public meeting to cure the mistakes that the district had a problem with. And there was a process in the contract that outlined what it was and how those could be cured. So also make sure that you are familiar with where to find that in your contract about how you can fix a problem if it does come up.
Our district, well, we negotiated on Wednesday. And the only thing that they have agreed to reword, they followed the model for termination, except for 2 areas. They added 2 paragraphs that I did not understand, and after they read it, they agreed that they didn't understand why they wrote it that way, and they've agreed to reword it. So will you look at it before we leave today?
I can look at it, but remember I'm not an attorney.
Yeah, I know you're not an attorney.
I can offer.
But yeah, I just didn't understand the wording of it.
During break.
They didn't understand the wording, why they worded it.
When we take a break, that's the
So they've agreed to reword it.
That's good.
Oh, you say gave you that?
This part varies widely in terms of what districts may or may not require in terms of curriculum requirements. Surprisingly, the statutes are pretty quiet on what's required curriculum-wise with regards to charter schools. But districts like to impose their own opinions in the curriculum area a lot. So for example, Miami-Dade is extremely picky about their student progression plan. And literally, if you go to their training of how to apply for a charter school, she holds it up and says, "This is the Bible." And she holds it very, very dear to her heart.
And all charter schools have to turn in a school improvement plan
Yes.
in Miami-Dade.
Yeah. So in your contract, you should be aware of what it says specifically about the reading plan, if anything. Because if your district is requiring you to have a comprehensive reading plan, that can be a time-consuming thing. And at this point, you probably wouldn't have time to write a comprehensive reading plan in order to get your contract done. So you may end up being stuck just accepting the district. Hillsborough, for example, I was just working on some stuff with them yesterday, and they have every year you can decide whether or not you're going to opt into the district's reading plan or not. So every district is going to look at that really differently. Miami-Dade, I was involved with a school down there that was opening last year, and they would not even talk about contract negotiations until you either accepted the district's reading plan or you gave them a copy of your own. They wouldn't even start a conversation until you got it. So your districts will vary widely on that. Assessments is another area that will vary widely. Some districts will say that you have to use the district's common assessments throughout the year. Some districts will say you can use it if you want to. Some will say you have to pay for it. Some will say it's free. Some will not even talk about it at all. So know what your contract says about assessments, because if you're saying that you will do the NWEA 3 times a year, and you have to pay for the NWEA 3 times a year, that's $15,000. So make sure you are familiar with what those requirements are and how they're going to affect you. And who's paying the price tag is another important thing. All of the state assessments, like the FSA, the CELA, all of those things, those you don't have to pay for. The district should not be charging for those. Those are supposed to be paid for as part of your money that they keep. Also, training for those should be included. They shouldn't be charging you for that. School improvement plans is a personal pet peeve of mine. When I was a principal, we missed the accountability. It was like one little minor subsection of our kids didn't score high enough on the achievement rating, so we were considered the school when that was a thing. And so we had to do the school improvement plan, and it was painfully it's all about statistics and numbers and not about kids. And I did not like the process. I understand that they've changed it since then, but I'm not a big proponent of the state school improvement plan. And I do not recommend that you agree to do it unless you absolutely have to. The state has a Board of Education rule that said charter schools only need to do your school improvement plans if you're a D or an F school. However, many contracts say you will do a school improvement plan. So usually what I try to do is I try to convince, and sometimes the districts just won't even have this conversation, but I try to convince the district that we'll come up with a list of goals and submit those goals to you every year, and we will have a plan for how we're going to continue to improve, because I do think that's important. But I think tying yourself to that state improvement SIP, wherever possible, try not to do it if you don't have to.
That was what our conversation with the district, it was well, it wasn't that it's just that there's two different things that were titled the same. That one is the school improvement plan, that is that paperwork intensive for the Dear F school, and what she's talking about, I guess, is this new program that they're implementing this year, that's replacing accountability plan. So it's something that's apparently an online tool that states exactly what we do, that when it comes to, these are our goals, this is very how we're going to meet them, but it's also all the school. So that's where I think, that's what my understanding was in our contract.
When I was doing charter applications, I would specifically not use the term school improvement plan, and I came up with another term. I don't remember what it was, accountability plan or something. But I came up with another term specifically to avoid using that term, so I wouldn't give the impression that we I will give Hillsborough credit here. In my opinion, Hillsborough is one of the most fair districts in the state. I really enjoy working with Hillsborough. And there, again, when I was going through their list of things that they require from charter schools, their due dates, it says if you're a D or an F, hand in a school improvement plan, otherwise hand in a list of goals for the year. And to me, that seems like the most reasonable way of doing it. I don't know if it's actually in the contract language, but that would be an ideal situation in my opinion. The other thing to pay attention to is what happens if you need to make any changes to your curriculum. is your contract really strict in terms of what curriculum packages you're using? Like if it says that you have to stick with what's in your charter application, and in your charter application, you say you're going to use Read 180, and then at some point in the future, you decide that there's another program that's better than Read 180, do you have the flexibility to change? Some contracts will say no, and some contracts will leave it up to the school. Some contracts you'll actually have to go and do an amendment with the district in order to change your curriculum. So that's an important thing to know. My personal opinion on this one is that as a charter school, you should have the flexibility to do what's best for the kids at your school. And so flexibility is always better in my opinion. But many districts will tell you that you have to follow a certain thing. Another thing that they'll say is that you have to use a curriculum that's on a state approved textbooks list that is not statutorily required. But if your contract says that you will, then you're stuck. Any questions on that? Okay. Do you have any performance requirements? I have seen very few contracts that actually have specific performance requirements. I have seen a couple that say that if you don't meet the goals that you lay out, that could be cause for termination, which in my mind is scary because if you're setting realistic goals, you're trying to challenge yourself. And if you don't meet those goals, then they're going to close you down. To me, seems counterproductive because it would mean that you're setting your goals really low and not really challenging yourself. So make sure you're comfortable with whatever your contract says, if there's anything in there about your goals and accountability measurements. If there's anything in there about how you're going to monitor those, like I've seen contracts that say you have to do some kind of a formal assessment 3 times a year to kind of show progress. Most contracts don't say anything about this, but if it does say something, you need to be aware, make sure you're comfortable with that before you agree. And then formal assessment versus progress monitoring. This kind of goes back to those, a lot of districts have the common assessments that they're required now, and they do those often. Now they're starting to finally, pendulum starting to swing back the other way where they're not doing quite as many of them. But if you're agreeing to do all the common assessments at the district, you could be spending a lot of time testing. And is that really what you want to be doing? This one is probably one of the more important areas. You have to understand what your contract says about your students and enrollment and finances. So I was involved with a school that is right on the border between 2 counties. And it was always their intention to accept people from both Duval and Clay counties. And their contract, they didn't pay attention to, said that they will only accept students from Clay County. But they went ahead and accepted kids from Duval County anyway. And so they have been operating this year with about 20% of their kids that they can't claim any money on. Because the contract said you will only accept from Clay County, and they had a significant portion of their kids from Duval. They got the state involved, they have the attorneys involved, and the county will not budge, and the county's right because their contract very clearly says they will only accept Clay County kids. So make sure you understand what your contract says about enrollment. Also make sure that you and your district are on the same page with what it means. I'm going to use Crystal's school as an example here. This was before she was involved. Her contract said that they were going to be a K-8 school. And so the director at the time said, well, it doesn't make sense for us to start with 8th grade. We only have 6 kids who applied for 8th grade. So we're going to start off as a K-6 school and we're going to grow into a K-8. The district interpreted the contract to mean that you said you're going to offer 8th grade, you will accept those 8th graders. You have spots for them, you have to accept them. So they ended up their first year having to open with like 8 8th graders, which was extremely inconvenient for your schedule. So make sure that you're on the same page in terms of like if they list the grade levels, what that means. Many contracts, I'd say most contracts that I read now also have a minimum number of students. I would try to avoid that if at all possible. Some districts will require that before they agree to any minimum number, you have to show them a budget at that minimum number that will work. So be prepared for that if that comes up. Also, make sure that you're familiar with what those minimums and maximums are and what the consequences are if you don't meet them. So if you have in your contract that your minimum number of kids is 100 students and you only end up with 98, is that really going to close you down or is the district going to work with you? Because theoretically, if you're not meeting your contract, they can close you down. Well, how many kids are you looking at opening with? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
300.
And most of your kids are moving up, so you're okay there.
261.
Okay. So I think I covered this last time we talked. The average school opening size in Florida is 100 and, so it's either 170 or 190. Now it's skipping my brain. So you guys are above average, so that means that you're going to have to really spend a lot of time doing marketing and recruitment. You guys are below average, so hopefully you should be okay, especially with your Montessori. That tends to bring in a lot of homeschool.
The averages.
The average is 100 and, it's either 170 or 190. If you look back at the slides from January or from November, it was in there, as well as a breakdown of like each year what the average is, but I don't remember now off the top of my head. I'm sorry. So make sure you're familiar with what those are. Also, parent contracts is a rather controversial thing in the state of Florida. There was a attorney general ruling on this saying that parent contracts are okay. A lot of people interpret that in a lot of different ways. And the problem comes in when you have any kind of teeth in your contract, where you say if your kids are gonna not be enrolled the following year as a result of the parents not meeting volunteer hours or something like that, that's when the districts really get concerned about those contracts. If you are a CSP school, which means if you get the CSP grant, there was a stipulation added in as a requirement this year that if you have any kind of parent contracts, it cannot have any kind of teeth to them in terms of kids not being re-enrolled. So just be aware of that the CSP office is going to be monitoring that as well. So that said, parent contracts are kind of a thing to avoid if you can, but if you really are wanting to have them at your school, make sure you have a conversation with your district about how they're viewing it and how you're viewing it to make sure you're on the same page. Finances, there will be a section, please find it in your contract or in the model contract, about how your first checks are calculated. This is extremely important, and a lot of schools look at this. Palm Beach County's model contract says that your first 3 checks are based on your enrollment that's in the computer on June 30th, unless there is a 75% discrepancy or something like that. Realistically, the school that I was working with in Palm Beach County that was fighting this didn't get access to enter any kids into the computer until almost August. So there were no kids in the computer, and that's what their funding was being based on.
And we have that problem in Miami-Dade too. They don't allow us to lock any children up until May, and it's usually late May, so that gives you a very short window of time before the school year ends, and then miraculously everybody's on vacation, on summer. So it's a war.
Yeah, we had the school I was involved with the opening last year in Miami-Dade had that problem too, where the first 2 months they didn't get paid. Fortunately, the district was willing to work with them. Because they had a positive relationship again. And so they were able to get them to do things that the contract didn't require that they do, but that's not required. So in your contract, what does it say about how you're getting paid?
Ours says that our first payment will be made by July 15th. We'll get 12 equal payments.
That's
One per month.
typical. But how are they basing those numbers?
Typically based on
We were told it was based on our application for the first year. Whatever we said in our application, but I'm not finding it written in the contract. We were just told it was the numbers that were in our application, but they used the first.
Some districts will do
Until
that.
The 3 months one.
Especially if they're comfortable with you. But most of the bigger districts will have a specific date that you need to have kids enrolled.
And then our further says that July through October payments will be based on the school's projected enrollment as described in the application. And if a minimum of 75% of the projected enrollment is entered into the system, information system, for the first year, it goes into detail. But they let us slide on our projected from July through October. And then if it's under, then they make adjustments. Is that normal?
I don't know that I would say it's normal, but most districts want more than just projection in your application. If they're willing to do that, that's great. but most of them will want some kind of verification of those enrollments. Some districts will come back and say they want to see a list of kids who've applied. I have heard stories, I have not personally been involved with, but I have heard stories of districts taking that list and then calling the kids and saying, why are you leaving our school? Don't you love us? Come back to us. So that school that told me this story no longer will give young the list. They will bring the list and show them, but not leave it out of their hands. And so I'm going to handle it yourself, it's up to you. The important thing to remember with the funding, especially if they're going off of your projections, most charter application projections are wrong. You probably will not have as many kids as you were hoping to have. So if you are getting, okay, let's pretend that you're getting $120,000 over the course of the year, which is really ridiculous because that's not a real number. But let's pretend that that's how much you're getting every year. And so your projection was that in your application, so you're anticipating getting $10,000 every year, or every month. Sorry. All right, so if you go July, August, and September getting $10,000, and then your October numbers are only half of this, then what they're going to do is they're going to say you've already been paid $30,000. So that means you have $9,000. I'm doing this math really bad. I'm not doing math in my head. You have $90,000 left. Okay, now you have 9 months left. I'm doing this math wrong. Okay, so now let's say your enrollment is half of what you anticipated. So you're only supposed to be getting $60,000. We've already paid you $30,000, so that means you only have $30,000 left. Now they're going to divide that by the 9 months remaining. And what's 30,000 divided by 9? Anybody get a math in their head? Three something. Okay.
Yeah. 3,000.
So you're going to be going, your monthly checks are going to drop from 10,000 to 3,000. And if you've been operating at $10,000 a month and then all of a sudden have to drop to 3,000 for the rest of the year, you're screwed. You're going to be out of business. You're going to be one of those schools calling their kids over Christmas break and telling them to find a new school. So these numbers are really, really important in terms of your way your cash flow works and in making sure that you're operating within your needs. Most districts, the mentality is you take your amount that you have for the year, minus how much you've already been paid, divided by however many months are left. And that's how your payments are generally going to work. So once you're up and operating and you have a little bit of a cash cushion, that doesn't bother you because you can ebb and flow. Most of your expenses, you're gonna have a huge amount of expenses at the beginning of the year, and then they taper off at the end of the year, but if you have a little cash cushion, you're fine, you can balance that out. Your first year, knowing your cash flow month to month is extremely important. And only hiring, we'll get to this when we get into HR, but only hiring based on your actual enrollment is essential because if you hire based on this number of kids and then you have to go down to this number of money, that means you have to fire a lot of people. And I know from experience that letting somebody go in September sucks. Questions on that? So first year distribution is extremely important. The other thing that you want to pay attention to, but most schools haven't been yet, is federal funding. There was a law change, I think 2 years ago, that said that charter schools and districts are supposed to come to an agreement on federal funding. Charter schools can opt to either accept the money or to accept services. Good example of this is professional development, which is one of the titles, I think Title II, but I could be totally wrong on that. The district gets a big pot of money from the federal government to do professional development with their staff. You can either be involved in that professional development to be able to send your staff to those trainings that they offer, or you can get your segment of that federal money given to you directly as a check, and you can decide how you want to do your professional development. Realistically, the amount of money that you're going to get is probably going to be pretty small. So you could do maybe one training versus being able to go to a whole menu of trainings that the district is offering. So you kind of have to balance out which one makes more sense. Does it make more sense for our staff to go to the district's trainings, or does it make more sense for us to have these services? Where this gets controversial, and I haven't heard a good answer yet, is with IDEA funding. So the district gets a pot of money to help with special education, but it is not allotted per student. The district decides how they're going to allot that. So traditionally, what districts say is, we are going to send a staffing specialist to every one of your IEP meetings, and that's the way we're spending the IDEA money for your school. That may or may not be helpful to you and have one of their district people at your IEP meetings every time, whereas you may rather have some money to be able to spend to provide services to a kid. So you kind of have to decide. Most districts will not give you a straight answer in terms of how they calculate their IDEA money. There was a huge controversy, it was in the newspaper this year in Palm Beach County, because historically Palm Beach has been extremely generous with their IDEA money, and they give you a per student allotment, and you get that extra money as part of your budget. This year, unbeknownst to anybody, they just kind of sprung it on them and said, we're not going to do it that way anymore. And so all of these schools were scrambling and threw up a big fit, and they ended up winning. The district changed their mind and is giving them the IDEA funds, but my guess is it's not over. My guess is it'll change this next time they give them more notice.
And that's exactly what Brevard County is saying to us. They will send a person, a staff person, to our IDEA, to our, ESC and all that, and help us with the IEPs and all that, is what they're saying.
It actually says that they will do the same as they do for their other public schools. That's a pretty wimpy statement, isn't it? Doesn't that give them latitude to say this is what we're doing?
So good question.
I have not seen a good answer to that though, so I don't know what to tell you. Because I haven't found anybody who's really happy with the districts. I haven't found any charter school that feels happy about the way the district is working with special education.
And we don't have a lot of there's not much we can do about it.
That's an area I really wish the state would get more involved with, but I think the state is a bit afraid to waddle into that water because it'll end up in lawsuits.
Now contractually, I know in the contracts, or usually actually in the application portion, they have stipulations where if a child, you have 80% for ESE services, in other words, if you're contractually saying this is what we're kind of looking at having. I have a current charter school that I'm working with that they have it in their application, that kind of 80%. But they have one student who's ESE, and they've even gone to the extent of providing that child resource for that one child. You're not required to do that, correct?
That's another really vague area. What I've heard other people say in terms of professional advice there is if it's a service that a kid could get at any public school in the district, like speech and language, SLD services, that then you have to provide it.
Even if it's only one child?
Yes. If it's a service that would typically require the kid be sent to a center school, like my daughter's deaf. So in Pinellas County, they have 2 schools where the deaf kids typically go. In that case, theoretically, you should be able to make the case that we don't offer that service at our school. Pinellas County will not always make that case. I've had this argument many times. So it kind of is not clear. And the state, again, is not getting involved in that.
That's an interesting point because new schools, a lot of times, the ones who really know the law are the parents of children who have disabilities. And when a new school comes in, the first thing they're going to do is run to that new school because they couldn't get the services at the existing schools. So you've got to be careful, especially a new school, and not having the cash flow and the reserves. Can you accommodate them and give that child all the services they really need to be successful? And a lot of times when you read the IEP of the student coming in, can we afford this? Number one, can the district help us with it? And having that good relationship with the district and saying, hey, I have this child that's severely has needs. I'd love to accept them, but what type of, can you help me?
And theoretically, that's what the IDEA funds are for. If you have a kid who requires a lot more services than other kids, that's what the IDEA funds are supposed to be for. But because there's not a formula for how that is calculated, it's up to the district. So if they are giving out a per student allotment and you have a kid who requires 5 times more than a typical kid, they're not going to usually give you 5 times more money.
And you can't turn the kid away.
You can't, but if you can't offer them services for to make sure that child is going to make academic gains with their peers in that school, then you're really doing a disservice to that child.
But how do you get around?
Yeah, can you go back to where you said that you can say they need to be referred out to a specialty?
You have to work with a staffing specialist on that.
You have to
Really
work
work with
with
a
the
staffing specialist.
Staffing specialist through the district will
Yeah.
help us to
Yeah.
determine.
That's what it says.
Especially if they're charging you for those services. And that's where you need to lean on them a little bit and get them to say, I need your top person to help me with this issue right here.
And that's what the district said in our negotiation. They would have a staffing person
Right.
work with us if that situation were.
Holding them to it is that relationship that you.
I'll share, at our first school, we had student who we ended up having to hire a full-time, one to deal with the change needed. We also had to provide, separate transportation to and from school, as well as multiple other services just for him. It became very financially burdensome. Mom was very clear on what her rights were and that we had to provide everything. So just be very mindful once you accept the children in of what that could mean. Our LEA from that district provided us for our LEA students was very instrumental with helping us with backdoor ways to end up finding a different placement for him. But it could be, you have some parents who know the system and they know how to work it. So just be mindful.
What's your name again?
Crystal.
Crystal, have you found, because this is now your third school, and you can chime into Curtis as well, that a lot of times parents will, I don't want to say flock to, but I'll say flock to.
You will have a high population of ESE students
because
that flock to this new
environment. Yeah.
Okay. One of the reasons that, from the district's perspective, and I think that they want to have a staffing specialist at all of your IP meetings is to make sure you're following the law, which also protects you. ESE law is extremely complicated, and there are a lot of caveats, and the policies in regards to ESE are extremely complicated. And so having a district person who's very well versed in that come to your school and help you with it is it's a good thing.
With ESOL as well, ESOL as well.
ESOL is less litigious, so in my opinion, it's less of a big deal as ESE. But if you asked an ESOL person, they would tell you that yes, it's just as important.
So how do you determine in the application process, if a parent is applying and they have a child that has an IEP,
Most attorneys will tell you you shouldn't ask because it could be
You
used.
can't ask.
You can only ask at the time of the registration, not at the time of the application.
That's not in statute, but that is what most attorneys will recommend.
Yeah, you set yourself up.
Because if you ask and they say no, and then they don't put it in, they can.
Miami-Dade does not allow you to have it on your application at all.
Yeah, we're not.
So I'm trying to figure out, how do you determine that you can meet a child's needs? If you really don't know what the needs are going in, do you just wait and see what your enrollment is? And what
So you have two processes, and this is what she was alluding to. You have the part where the kids are filling out an application to apply to your school. Then you have a lottery, and then you have a registration process after that. During that registration process, so after your lottery, but before the kids come to your school, you can ask anything you want. And you want to ask a lot then, because then you want to, if they have a copy of an IP, you want that. If they have a 504 plan, you want that. If they have an ESOL plan, you want that. I would ask the parents specifically for those things. Many districts, you will not get the paperwork from the district until like October or November, if you're lucky. And so you're kind of like, okay. So if your parents have copies, they get copies from them, it's a good idea. But during that registration period, you can ask that. You don't have to worry about discrimination. They've already been accepted to your school. If you have a kid that you determine you can't meet their needs during that registration process, that's when you need to start reaching out to the district and say, can we talk about this kid? Can we have an IP meeting for this kid and talk about what our school is set up as, how we can meet this kid's needs? We had it in our contract when I was a principal. I was really happy about this. We had it in our process that we could we have the right for a kid who is applying to our school to request that the district hold an IEP meeting and invite us to it. So that we would be able to go sit in on the IEP meeting and find out about the kid before. We'd actually never used it, but I really liked that we had that in our contract as a protection if we ever needed it.
Another thing that I would like to add, this actually happened at one of my schools, even though it was in another state. A parent had mentioned to the administration of the school, the charter school they were coming to, what was in the IEP. And the charter school just wrote it down and accepted what the parent said. By the time we got the records, it was not what was in the IEP. And the school had agreed to do the services that the parent wanted, but they couldn't get in the district. So just be aware that just because they tell you what's in the registration piece, you have to check it before you agree to it, because once you agree to it, especially if you have a nurse or something sign off on it, now that's your IEP that you have to implement. So just double check with what the district says in their records compared to what the parent is telling you what the IEP says.
Because you're gonna have little Johnnies that show up that, seriously, that the parent has not been forthcoming for whatever reason. Hopefully that won't be the norm.
Because they're looking for solutions.
Well, yeah, because they're afraid
See us
of
next.
rejection.
Sorry, did I miss anything?
No, I was just talking about little Johnnies that will show up.
And one of the things that charter schools have been getting hit lately in the press is that, like Hillary is saying, you know, they don't take the hardest kids. I don't think that's always necessarily true, but I do think there are some schools that are abusing the process. And I don't think you should be abusing the process. I think you should do whatever you can to meet the needs of the kids that come to you. But if there is a legitimate concern, you should have that conversation with your district to make sure that you're meeting the needs of the kids. I was a former special ed teacher. I worked with kids who had mild to severe cognitive disabilities. 2 years learning how one kid to tie a shoe, and that was what I did. So I have sympathies for those kids, but they are a huge drain on the financial resources if you need one-to-one aid. If it's somebody like my daughter who needs a full-time interpreter, that's $40,000 right there. So you really have to weigh that out as best you can, but don't just automatically dismiss it. All right. Other things you should pay attention to in your contract. Many of them will have stipulations in there about whether or not you're using a management company. You're not using a management. Are you using a management company?
No.
Okay, so you're okay there. If you ever get to the point where you're thinking about using one, they usually request that the districts have the right to review the contracts before they go into place. So make sure you're aware of what those stipulations and timelines are. Transportation, I'm going to get to talk a little bit more about transportation later. It's kind of all over the place in terms of what's required. Make sure you read your contracts to find out if there's anything in there. Same thing about food services. I'm going to talk more about that later. And then also in your contract, there will be usually a whole chapter devoted to insurance. What I usually recommend with regards to that chapter is to make a copy and give it to an insurance agent you trust and have them help you, which is good because we have an insurance agent here who's going to give us a presentation in a few minutes. So I think we're just about done with contract. Any other questions on contract? Okay.
I do have one quick question. So if you've negotiated a 5-year contract and things start to change or develop that you didn't know about or the district wasn't aware of, or something's going to change with the district, how they're doing things, what is the likelihood of being able to go back and renegotiate or do an amendment to the contract?
Contractually, legally, it's definitely a possibility. I mean, you can always amend your contract. There's usually a section in the contract that talks about the amendment process. Whether or not the district will be willing to do that is a different question because they're not required to amend your contract once you have it. Some districts are very open and flexible, and you're changing your textbook, so they just want to do a quick amendment, and that'll breeze through the district's school board meeting on a consent agenda, and it's not a big deal. Some districts will make it into a big deal, refuse to put charter stuff on consent agendas. Some districts will make it into a bigger deal. So it kind of just depends on the district you're working with. This is just a reminder, I pulled this slide from November. As soon as you have your contract signed, turn around and apply for your sales tax exemption to the state of Florida.
We already had and gotten accepted for that as well.
Really?
Yeah.
The last time I applied, they wouldn't do it until we had a contract.
Yeah.
So you've already had that without contract?
Really, we needed our 501c3 approved in order to do that.
You have your 501c3 approved?
Yes, we had the
So you were
501c3
able
approved,
to do.
and then I was able to do.
Oh, that's because you already.
Yes. Yeah, you need the number that comes with the
You do not need to be a 501c3 to be sales tax exempt. So as soon as you get the charter school contract that proves you are a school, then you can apply if you don't have your 501c3. But that'll save you money, 7% of that purchase. It adds up over time, especially with the big purchases you're making initially. All right, so I'm going to skip ahead now and jump to insurance. This is Kurt, I forgot your last name. Kurt Heyman, and he's from the Florida Insurance Governmental Trust.
From Governmental Insurance Trust.
Close.
You close, PGIT, we call it, PGIT. Yeah.
They are providing lunch for us today, so he's who you can thank for lunch.
Hey, how about that? That's what my presentation is about.
In the back of your binders, you will find a handout, the double page thing, a letter from, there was another guy who wanted to come, who wasn't able to make it, so he put his contact information in a letter, so you have that. And then some quick points in terms of insurance stuff. And I think as soon as he's done, we'll take a break so we can do bathroom and things after that.
We go up here? Is that best? Is that here?
It's informal, whatever you're comfortable with.
Okay, yeah, maybe it's easier. Well, good morning. I appreciate you having me. I met Curtis at the conference, the recent conference. I've been going to those about 5 or 6 years now. There's a swelling, it seems like, more and more charter schools. Obviously, that's why you're here, all over the state of Florida. But a little bit, my name is Kurt Heyman, and I live over in Orlando, and I help run and administer a program, insurance program for public entities, city governments, county governments, taxing districts, public school boards, and charter schools. Because a few years ago, with the advent of charter schools, they, from the standpoint of our program, they're considered obviously a governmental entity, so they can qualify. And we insure now about close to 40 statewide in our program. But I'm not here to infomercial about our program. Just some comments. Larry Robbins is the gentleman that was going to attend with me. He's with Brown & Brown Insurance, as I am. I'm more on the market side, we're the actual carrier that maybe can help you folks at some point. And Larry is one of our agents that sells and markets to the charter schools throughout the state. With the handout, we're really not going to talk a lot of insurance speak here and all that stuff. That's really not the purpose. What Larry and I thought we would do is just talk a little bit about the process, maybe new charters, things for you to consider. And I've been in this 30+ years. I'm going to share a little bit about the marketplace. Just points really, just bullet points for you all to consider as you're starting charters. Are you all up and running with charter schools, or you're in the process of kind of getting, okay, so now's the time to start looking at obviously this piece. It's a required. Curtis had mentioned about the agent, and I would say I would echo that. That's fairly important. There's agents all over the state, obviously, but very few. I say very few, but probably not a whole lot of them really specialize in this type of insurance. So I would recommend certainly, and certainly could help you with that. We work with about 50 agents throughout the state. Not all of them specialize in charter schools, but we have probably a handful that are kind of attached to this niche, and Larry being one of them. And I say that because insurance isn't just insurance. There's an awful lot to consider. There's coverages. There's I don't know how insurance savvy you folks are, but when we go to the conference and we have a booth, and I really enjoy it because there's a lot. We can hopefully bring a lot of value and information to you folks. And it's not the sexiest topic, obviously. So it's kind of a necessary evil. I know insurance. I got into it way back when. But it is an important piece of your operation, certainly. So yeah, I would encourage you to as the handout says, interview maybe a couple agents, ask around, find someone that really knows, kind of this landscape as far as coverages. Because there is some nuances for you as charter schools that you need to be aware of. When should you do it? I'd say it seems like most of the charters have a July 1st. That makes it anniversary contract period. So the ones that we insure in our program, they all have you can come on before July 1st, but we'll probably have, the coverage expire, in the fiscal year, July 1st. So I'd get an early jump on it.
Makes your cones easier too.
Yeah, it coincides, but definitely get an early jump. You all being new charters, have you started the process looking into insurance for you? Yeah. The main thing is really you all have boards, correct? So, I mean, at minimum, once you become operational, you need to have what we call school leaders or educators' legal liability that's going to protect any wrongful acts that could be brought against the board itself from a liability standpoint. And then, of course, you need workers' compensation and some things that we'll talk about. But all the years I've done this, at times, sometimes you come across even new cities that are formed, become incorporated, or new taxing districts, and they're right up against the gun as far as having insurance. So you really need to get a start on that and start looking at options for you, throughout the state. As far as the coverages that you need, I'm just going to give a quick little bullet point on, and most of these you probably may be aware of, but obviously property insurance, here in Florida, very critical. Hurricanes, we used to have those. We haven't had those in a long time, but they're probably coming. But you definitely need to get, property insurance. It's going to cover your buildings. If you own, if you lease a building, obviously, you cover the contents inside the facility. But pay attention to, windstorm coverage, we call it, which is for hurricanes, is a very critical coverage that you need to have. And, the deductibles vary with that, depending on which carrier or insurance company you go with. So that's something that I would really pay attention to as to the terms of your property insurance that you secure. Our program, we insure about $10 billion of property. $5 billion of that are our schools. We have 9 public school boards, and then, as I said, about 35 charters. So we've got our arms around this in a big way throughout the state. General liability insurance is very critical. That's obviously, operational type coverage, premises, people coming onto your property and God forbid getting hurt and bringing a lawsuit against you. One of the key things in the handout here that's mentioned is this sexual abuse and molestation. Very critical that wherever you end up going with, or when you're looking at the carriers, the insurance companies, and there's about 3 or 4. Really, the market's not real wide for coverage for you folks. That's why a program like ours exists. We formed way back when because governments have a very tough time securing, solid, stable insurance. And so we actually, our program is what we call a trust. It's a little group purchasing arrangement, almost acting like an insurance carrier, but we're not. We're backed by, carriers. But then there's about 3 or 4 different companies out there. If you want to, I was going to give you 3 main ones just so that you can reference when you start the process. Philadelphia Insurance Company is really been kind of a leader in this arena for schools. They do nonprofits as well. So Philadelphia Insurance is one you probably want to make sure you look to. There's another one called Arch Insurance Company. ARCH, Arch. And then there's one other one called Markel, MARKEL. And admittedly, they're competitors of mine, but I'm here just to kind of give you the landscape. But those are the 3 that would get into this arena of liability insurance. And they're very good. They're all A-rated, top-notch insurance carriers. But the reason why I mentioned the abuse and molestation, that varies greatly amongst carriers. Some offer it, some don't. Some give sublimits, we call it. So they'll give you some coverage in the event that unfortunately you have a claim, but there's only a limited amount of coverage for that. But that's obviously, goes without saying, that's a critical piece to make sure you've got that in your insurance policy when you become operational, because unfortunately those claims do occur. One thing too that how many people here have heard of the term sovereign immunity? You've heard, yeah. And what basically that is, back in the days of the can't do no wrong, cities, counties, charter schools, kind of the same premise. You really can't. Well, you can, but they're going to limit the amount that you can, be held liable for. And the statute, if y'all want to make reference of it, but it's 768.28. And that's a very critical statute because really what it does is in the state of Florida, you're limited. And right now the current, they call it cap. There's a cap that they impose. It's $200,000 per person, $300,000 per occurrence. So any number of people. And basically what that says is that's the most you can be held liable for. Except there's a kind of a remedy to that. If someone unfortunately gets, hurt severely, they're and these are state claims. These aren't what we call professional liability claims, civil rights, so forth, employment type claims. These are general liability, premises, and automobile liability. So if you have autos, obviously that would fall into that. But, if someone gets hurt or they get hurt in a vehicle, they can sue you for whatever amount. They might sue you for $10 million. But technically, you can only be held liable for that 200, 300. The only remedy to that is what they call a claims bill. And a claims bill is, Joe Jones sues ABC Charter School and for $5 million, and it comes down and the courts award him $200,000. And Joe says, that's not enough money. I'm severely injured. I want more. But he has to go file what they call a claims bill. He gets a senator or a legislator to sponsor that bill. And then that bill goes up, Joe Jones versus ABC Charter School, to the legislature. And every year they have a number of these claims bills that are voted on by the legislature. And then if they're passed, then they go to the governor.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I was just looking through some legislative stuff, and it had a lot of listings for remedy to such and such
Yeah.
person. Is that maybe what's something like
Exactly
that?
it. Yeah.
Really?
So it goes up to the governor and he
There were a lot of-
vetoes them. Yeah, well, there's a number of these. Yeah. Now, over the past several years, it's been pretty, Florida, not to say that claims bills don't get passed, but historically, they're pretty tough to get through. It's a very tedious process. It's a long, drawn out, and you have to get a sponsor. And a lot of them, they'll come up more than 1 year. If it doesn't pass 1 year, that same Joe Jones is going to go ahead and the next year try to go and get more money. But if it's passed, then you would be on. And that's why when it comes to limits of coverage, limits of liability, you can't just buy 200, 300, because if there's a claims bill and you don't have coverage above that amount, you're going to have to pay for it. So we offer, for example, the average entity or charter school in our program buys I'd say 2 million. You can buy up to 5 or even more, but you want to have a little extra coverage above that tort cap, that 200, 300, in the event that, unfortunately, if you had a claim that was egregious enough and, it did successfully go through we've got one now that's been up there 3 times. It's a school board, and it was a bus accident, and it was our entity, and they were at fault. They hit an individual and hurt him pretty bad, But the Governor Scott, 2 years now in a row, has not signed the. And a couple of years back, there was discussion of, well, if you bought insurance, you should be held liable for it, right? Why should you be capped at the, And so there was some talk, and I said probably 5 or 6 years ago, saying that, and it was good it didn't pass, but they were saying if you bought higher limits of coverage, then you're going to be held liable for it. Which they said, no, there's no way we're going to do that. We're going to have to keep the tort cap in place. So that wasn't successful, but I would recommend minimum, I would say all you folks need $1 million worth of liability. And if you can afford more, buy more, because there is potential certainly for that.
I've seen a lot of contracts that say 3 million.
It could be 3. It's your appetite for risk, really. But I would definitely, I'd say minimum of $1 million. So in the event that there was a claims bill, you'd have collectible insurance, not have to go into your pocket. Automobile, pretty straightforward, your own lease, hire vehicles, that's a coverage that you definitely need to have in place. And then you get into the school leaders, what we call educators legal and employment practices liability, very critical. Unfortunately, we have a lot of claims we pay these days on those, and that's your termination, your civil rights violations, those, and there is no cap. So there is no 200, 300 to kind of hide behind. It's whatever the claim, the eventuality of the claim. So on that, and one point I want to raise, and some of you may be familiar with, but there's 2 different types of coverage when it comes to what we call the educators legal. One is called an occurrence form, and one is called the claims made form. And this is very important because it really is going to trigger when coverage is going to be in place. The ideal form that I would suggest, and we offer both within our program, would be the occurrence form. And what that simply means is if you have a claim, it doesn't matter when that claim is ultimately reported to the carrier, as long as it occurred in the policy that you had in place, you're going to have coverage. So you could actually switch carriers, and then you'd still have coverage 2-3 years, depending on the statute of limitations, which is, I believe, 3 years in the state of Florida. Someone would have that time to come and bring a suit against you. Claims made, and actually most of the companies offer claims made, more restrictive. That says that the claim has to both occur and it has to be made during the policy period. So you don't have any kind of what we call like a tail, or, you know, a time where the claim could take, and these claims take a couple of years a lot of times to come forth. So the claims made, not a bad policy, but if you ever cancel it or get non-renewed or whatever, that coverage ceases unless you buy what they call an extension. They call it a tail or extended reporting period. It gives you time, if something occurred in, you know, 2016, but it doesn't come forth until 2018, you would really want to make sure you have that extension of coverage. So, because otherwise you'd be on your own. So claims made versus occurrence. In my world, that's big. It really triggers when coverage is going to, you know, be in place for y'all. Workers' compensation, pretty straightforward. You know, covering your workers for, you know, injuries and so forth. You'll probably know that, you know, the rates are put forth by the state. You know, what's called the NCCI. They publish state rates, so it's pretty straightforward rates times your payrolls, and they have different class codes. You know, depending on the type of employees, they all have different rates, of course. And then you have what they call an experience modification factor. And that's a pricing factor based on, you know, if you have good claims history, then you have below 1.0 being kind of an average. Normal 1.0, you might have a 0.8, 0.85 experience mod, meaning you're getting a credit versus other charter schools because they compare you to other, you know, other types of entities similar to yourselves. So those are kind of the coverages: the property, the general liability, the automobile, the school leaders, and the workers' comp. So they're kind of a handful. There's basically 5 coverages that really you need to make sure you have in place for your charter when you become operational.
And the one that they really want to think about now is the school leaders.
The school leaders, because once you have a board meeting, you need insurance.
And
you may not have any employees, you might not own any buildings, you may not own any vehicles, but at minimum, you need to make sure you've got that school leaders coverage in place.
That's the board liability.
That's basically board liability.
would you be able to give a ballpark number?
Are you suggesting this before we can have a signed contract, or definitely by the time we sign a contract?
Well, by the time you become operational as a charter, which I'm not, you know, that's your world. When would that be? I mean, what?
I recommend boards do it as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't
if you've been
wait.
approved, because if somebody turns around and sues you, you are a corporate entity right now. And as a corporate entity, somebody could sue you.
Probably
We're
unlikely.
making decisions now, even though the contract.
Yeah, we're
hasn't
making
been-
decisions.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to scare you all. I mean, this is probably not going to happen. You know, we don't have a ton of claims. Believe it or not, we really don't. We have some on our charter schools, but you know, my world is cities, and we insure police and firemen and city commissions, and they make mistakes sometimes. So, you know.
Would you be able to ballpark a number for that?
Yes, that was my question.
Yeah, you may find in the marketplace there's, you know, what we call minimum premiums. We have a minimum, but it's maybe $2,500.
We just got quoted for 2,200.
Yeah.
A year, including, you
A
know,
year, okay.
you know, something else.
To do the employer liability.
You want to practice it?
It wasn't 2,500, it was- I
Is
don't
that
remember.
for you all?
We have not signed it yet, we're not paying on it yet, so we're in your same boat, we don't officially have it, but we just got the quote back for about 22.
Yeah, D&Os, it's kind of in a chain. I'm using the word educators legal, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
But some of your carriers may have minimums of 5,000, you know, and then, you know, deductibles that they may impose. So that's a really critical coverage, and there's a lot of, you know, shapes and sizes. So.
So how does your firm typically, is it a once a year cost, or you price it out monthly?
Yeah, no, we do it annual. We'll give you an annual premium from July to July. And
No, I
then-
mean, the payment.
the way your premium. Well, yeah, we have a pay plan that we can offer. It's quarterly, you know, so we're flexible in that regard. But we actually this past year came out with which is really taken off as a 2-year. We give people a 2-year guarantee, so you don't have to fool it each year. It's locked in, and even if you have claims, you know, we're going to keep your rate the same. So that's been really, because, you know, governments, they want some certainty beyond the year if possible, budgeting and so forth. So,
We also did get denied by several carriers because we're starting.
well, that's, that,
You need to be sure that.
yeah, you're going to
But
find,
we did get one. Yeah. I don't remember.
We're, this isn't an infomercial, but we're a little different in that we're not an insurance carrier, so, and this is all we do, so a little more flexible, but we look at the startups, and we look at the financials, and we look at the, you know, the whole complexion of the account. So not to say you're not gonna be able to get insurance, but it's gonna be a little challenging. It could be. No experience, you know, they're gonna look at your, you know, who's running it and the financials, you know, involved. So,
And usually if you find an agent that you trust, they'll do all that legwork for you so
Yes.
that you don't have to, where they'll get the prices from different places and tell you, you know, what the best options are and try to explain it.
So your company that's listed on here, is that one of the Philadelphia Arch Market?
No.
Your company?
No, mine's called the Preferred Governmental Insurance Trust. PGIT is the acronym. I might have seen this. We've had a booth 3 or 4 years now.
I think she's asking is you're the same, you provide the same types of services.
Oh, yeah,
as them.
yeah, we'd be I just gave you those 3 because those are what we call the standard insurance markets that provide coverage for charters. We're an alternative.
Okay. So you're in that same grouping. Brown & Brown is an agency that would link us to one
Absolutely.
of those?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah,
how it works?
exactly right.
Okay.
Yeah. Larry, who's the gentleman that I think there's a letter in there from Larry, and he's very good. He actually sits on he's a board member of a charter school. He's with Brown & Brown. I actually worked for Brown & Brown too. Name of my company is called Public Risk Underwriters, and I've got cards, and we administer Pidget, the trust. So I'm kind of I'm an agent, of course, but I work with agents like Larry. That would be your kind of first, you know, go-to. But he's independent, so what he would do is, you know, he would bring you different alternatives. And that's something that's mentioned in here that I would, you know, is critical. I wouldn't go to 3 agents and say, bring us coverage, because you're gonna dilute the process.
Okay.
You really want to probably, if possible, get an agent that, you know, knows your business and then can bring you alternatives from all the various markets. And I see that sometimes over the many years I've done this, and the entities, they don't realize, you know, they want to give everybody a chance, but it's kind of a bit of a crapshoot as to who's going to bring you which market and, you know, the leverage.
We did that me first too. And then, when we couldn't get a quote because they wouldn't give them a quote because they're giving them on behalf of someone else. And so we wanted to, I mean, insurance was completely new to us, you know, it was not sexy.
Yeah.
So we wanted to, I finally said, hey, we just need to pick one that we trust, who's experienced with schools. Yeah, I would agree too. I don't know what else.
Yeah, I mean, because unlike health insurance over the years, you know, when you're talking health insurance companies, they'll quote to 5 agents.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just a matter of, you know, which agent you want to pick. The product's the same.
Yeah.
But with the property and casualty world, yeah, they're not going to quote to more than 1 agent. And with our program, a little bit of a challenge is we only work with a select group of agents. So, you know, obviously, selfishly speaking, from my standpoint, I would want to have you pick someone that can get to our program, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to see us, you know, so.
Your program is PGIT?
PGIT, right. Preferred Governmental Insurance Trust, yeah. We've been about since 1999, we've been in business. And like I said, our main bread and butter is cities, and we insure about 100 cities, 20 counties, over 200 taxing districts, you know, water control, housing authorities.
How many charter schools?
About 35. We had Academica, which is a big one that you all probably know of. And so, gosh, they must have been, yeah, and they had 30 of them, you know, within their fold, but unfortunately, one of my competitors came in and really undercut the pricing, and so we used to have like 75, including them. So our number went down when Academica, but we had them for about 6-7 years there with our program. So, I mean, that's kind of my role. I'm actually reaching out to some of the management companies to see if we can, you know, obviously plug into them and then assist. Are you all working with management companies or?
No, there's a management company here.
Oh, is that you? Gotcha, okay. So.
I'm not really a manager. I'm more of a consultant.
So, yeah. Try to plug in with them. We've had some success with them. What else, Curtis? No.
There's Palm Beach did a really good guide explaining what charter schools need to know about insurance, and it's in the handouts I gave you.
That was good.
So those of you who got the handouts, it was I think the last thing in the handout. And then for those of you who got the binders, it's on tab 19. For those of you who got the handouts, I'd suggest putting it in tab 19 in your binder, so you have it all there. But insurance was one of those things that my eyes get kind of glossed over when we start talking about it. So I thought this handout was really helpful in terms of describing what the different policies are and things you need to consider.
And then, the services too, there's, when you're talking, you have the coverages, but then all the services that come with, from the carrier, is something that, yeah, it's kind of a guide there. Yeah, that was pretty well done. It's pretty basic. You got some comments, hey, you share. So, but the services too, I would look into, obviously when you have insurance, you got to look at training, safety, and, we call loss control and all. So the whole array of services we have, for example, on the employment fund, because we have unfortunately a lot of claims from employment liability. We have a very robust platform for training and all for, to assist. It's like an HR, we call it HR platform. And then from A to Z, I call it. So, look at the services too that are going to be provided through the carrier and the agent. And the agent really is going to be your best advocate. So,
What are some of the things to think about with the sexual abuse and molestation coverage? What are some things that we should make sure we're covered?
You want to make sure it's not excluded, because some of the insurance companies, they actually exclude that coverage.
Okay.
And you don't want, you've got to have it, And then the other thing, as I said, some impose what they call a sublimit. We don't have a sublimit, so if you bought, the charters that we have, they have a $2 million liability limit, they've got $2 million of coverage for that.
Okay, some may limit it.
Some may limit it.
If it's this, then we'll only cover this amount.
Well, they'll give you sexual abuse and molestation coverage, but it might be capped at 50,000 or 100,000. So they're not going to cover you to the full limit that you purchased. So, just got to look at that. And once again, your agent would be critical to assist you in that process. So. And I'll leave some cards here with you, Curtis, if you want to get back.
Actually, if you want to hand it around.
Sure.
Yes. Any other questions on insurance?
Good information.
For me, the big takeaway on insurance is find somebody you trust and let them do the work for you, because they're an expert in the area and they understand everything. So Larry, I've seen him at the conference several times. I don't have a list of insurance agents, but there are a couple that I work with in the past that if you know me. But I would trust working with Larry and ask him, if you're trying to make sure you have quotes for pricing and things, ask your agent to give you the prices that they're getting. That way you can have documentation that you did do price checks between multiple companies. All right, so I think we should take a break because I have to run to the restroom. So 10 minutes sound good?
Yeah.
Marcia, where are the restrooms in relation to?
You can either go out this door or out that door. Right.
Thank you very much.
So now, Joe, you're with, you guys get HR schools? No, we're not a management company. We're hired by CMOs and ESPs, and we provide back all the services. We have the accounting niche, budget niche, data.
Yeah, it was a completely.
I'll actually sit down and define, go line by line and say, okay, let's see what we have actual versus budget. Let's see where we can move money around. We pay the bills, we pay the employees, do HR input. Almost like we have a little, we're doing the payroll for them. We can go in and put the deductions. But as far as doing trainings, HR type issues, and those kind of things, we don't get involved. Right. We'll do board meetings. We'll present financials to the government. We'll show them the trends that are happening. Make sure that they meet all the compliance states, which are compliance. It's basically the way I look at it. Whether it's federal, whether it's national, whether it's Europe. Everybody's got a compliance issue, and that's what we do. So we give them square meters. They literally get 40, 50 emails a day, just for their authorizer from the curriculum person, and the leader is more like a traffic cop. And it's like, Joe, you take these are all finance. we'll send these to the HR person, or they'll say to me, like I'm working with a client right now, who's got sick leave, and they're trying to develop some sort of policies. And they're really trying to be intricate. You know, they just don't want to adopt the district's policy on sick leave. Well, the problem is the district has so many bargaining units, and they can't offer their food service what the service union does for them, or the transportation union does for them, or the teachers union does for their teachers. So, you know, when it's all of a sudden sick leave, and you've got one employee for each one of those departments. So, you know, but you want to take cherry pick when you can and tell them something.
Yes.
It has to be approved and so
Yes,
forth.
just sort of, and I think I
The annual report, we try to take care of all that, take it all. So.
Did you work with Florida?
Yes, I'm the director of Florida.
So, you're.
I'm on Boca Raton.
Oh, you're.
Yeah, even though that's a California number, that goes right to my office.
You're in Orlando. I'm going to check here. I travel the whole state. Well, we had schools that were saying,
I've got clients in Texas, Indiana, Ohio, Florida, and Colorado. Those are primarily my charges. Right now I've got about 6. And one of the reasons why they hired me was full Florida.
It's a big difference. And he's done a great job with the whole
We're set up statutorily. Right, legislation.
Because so when we go over to the chance to take a look on the website and
Right.
That'll be great, because from I'm finding what I have.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of institutions, that is usually the first thing that goes is. I want to make sure.
So we had a friend trying to get discount, it was like.
Those are some of the assets.
Oh, wow.
There were some of these quasi.
And then who made, is she,
I've
is
done,
something that's
one of the things that I've done.
You're also my
Used to work
COO. She maintains.
I work for the Inspector General's office in County, so I actually used to go around to these schools and slap principals' hands on things that they were doing wrong. And this wasn't. I don't know Carol. I wish she is.
constantly changing.
No, I worked with Nancy Patrick in risk management.
Oh, yeah, Nancy Patrick.
Nancy and I took a master's, we went for a specialist degree at FAU. Yeah, about 6-7 years ago.
Well, you know what? Carol was there.
Oh, that is so interesting.
Yeah, it really is. So
I'll just make sure that.
Especially in the area where
She was there, and then the other person took
I was looking at that.
ridiculous how many churches.
I forgot her
It's like,
name.
there are more churches.
Oh, Diane Howard.
Diane Howard,
She's at
yes.
school. But then she went to county.
Oh, she went to the county now. Okay, so I don't know where she is, but she was the long time when I was there, Diane. Diane, yeah, she was, yeah. So,
But yeah, she was at school board.
One of the states we had thought about, we had just, built a whole process. Moving your own charter network now.
Oh, I know, I know. Yeah, they do.
Liability, yeah.
So when you chose it, more. Should, and then Georgia was one who chose.
What's your Invitation for the district is given to our school. Not necessarily.
Some are. Some are.
They are like the black sheep. When they walk into a meeting. The district does. The charter schools tolerate them because they have to go through. It's a lucky thing.
So my guess is there's a lot of young people who YouTube instead of their
Their budgets that they've been maintaining. They're not letting people go and producing financial budgets.
Before you log in.
Now you're servicing half the amount of people. Yeah. And then departments and then people who are not just Title I, I get called. And funding, because
we were a little late.
Too, so I understand.
Yeah, it might need to load drivers.
Their budget gets smaller and smaller. That's the thing. And 2 years ago, okay? But you still can't the school board like Beach County, 1,000 square miles, and tell me that you can properly Donald Trump who lives in Mar-a-Lago and 4 kids promote no way, no way. So, you know, that's the thing. Parents go, right, parents go to the big school, and all they are is they get the 3-minute stand in front, and they say thank you. They say thank you very much, and wonderful. Bye-bye. And I grew up if you had a problem with your elementary school, you went right to the school at the elementary, the city of municipality, and that's what they can go do this. That's an incredible lot. Right. I love the author there, Dr. Esposito. She's a proponent of choice for parents. Yes, I do. Yes. It's a good thing to be in. I mean, there's
Okay, so how do you? If you want to,
your tax dollars pay for that. When they're not. Can I get your attention? Yeah. These buildings, I mean, I just 3,000 students. Just for building, whether it's open or not. $2 million a year. Somebody's got to cut the grass. Make it electric. You've got the HVAC system going in the summertime, so the mold doesn't grow. So there's no one there, right, so there's nobody there. You've got these, you have to have someone now with security issues. You have to have somebody actually controlling property when it's not being used. And you know, you're getting extra. I mean, it's less fun to participate. You know, they would see this and right, and starting to say, you know what, we're gonna feel this wave, like, no, we're too big to my neighbors, my neighbor, kid going to school, my kid going there. What are you doing? You know, like, so I mean,
I can attest to that.
we don't yes. I think it's like short. Not gonna fix the mess. So I'm spending a lot more time getting back to where they were. Brand new 2 years of business. Can't get insurance away. I'm working this butt off, trying to make it. You don't want to. Nice. Well, I sit down with my clients. Let's look at the cheap for insurance, and you know, renegotiate the lease based on some improvements that you made. Directors and the DAOs so charter school you can indemnify them. They're going to want you to indemnify them. They're brought into a lawsuit. Okay.
Cover non.
Not just.
You know, just where there's, where the property is located, they're asked, cover them. They don't want their insurance covered.
There'll be kindergarten, kindergarten, and
All right, can we get started?
Good stuff, Bruce, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for coming, Kurt, I appreciate it.
you gotta get them.
11:15 they were supposed to come. I think Charlene, you keep an eye on it. Charlene,
I just wanted to thank you.
you're welcome to stay. I think I ordered.
Yeah.
All right, let me jump here and open my screen back up. I guess I should have done this before I said let's get started. Will they be bringing lunch directly in this room, do you know?
It'll be outside. I'm looking at floor.
Okay. I don't mind if they bring it in. I was just curious if we needed to go somewhere else or if they were bringing it.
No, they'll bring it into the foyer and
Okay.
then we'll.
Thank you. Oh, that volume, that echo's got to go away.
I love that voice though.
Be prepared. That's the motto for Boy Scouts, right? So this next section is going to be quick and short. It's about an organizational system. In November, I gave you, except for you weren't here in November, I gave you access to an online project management system if you want to use it. If you have any reason to want a project management system, we can set you up in it, just let me know. Crystal, you too. But whatever system you use, you need to start getting in the habit of using it, because as you get closer to August, you're going to have more and more tasks and things that pop up. And it, in my opinion, is impossible to keep it all in your head and keep it straight. So you really need to think now while you still have time to breathe, because July you won't have time to breathe, about how you're going to be organizing all of this stuff as it comes up. So if you've never read the book Getting Things Done, it's like 15 years old. It was pretty popular for a business book. I really liked it when I was a principal. I read it, and then I developed this whole planning management system, and I had it all working well, and then I switched jobs, and I never really got it working well again, and I need to go back and read it. But it's just, it talks about how anytime something comes up, if you try to keep it in your brain, it stresses you out, and then you feel more bogged down. Whereas if you have a system and you put it in that system right away, it's out of your brain, you don't need to stress out about it, your system will take care of it. So it's a pretty practical book in terms of being able to use the project management stuff. So whatever system you want to use is fine, but get a system. So the things you're going to want to consider with the system is your technical expertise. If you have a group of people who really don't like computers, an online system for tracking your to-dos probably isn't going to work. But I would say that Post-it notes probably also aren't going to work. So you have to find something that will. I think sharing abilities with whatever system you're using is extremely important, because as you grow, you're going to, in a couple months, be hiring a principal. And you need something that the principal can do. And then the principal is going to need to share it with the administrative assistant when that person gets hired. So the ability to share all these tasks and things is really important, in my opinion. And me being a computer person, I like online systems. The other thing I want to stress that you think about is transferability. Turnover rates in new charter schools are very high. It is more common than not to lose your principal in the first 3 years. So make sure that whatever system that you put into place when your principal leaves, you have a way of transferring that to the new person when they come in, and you're not going to lose everything when that happens, or if that happens. I put a website over on the board over there, flcsu.org/services/new schools. And then if you scroll down, that's the form that you filled out to RSVP to get here. There's a link for the training for today. The online recording is there, and all of the handouts are there. And on the bottom, there's a Dropbox folder. And I think that's the same Dropbox that I put on those USB keys that I put on the tables this morning. I think one of the files I threw in there, if I remember right, is, oh, maybe I didn't throw it in there. I didn't throw it in there. Okay, I'll have to find it. I don't think I have it on this computer, so. I was going to share with you let me make sure this is my Dropbox. This is not my Dropbox. Dropbox is you, website, new schools, digital reference. Sample board reporting requirements. If it's in that folder that I gave you, I don't remember if I put it in there or not. This is an example of one of the ways that I tried to get organized when I was a principal. What happened one year, I forgot to send in the Form 990. The Form 990 to the IRS, and it turns out they get really crappy about that. So this is the result of us trying to find a way to make sure that that never happened again, is we had this Word document, and we went through our charter contract, and we picked every single deadline that was in our charter contract, and every other deadline that we knew that was required, like the IRS Form 990, filling out the state accountability report, all that kind of stuff. And it all went in this document, this Word document, and we kept this up to date. When we went to board meetings, we would copy out this month and last month, and we would put a status update on every single item that was due during those 2 months. So that way the board was getting assurances that that doesn't happen again. And it was me as principal, a way of making sure that I didn't miss any of those big key items that I needed to do. So this is a very low tech, well, it's on Word, but for the most part, it's a pretty low tech way of being able to manage your to-do list and tasks. If you have something like this, if that works for you, putting it in Excel is another idea, putting it in Google Docs, whatever works for you and your organization. I gave you FANG, which is a project management thing where you can kind of keep track of all the to-dos in there. If that works for you, great, that's free, which I always like. It's not quite as functional as other systems, but it is free, so that's good.
What did you say that name was again?
FANG, F-E-N-G. And I set up a server that for the support unit, so if you want an account, actually I made an account for your school. Okay. I don't know if you guys have been using it or not, but
I haven't used it yet.
it's there if you want to. Basecamp is another project management system that a lot of schools like. True North Academy, they used it pretty successfully, trying in terms of organizing all the stuff that they had to do to get started. Todoist is another to-do list. It's an app that you can get on your phone and you can share it with people if that works for you. Remember the Milk is a pretty, it's kind of old one now, but it's easy to use, and it gives you a task list. When I was a principal, I was using Toodledoo. That was one of my favorites, actually, and actually I was making this list. I'm like, I should go back and use it. But that's another to-do online management system. So there are lots of them out there, but just find one that works for you and use it. Put everything in there. Get as many of your team members as possible, because you're going to have to stay organized, and it's going to get worse over the next couple months. Each of your districts is probably going to have what they call their pre-opening checklist. It's kind of alluded to in your contract. Some districts actually have an actual document. I was going to actually pull copies of them for you. Polk County has theirs online, but it was from 2 years ago, so I didn't think it was relevant, and I couldn't find one for Brevard.
What is in my contract?
Okay. Some districts have very elaborate, like Miami-Dade. It's daunting when you look at it. Some, it's pretty reasonable, like the one that I was at for Polk County was pretty reasonable. But make sure that you get that list as soon as possible, and make sure you're meeting those deadlines. So I went through the Polk County list that I found, and these are some typical things that you're going to see in your pre-opening checklist. You're going to need a board roster with all of your background checks. You have to use the background check system in most districts through the county. Don't assume that just because the county does the fingerprints, that office is going to talk to the charter office to let them know that fingerprints is done, because that usually doesn't happen. Usually you need to get the documentation. I also recommend, with regards to fingerprinting and the governance training, that you have a spreadsheet somewhere. I use Google Docs because then I can share it easily, where you can list all of your employees and all of your board members when they did their fingerprinting, and for your board members when they did their governance training. Governance needs to be renewed every 3, 4, I'd have to check now. Every couple of years. Governance training has to be renewed, and if you miss that deadline, you have to go from the 2-hour renewal to a 4-hour full course, which is tedious. So you don't want to miss those deadlines. Fingerprinting, theoretically, the district will keep track of that and will tell you when your fingerprinting is coming due. But I don't like relying on the district. I'd rather know for myself that I'm doing all of those things. So having that spreadsheet kind of helps you keep track. Yes.
We will get a notice from our district when the board mentor, board training will be conducted, right?
There are different trainings that you're talking about. The governance training you have to do within 90 days of joining the board by state Board of Education. That one you have to pay for, and you have to hire somebody to come and do it for your board. You can do it in person, and a lot of places will offer it online. It's a 4-hour training, and the people who do the training have certain things that they have to meet in order to be considered an approved state trainer. In your binder, I put a list of the approved state trainers as of November. It is tab number 7.
So that's on us.
That's on you. Theoretically, you don't have to do it till your contract.
We can share the information we have.
I have to all of them and gotten quotes from all of them and found them things are expensive online.
Awesome. Where are you located?
Winfield, Cole County.
But
Is
they're-
it possible that maybe we can all collaborate and do it together?
We're trying to throw some.
Well, the one we're looking at is online, and each individual school has to pay for it, but it's $350 for unlimited training for board and administrators. So,
The one that most of the schools I work with use is $500 for 3 years. So
it's $500 for 3 years. It's $350 for 1 year and $500 for 3 years.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, I'll get it.
But that's something you have to do within 90 days of joining a board. So theoretically, what I've heard most attorneys say is once your contract's approved, you have 90 days after that to get your governance training done. In May, we're not meeting in May, but the state will be doing a training in May. That will come out from the state in terms of when that is, so you need to be on the state's mailing list. And that, they have not released the dates yet. They're going to hold one in Orlando and one in Miami this year. And it's an all-day thing, a little bit longer than today, actually. And they usually bring in an attorney, they bring in a special ed specialist, they bring in an accounting specialist, they bring in some people from the DOE, and they go through a lot of stuff. That is statutorily required within that.
Okay, so that's a state training.
Mhm.
It's offered at 2 different places, and we know about it if we're on the state email database.
how do we know
On the state email list.
Did you get an email from me on Monday that talked about a webinar in this training?
No.
You're not on the state email.
Yeah, this training. This training? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we got that one.
On Monday, I sent out a list to the state mailing list. I sent out an email that said we're doing training for River City Science Academy, and then we have this training on Friday. If you didn't get that, then you're not on the
And
And
we
we
were
were
required
required
to
to
go.
go the entire board or?
one board member and your principal. If you pay your principal.
No higher than just one board member?
I think so.
Okay.
I'd have to check the law.
Hopefully by Friday.
You said the training is, I'm sorry, so many questions. Training is in May, and it's a principal and 1 board member must attend.
Yes.
Is that the one that's listed on your website under new school institute where it says state information? In May?
Yes.
Yeah.
They haven't released the dates yet. I called him or emailed him this week, and he laughed because I emailed him at the exact same time he was having a meeting about them. And it turns out that the locations that they typically use are starting to charge, and so they're not going to use them anymore, so they need to find new locations. So they don't have the spots yet.
And this is a paid training?
How big a group are we talking?
The one in Orlando is usually about 75 to 100 people, and the one in Miami is usually 150 to 200.
And it's paid, there's no tuition?
Yeah, there's no cost.
There's no
The
cost.
state pays for it, but you don't get reimbursed for anything. It's similar to the state.
Yeah.
Adam Emerson is the one who's doing that, if you want to reach out to him. Also on your to-do pre-opening checklist, you're going to have to provide emergency contact information for your school. One of the things I would caution you about is I've had some schools complain about the way districts are handling emergency contact information. So if you give all of your board members phone numbers and private emails to the district, you may want to ask the district for some assurance that they're not going to give it out to other people. Theoretically, it's an open public record once you give it to the district, so they'd have to. But what I recommend is that you set up an email account for the school, and that's what you give to the district. So that way your personal information is not out there. If you set up a Google account, they have what's called Google Voice. you've never used that, it's awesome. But we can set up a free phone number through Google Voice that just rings to your own personal phones. And that way you can use that phone number for your school stuff, and that way you're not giving out your personal phone number if you have issues. So when you give your emergency information, it's something to consider.
One little trick there for the insurance, cyber liability, maybe, Donna, I mean, something else you probably want to make. Cyber, I mean, it's a big hot, obviously hot right now.
Yeah.
You know, we offer it, we've had many claims, but, you know, they're probably coming, unfortunately. But it's another consideration you want to see about getting coverage.
The district will want a schedule of all of your board meeting dates. So if you have that prepared, give that to them. They'll want your policy documents and your budget and your salary schedule. We're going to talk about salary schedule later, so I'm not going to talk much about that, but it is required now at charter schools. It wasn't in the past. They're going to want your school calendar. They're going to want your insurance policy information. What's it? It's called a binder, where you actually list the name of the district needs to be listed on there as a payee. So make sure that you get those. You are required to have facilities inspections. I missed one of these one time. You have to have both fire and health. So to get your certificate of occupancy, you do not need a health inspection, you need a fire inspection. So that'll be done. But you also need to contact the health department and have them come up to your school and do an inspection as well. Your certificate of occupancy, which I talked about before, they're not allowed to require that before 15 days before your school. They may require that you have some kind of staff lists that you provide them. They may want to see any third-party contracts. That's not unusual. Student lists, I talked about a little bit before in terms of being a little bit leery about wanting to share those with the district, but they're probably going to want to see your student lists. They're probably going to want you to have all of their kids loaded into their computer. They're going to want copies of your student handbooks, and then they're probably going to be looking at that to see if there's anything in there that violates their policy, behavior policies. So if you have anything in there about expulsion, you're going to cause a red flag. Don't talk about expulsion. If you have anything in there that talks about dismissing a kid for bad behavior, even if you don't use the word expulsion, they're going to have issues with that. Job descriptions they may ask for, probably was in your charter application. Hopefully that'll be fine. Many districts are picky about progression plans. Many of them are not, but some districts will want to see your student progression plan. If you're in Miami, you basically can't even start a conversation until you have that ready. If you're just accepting the districts or you're writing your own. And then they also probably going to want to see your behavior plan if it's not part of your student handbook. So those are all things that are typical for a district to require to see from you. Sometimes they'll sign your contract and then that'll be what part of what you have to do before X date. In Miami's case, they won't really even sign your contract until you get a lot of that stuff to them. So each district handles it a little bit different. This is that training we were just talking about, the 4-hour thing that's required. I think that link there is to the approved governance training that's also in your binder and tab 7. All right, corporate stuff. I assume they'll let you know if lunch is ready, right? I should just keep talking. SunBiz is going to be coming due in the next couple months. You incorporate it as a corporation, which means you have to file an annual report with the state. The annual report basically just updates your board members. It's a waste of time, but some people require to look at it. So sometime between January 1st and May 1st, you have to go online and fill out this annual report. You can do it by paper, but it's easier to do it online. You have to pay $61.25, and then you can have your annual report updated. You're required to do it every year. There's a fine if you don't do it, so don't forget. Some places really do look at this often. Certain districts will look at this to see if your list on SunBiz matches your board roster, and if it doesn't, they'll have concerns. The CSP office really looks at this, and if your thing doesn't match the board list that you hand them, they won't give you any money. So I have, with True North as an example, we've had to pay the $61.25 fee 3 times in a year because the CSP office requires it to be updated anytime that you're changing the folder. Okay.
That must not to me, but.
It's a question of language, change their voice so often.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about governance. Most of you in the room are governance type people at this point. So I wanted to talk about governance. I do a presentation for governing boards where I'll come in for an hour and we'll talk about specifically how do we make your governing board more effective and what kind of things should you be thinking about in terms of the way you organize as a board. So a lot of the slides I stole from there. The role of the governing board is extremely important. And there's a couple quotes up here from the National Charter School Associations. And a lot of the national organizations say that the board formation and operation is one of the most important pieces of the way your school operates, because you're doing the oversight and you're responsible for the school. Essentially, the board's role will be to be responsible for overseeing and setting the budgets and the finances and the policies and the strategic plan and hiring and evaluating the administrator. Eventually, that will be what you're responsible for. Right now, you're responsible for everything, which is kind of exhausting. But I want you to start thinking about in terms of your board should be operating at about 30,000 feet, like big picture items. You should be looking down at the school. One of the most difficult things for a government but I want you to start thinking transitioning from doing everything day to day to getting it over to your administrator and being at 30,000. And that is something you need to strategically manage and think about, and start thinking about it now, because it is really difficult to transition. And it is very easy to start micromanaging your, I'm skipping ahead, but micromanaging. Micromanaging, that's where I was. AKA the easiest way to burn out your board. So start thinking now about how you as an organization want to operate, what you want to give your principal as responsibilities. What I actually recommend you do is actually make a chart, and in one column have governing board, another column have your principal, and then if you have any other key administrators or a management company in another column, and then in your rows put like budget. And principal draws up the initial budget, board approves the budget. And you specifically list who is responsible for each task and help you to get to that point. Because depending on who you hire as a principal, if you hire somebody who doesn't have charter school experience, but has been a former public school principal, when they come in, they're going to understand the public school aspect, but they're going to have no idea how to operate a nonprofit agency. If you hire somebody who has run a nonprofit agency and doesn't have the educational experience, then you're going to be in the opposite problem, that maybe you'd be well run, but your school's not doing very well. To find somebody who can balance that out is very difficult. So you have to be real clear about expectations and be real clear about who's going to be doing what. So statutorily, there are certain requirements that you as a governing board are responsible for. You have to exercise oversight of your school. You have to appoint a representative to facilitate parental involvement. I wish that the law would give it a title. Some districts call it the parent representative, but that's not exactly what the law says. But you have to appoint somebody who lives in your county who is responsible for facilitating parental involvement at the school or communication.
Is that person outside the board?
It can be, or it can be.
Can be a board member?
Can be a board member. It can be an administrator. It can be a parent. They have to be present at the board meetings, according to some people, and they have to live in the county. Those are the only requirements.
Is there a sunshine requirement on that position?
I don't think so, if they're not a board member.
You're asking that question for a very specific reason. And that's very important to us, whether or not that position has operated.
Check with your attorney about the way you're specifically organizing. But if it's like at the school I was that person, and so sunshine did not apply to me. Open government and stuff did, but sunshine did not.
If it's a board member,
If it's a board member, then yes, because they're a board member. There is a district in the state that is trying to force all of their charter schools to have their parent representative fingerprinted. And they're saying that because this person has an official role that they have to be fingerprinted. My understanding is that's being argued right now and hasn't been officially decided upon because the law doesn't say that. You need to have at least 2 board meetings per year. I know you guys are probably thinking if we only had 2 meetings, that would be fantastic. But you have to eventually at least have 2. Most boards try to get into this point where they're operating every other month or quarterly. Some boards choose strategically to keep it every month. We're going to talk about some agendas type setting things. You have to decide how often eventually you want to meet and then try to work your way there. So if you want to meet every other month, That means you need to spend a lot less time dealing with minutia at your board meetings, and you need to structure your agendas to make sure that you can get there. Annually, you need to determine how many kids you have at your school, adopt policies, ensure your website is available, be accountable to the sponsor, retain services for an annual audit, which we'll talk more about probably at our last training, but you need to go through an RFP process for your audit. Ensure that all staff and board members have had their background checks and comply with all of the requirements. If you're a D or an F school, you have to go before the district's education. Hey, we can see you finally from Resilience. Hi.
Hi.
I can't hear you because my thing was giving feedback, so I guess I gotta turn my microphone on now.
She has to see us.
She can see the screen. I don't have the camera. So just wave at us really big when you need me to pay attention to you. I turned the microphone on, so hopefully it'll come on the audio. So what was that beep? D or an F school, you must report before your district or your school improvement plan. As individual board members, you also have some requirements that apply to you. You're not allowed to accept gifts that could influence your decisions as governing board members. You're not allowed to do business, either you or your immediate family, with the charter school. So if you run a fence company and the charter school needs a fence, they can't hire you to put up the fence because that would be a violation. No contractual relationships can be between you and any employees.
Can you clarify that for a second? Do you want to be a board member in one company? It's my understanding you just need to be part of the decision-making process. The conflict of interest needed to be disclosed, and you do not have to be involved in the process.
This is a very picky part of the law.
Yeah.
My recommendation is no, don't do it. But if you feel you must do it, I would refer to an attorney first. There is a process where you can go through sealed bids, and there's some exemptions for if you own a service in the area that provides that service. Kathleen Schoenberg will probably be at the training in May, and this is usually like 15 to 20 minutes of her presentation specifically on this topic. We also did a webinar. Melissa Gross-Arnold and Kathleen have both done webinars for us, they're both attorneys, and they've talked about this issue a lot, and it's rather complicated, so I don't want to give you the
An immediate family is brothers, I mean.
It's specifically described in law, so I would open up the law and look at it if you have a question.
What about a donation then in kind? Like, we do this work for you for free, the board work for you, and that's for free. If we're not paying, there's no money changing you?
Correct, if you're donating the service, not the school's not donating money back for doing this free service.
Yeah, no money changing hands, okay.
Yeah, they can do it for free, if they can do the work, you can go there and do it, they just can't have a contractual, be paid for it. And if you have any personal interest in matters, then you have to disclose those. I don't have a good example for that, so I'm just going to say. The other thing I like to point out is there's no I in the word board. Once you get up and operating, you really need to get out of the mentality that one individual board member can be making decisions on behalf of the board. I have seen this a lot, where a governing, like a chairperson, feels that because they're chairperson, they're responsible for making sure things are running more smoothly, so they go in and they make decisions and they tell the principal what to do. That's not the role of the board chairperson. The board chairperson's role is to run the board meetings, and the board makes decisions. I have seen a school where the governing board chairperson decided that there was some PR issues, and he went out and hired a PR company to represent his school for a contract of like $60,000 without approval from the governing board. He just did it because he was the board chair. That is not allowed. You as a governing board are a member of a board. That board makes decisions. I have also seen situations where board members' kids feel entitled because their parents are on the board, because if that board person comes in and starts talking to the teacher, they bring in this authority on the board. Some of that might be psychological, some of it could be actually be real, that the board member is trying to be a little bit bossy. You have to really try to actively prevent that, because it's not your role as a governing board member to be personally responsible. As a group, you are making decisions. So your main responsibilities as a governing board is to be responsible for the articles of incorporation, which you've done. Your bylaws, which we're going to talk about in a few minutes. Policies, which we're going to talk briefly about today, and we'll talk more about in March. Charter contract, which we've talked a lot about already today, and your annual budget, which we're also going to talk about today. So your bylaws. You said lunch was ready? Okay, do we want to break for lunch and keep talking? Okay, why don't we go get lunch and then bring it back in here and we can talk and eat at the same time? That works?
I do anyway.
Yeah,
My typical day.
I can't remember ever having too much break.
I figured out the other day that my contract says that I'm supposed to work from 8:30 to 5, which means that I'm supposed to be getting a half-hour break for lunch. Thank you. I was going to bring an office manager person with me to help.
So, well, I think, I mean, I love project design, I teach deadlines, I think I and the next year. But through AFP. So I've got to balance. I really I thought that I wanted to stay involved, interested. What I do is write. I can edit. Well, they're not bad. When they don't, which is inevitable every time. I've worked with families.
So where did this come from? So I kind of started pursuing this company about 4 years ago. So it kind of worked out. It took like 3 years. They hired me for a day. Yeah. So they're kind of and it's funny because, you know, they average you every 6 weeks. The revenue comes in at a different amount. And we calculate it. So every month, so you think you have a $2 million budget. Every 6 weeks, they want you to put in 6 weeks, 88. And then they average it. Then they calculate it. And then they say, this is what we gave you. This is what we're going to owe you. And here's the difference. Here it is. And then here it is.
Yeah, pretty much.
So how long have you been consulting?
I actually started the business in February, and we moved down here in September.
You moved down here from
Texas.
Texas?
But what I
So it's
do,
your own business?
yes, it's my own business. I have a partner, But what I do in a charter school, the operations side, I've been doing it for over 20 years.
Oh,
So
yeah,
very
you always
experienced.
try to talk to Carol. I'm thinking, I met Carol. Carol, did you meet the rest of the board? Yeah.
I did not meet, I think, is that Elizabeth?
Right, you didn't meet this.
No, and I met Liz, and I didn't meet this gentleman here.
That's my ex-husband, no.
Oh, okay. Okay, everyone else, I
Okay, good. Carol,
It sounds so funny when you say that, and they still get along.
Yes. Biz from your town, is, Curtis is like traveling, but Carol and I, been discussing, about, brief discussions about services that she provides, and the more I listen to that, the more, I don't want to say overwhelmed, but it's probably the right word. This is a lot to do about that. The Carol, you want to briefly do an overview for the board and Ben and Liz.
Yes. So what I do, my partner and I would come in and sit with you and help you build out your day-to-day operations. So you spend all this time getting everything in place, but when you start your charter school the first time that they open, what is your crisis response plan going to look like? What is your office manager responsible for? Do you have a receptionist? How do you get supplies ordered? What's the process of doing a field trip? How far in advance? So we put all those in place, there's systems in place, like Elizabeth said, your vice president changes a lot in 35 years. So with all these systems in place, when your leader leaves, they don't take all that knowledge with them. So the system is in place, and then whoever you hire, they can train to talk to them. Yeah, so the process of the system, the training is already in place. So whoever comes in, it doesn't matter. You have that process in place. You can build metrics around it. So when you're trying to do a rating of someone who's not on the academic side, how do you know they're successful? So you're so focused on the academic side. So we build all that. And we can be as involved as you want to be, and do that. I mean,
Someone told me that True North was working with Alliance.
Well, there might be, the only compliance managers I'm working with them now are the ones that are.
So,
Ones for the business, compliance review, network. I work with multiple counties, and David Masters does his annual compliance review, negative, failures to rate for. So for example, I know one of our schools, we put in place, one of the schools that build out Dallas, that if you are a serious show for the compliance for their, is what we have to show every year for compliance. It's pretty hefty. And you don't have the knowledge of if you want to bring the kind of artifacts to show to meet compliance, or you can do it sometimes, depending on who comes out with you.
because the idea is, you don't want to be a.
I did on there. They're trying to replace charter schools. So they did a program developing to do the system for charter schools.
That would be great, because
Where are you going?
I don't think charter schools is bad, but it's,
So the
it
idea
is very
is,
expensive.
you concentrate on the academic.
They rely very heavily on it.
Because all that other stuff.
Brevard does too, by the way.
All that other stuff is.
Brevard's the other one that I know of.
I have an oversight.
Oh, yeah.
In the operations of the school, that's why you get. And so you're not going in.
When somebody from Brevard found out I was working at the system for the state,
It's interesting because I just had.
I got an email from an attorney who's representing the school in Brevard, complaining about it. Because I guess Brevard requires a lot more for contractor budgets and charter schools, and they require them to upload things into their commons. So they wanted to be aware that this is.
Oh, okay.
And trusted.
Dave has gotten better at that, because it used to be that you had to upload it to the charter trace, and then you also had to show it to your compliance review. Really, The people that come up to the compliance review, the same people that find it in charge, so we actually have gotten better with that, thank God. Because I'm not to get to they're very repetitive, unnecessarily.
Yeah. And we can't. You can't.
So the way that you do your budgets, you just have a line item for my survey.
I wish we could share our food.
Yeah, so we'll put everything.
So it's okay if we bring someone to the
We'll provide
It's okay, you can bring someone to the service and what we do this budget prices.
So that's the first part is really understanding what, you don't know really, a lot of times people don't know all the things that they go into. They will go out through the process of what's in there and they will say, you know what? This is really complicated, I want you to do this from A to Z, but this piece right here is not that complicated, just like put a procedure for it. And then I can just do it as I hire that person. So the procedure, I can train them and will.
Two more people to come back in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We got me.
You have a website? I do. You give you a card.
Kind of look at it. We'll be on.
That's what Chuck said. Okay. We're all back in, so should we get started? Okay. Thanks again for lunch.
Unique.
So the next topic I wanted to talk about were bylaws, and I emailed you earlier this week and asked you to bring copies of your bylaws along if you have them. So if you want to, I might give you time to pull those out and take a look at them. I have seen charter schools who have just adopted bylaws from other nonprofit organizations and called them their bylaws. That is not always appropriate because sometimes nonprofit agencies have different laws that they operate under than charter schools, and some things in those bylaws may be inappropriate. Most often what I see that's inappropriate are the voting requirements. So there'll be things in there like voting by proxy is allowed under X, Y, and Z circumstances. Charter schools, that is not allowed. So if you have anything in there that you pulled from another nonprofit agency, I would recommend having somebody review them. As part of the support unit, we can review your documents for you and offer suggestions back things you might want to consider. So if you have a bylaw that you've already adopted or that you're thinking about adopting, feel free to send it to me and I can review it and send it back with any comments. But essentially what your bylaws should have is just a few headings. I have seen bylaws as long as 90 pages, which is ridiculous. What they did is they actually incorporated all of their policies into their bylaws. So in that case, what we have to do is helping them to determine what should be a policy and what should be bylaws. Your bylaws generally should be about 6 to 9 pages long at the most, I would say. And the first thing you want to talk about is your members. If you're going to have members, in most cases, charter schools do not. So you just have the brief sentence that says there will be no members of this corporation. Then you're going to want the composition of your board. Things that you're going to want to have in here are the number of members on your board, which is generally between 3 and 7. I've seen them go as high as 13, but they get to be a bit unmanageable when you get that much. I think 5 to 7 is an ideal number for a charter school. You should have in there a term for how long your elections are. So when somebody is added to your board, how long they're going to be added. Remember before I said you should keep a spreadsheet with fingerprints and background checks? The expiration of their board membership is also a good thing to keep track of. I usually keep it on the board roster. I have the board members listed, their names, their addresses, their phone numbers, the date they were added to the board, when their term expires, and when they completed the governance training. So that's the way to keep track of that. But have some way of keeping track of it. What's your process for re-election, if any? Like, can board members be indefinitely just get re-elected over and over and over again? Or if they're back to 3 terms and then they need to be off for a while and then rejoin, that kind of thing?
Is that required?
Election procedures, you may want to outline. Typically, it's just board votes on their own board members. So you want to have something that says how board members get elected. and how you're going to do the vacancies. Most often what happens there is that you hire or elect somebody to fill up the remainder of that person's term. And the reason for that is because you want staggered terms. You don't want all substantive board members ending on the same year. You want 3 ending 1 year, 2 ending another year, and 2 ending another year, or 3 and 4 or something. So that way you're not losing all of your board members in 1 year. I work from home, and I don't normally talk this often, and I can feel my voice getting loud. Officers, you should have something in there that talks about what officers you have in the corporation, such as the board chairperson, secretary, and treasurer. Some will have an assistant chairperson. The person really doesn't serve any role other than filling for the chairperson when they're not there, but many bylaws will define those. The other thing that in the responsibilities for those officers, pay attention to the way they're written. Usually what I recommend is that you have, like for the secretary, we'll keep the minutes or we'll cause the minutes to be kept. Because you oftentimes don't want the secretary actually be the one who keeps the minutes because then they can't participate in the conversation. If you get to the point where you have staff and you have a secretary who comes to the board meetings in the evening, they could take the minutes for you, and the secretary is just responsible for overseeing them. So that's why you want that or clause to be kept, that language in your bylaws. Your bylaws should also identify your meetings. And usually there are 3 types of meetings that happen with your governing board. You have your annual meeting, which I don't know why it's called an annual meeting. Every bylaw I've ever read has that. You have an annual meeting, that's where elections are held, it's usually in summer. Then you have your regular meetings, which require usually more notice than special meetings. And the special meetings, it's your last minute type thing. Special meetings, most of the time when I read bylaws, will say that they can only deal with one agenda. And the notice on those is usually pretty quick. So like if you have your refrigerator broke down and you need to authorize a purchase of $3,000 to buy a refrigerator, it's that scheduled meeting for 24 hours, that special meeting is one agenda.
So the notice is only 24 hours?
There's no statutory requirement, but that's usually what it is.
That should only be for like emergency issues.
Yeah, you shouldn't be dealing with a lot of issues.
It's a nice
Just if something has to be like signed before the next board meeting.
Curtis, would you suggest that even now, I hesitated to call a board meeting recently because I don't, we don't have a contract. But should I still maybe post?
I would get into the habit of doing it. It's not required to do that now, but I think it's probably good habit to get into to start practicing that. You're not required to do it until you actually have a contract. Once you have a contract and you're coming to these trainings with a group of your board members, you have to post these trainings as a meeting before.
Really?
Yeah, because 2 or more of your board members are getting together.
And just a post on the website or on a social media company?
Yeah, usually what I do is I post it on the website, put it on the bulletin board at the school, and that's sufficient. Some contracts will have special requirements with regards to posting your meetings. Miami-Dade is the only one I've seen, but it wouldn't surprise me if others follow suit, where you have to post it on a district calendar. So make sure you pay attention to your current contract if it has any kind of special reporting requirement. Your bylaws should also identify your quorum, which is how many people need to be present at your board meeting to have a vote. The government sunshine laws, as they currently state, and are currently interpreted by most attorneys, is that you need to have quorum present in person. And if you're present in person, other people can participate electronically in extenuating circumstances. But it doesn't define extenuating circumstances. So take that for what you will. Last year there was a bill that was proposed to get rid of that requirement. I'm hoping that they bring it up again, but it hasn't really drafted.
Curtis, can I just don't, and we can provide information, but another point from an insurance perspective that we deal with constantly is public records law. You're all about familiar with that, but that's getting very, it's on everybody's screen. And those laws, I mean, you really have to comply. There's people that are out there making money They're
Yeah.
suing public entities because they don't comply with public
There's someone
records.
out there making.
It's amazing.
But there's someone out there making like a ton of public
The
records.
Chandler Brothers.
requests. Right.
The
I'm
Chandler
sorry.
They're called the brothers, it's the Chandler Brothers.
Okay.
And they're these big government and the sunshine advocates. And they're basically going to these entities
Almost every
and,
school.
and having them trip up. It's on, they go to the guy cutting the grass at the city of Exeter and ask them for information. And if they give them the wrong answer, it's $5,000.
Yep.
Because they're gonna sue the city and we're gonna pay it. So I've got information on that. If anything needed, we've got our attorneys that have done, you know, and nothing novel to you, but we've got some really good guidelines for, you know, how to follow public records. You gotta be very, once you open your doors, you really gotta be cognizant of, you know, how public records works. Because otherwise you're gonna be calling us for liability insurance.
And you're not
I just
allowed
wanted
to
to
ask
check that.
why. I actually have a slide about public records on YouTube. But you're not allowed to ask why. They want documents. If they ask for payroll records, take out social security records, but otherwise provide them with payroll records.
And in this day of texting and emailing, I mean, it's so intricate, you know, how far reaching this is. So I could send you maybe something, Curtis, that, you know, our attorneys have done. I'm sure you've got information on it.
Richard sits on the insurance board or something or another, and I guess you guys just had a presentation by an attorney who wants me to have that person do a webinar.
Yeah.
Voting, you should also talk in your election, your bylaws should be consistent with state statute. So you can't give somebody permission to vote on behalf of somebody else or proxy or the ability to abstain from votes unless you have a personal conflict. All of those things need to be very consistent with state statute when you're writing your bylaws. And generally, sometimes you'll see in bylaws orders of business, meaning like we're going to follow Robert's rule of order, but that's not required. I've seen that less and less now, but that will also sometimes be defined in bylaws. Sometimes you'll see bylaws talk about committees, and if you have committees, who appoints them? Bylaws will sometimes say that only certain, like the board has to appoint members to committees or something along those lines. You can have that in there, it kind of restricts you if you have it more than you need. And then there should be like a general section at the end that says how you make an amendment, when your fiscal year is, and most importantly for the IRS, what would happen if you end up closing your organization. And the IRS wants to see that any resources that you have will go back to other not-for-profit agencies. The district is going to want it to see that any money, anything that's purchased with public money would go back to the school district. And the CSP office will probably also look for that. So those are the things you want to make sure are in your bylaws. If you follow the standard subdivision format, it doesn't have a termination clause in there.
Right, we added one, we didn't do that. If you write it all,
That's an insurance question. I'm not sure.
When you talk about special meetings, so how does the board, as your example, get a new refrigerator without having to all meet? Are there ways to do that that are acceptable?
It depends what your policies say. If your policies say that the board needs to approve any purchase over $2,000, then you need to have a board meeting. If your policies say that the principal can approve purchases up to $500 out of the budget, and if it's within that range, then the principal can just approve it. But you want to set policies in terms of how your purchasing decisions are made, so that is clear.
But even with that limit, let's say it's a $2,000 item, do you have to have a physical meeting, or is there a way to do an online type?
No, you cannot do any kind of analysis.
Physical meeting. Okay, no phone calls, physical. meeting.
You're never call another board member to discuss it.
Okay, that's true, yeah. Yeah, so you can do-
Florida Sunshine Law, it was
But
anything that could come before on an agenda of the board meeting. If you're calling to talk about going out to dinner, that's fine. But if you're calling to talk about the school budget, that's not. Or if you're calling to talk about the pretty bricks you want to put in the garden, that would still be a violation because it could eventually become before the board. So your bylaws kind of are those big picture items, and then you should have a policy manual underneath there. The way I define policy manual is your board's directions to your staff on how the school is supposed to be operating. And I think I told you guys in November, when I first took over a charter school, I thought one of the greatest things was flexibility. We didn't need a whole lot of policy. And within the first year, I quickly changed my mind on that. And you want to have policies for lots and lots of things. Because it will really protect you as a governing board, that you've given direction how things are supposed to be handled, and it will also protect the principal when they have to meet with the parents and deal with the parents screaming across the table because of X, Y, and Z. So I recommend that you adopt a comprehensive policy manual. The first thing you should think about is how you're going to organize your policies. Probably in May when you go to the training, Kathleen Schoenberg will tell a story about how she worked with a school that adopted a policy that was very contentious, and then 10 years later the board had completely switched over, but she was still the attorney, and the board started debating the same issue all over again, and nobody knew that it had already been decided because they didn't have a way of keeping all of their policies together in a single format. So first thing about your policies is develop a format that you can put them all in. In your binder, one of the tabs, and I remember on it,
Very comprehensive.
is a sample policy manual that I've been developing over the last several years. And it has all the policies that I could add. I'm sure there's others that are out there that have not been added yet, and we'll get to those eventually. You could use the format that we have in ours, and what that is section 1 is a foundation, like mission statement, that kind of stuff. Section 2 is governing board, section 3 is employment. And that's actually, the schools I work with, what I recommend is that section 3 is actually the employee handbook. You just pull that out of the policy manual and use that as your handbook. Then you have student policies like attendance, lottery, things like that. Teaching and learning, if you have any policies about curriculum or grading, management, in terms of the way the school is operated. 7, fiscal operations is extremely important. We'll talk more about this in March in terms of policies for finances. The CSP office is going to want to see extremely explicit policies about purchasing and how money's handled and how you accept cash and all of those kinds of things. Facilities, you may want to have policies, especially if you own your own facility. If you're renting, it's a little less important, but policies in terms of how you decide when things get changed, or if you're going to rent out your space to other organizations, et cetera, et cetera. And then transportation, food service, and before and after services. Speaking of before and after services, if you haven't thought about before and after care, I recommend you think about it because it's a huge revenue generator and it helps to balance your budget. The question?
Yes. Actually, one on the before and after care as well. When you do your before and after care, also have in mind that when they're paying for the before and after care, have some sort of way to track it so that you can provide receipts for their taxes at the end of the year. They will blow up your office if you don't have that in place. You have to put it in place later. The second piece I was going on was the policy manual that's adopted by the board is very different than the procedure manual that is actually enforcing the policy at the campus, correct? Because when I think of policy, it's very broad. When I think of procedure, it says how you actually do it.
The way with the stuff that we created for this year, we have a policy manual, and then we don't have very many of them yet, but we have some standard operating procedures, SOPs, that kind of support the policy. But we haven't developed a procedure manual or anything. But we have some SOPs that we created and posted. Okay. So the first step is come up with how you're going to organize this. And then once you have that structure built, when you adopt policies, you can just put it in the structure. So if you know that all of your student-related policies are going in Chapter 4, then 4.b is where you would adopt this particular policy. And then you have one document that is your policy manual, and it's all organized in one place. Does that make sense? Okay. The other thing I would recommend is do not adopt the policy manual in your binder. As much time as I put into putting that together, it may not be appropriate for your school. So do not just say, yes, this is our policy manual. Go through it page by page and read it and make sure that what's in there is what you're going to operate. There's stuff in there about standards-based grading. I am a big proponent of standards-based grading, but most schools don't actually use it. So if your school isn't using it, you're probably going to want to take that policy out. So don't just adopt it. When you open it online on the computer, you'll see that there's places that are highlighted in yellow, and those are places you have to change because it refers to your director. You might call them a principal, you might call them a headmaster. It refers to the organization's name, etc. So make sure that you're going through that. What I would do is I'd schedule them out for the next couple months So next month, we want to focus on human resources policy, so we're going to focus on section 3. And then the month after that, we'll focus on section 4 to get the students that out of it. But basically, break it out so that you're not trying to do it all at the same time. I mentioned before, you're probably in your mind want to get to a point where you're not meeting as often as you are now. In order to do that, you need to start thinking about how you want to spend your time. And the only way you can really do that is the way you structure your agenda. So I wanted to talk a little bit about agendas. It's as simple as that may seem. Some of them I've seen are really strange. So think about how do you want to spend your time as an organization. If you want to spend a whole lot of time listening to how this has 6 times in second grade last week, or do you want to focus more on like financial reports? How do you want to structure that so that you get the information that you need as leaders on the board, but also that you can manage to not spending 3 hours of your meetings? So I have 2 examples of agendas. This is one for a school that I was working with. You have the opening call, there's a roll call and agenda approval. Then you have reports, and we'll talk more about reports in a bit. Then a consent agenda. You may have been to a district meeting where they have a consent agenda. Basically what that is it's things that are sort of routine that can just go through without a whole lot of discussion. So if you need to renew your copy of your contract, you could put that on the consent agenda, and when you approve your agenda, you approve all of the items that are on the consent agenda at once. So you don't have to talk about each individual line item, you just in mass approve all of them. If a board member wants to talk about something that's on the consent agenda, before you approve it, they would pull it off. So when you get to the point where you say you're approving the agenda, the board member would say, I would really like to pull point C off of the consent agenda. So then you would just move point C down to the business items, and then you approve everything else on the list. And the point is that you don't talk about the stuff that's on that list. And in order to do that effectively, that means that board members need to receive all of that stuff before the board meeting so that they can review it. So it does take a little bit of pre-planning, but it can help your board meetings run a lot more smoothly. Then with your board discussion, you can list out all the things that you need to talk about. This is an example of another agenda that I've used. This governing board had a little bit more difficult time staying on task, so we actually put time limits on the conversations. The hard part about putting time limits on the conversations is trying to guess how long something will take. Because, like, I put the budget on, and I figure, well, the budget is like the most important thing you do, so it's of course going to take us half an hour at least to discuss that. It took 5 minutes, and so that's the hard part, is trying to guess how long things will take. But if you have times on there, and then you have somebody who's appointed as the timekeeper, and once you reach that time, you either vote on it or cut it off and put it on the next agenda. That way you can stay on that. Then with the minutes, I have seen minutes range from nothing to a word-by-word transcription of the meeting that took place. Neither one of those are good. What you want to do is summarize the conversation and make sure you explicitly list the decisions that were made. So what I do when I keep minutes is I take the agenda and I copy and I paste it, and I change the font to make it a gray color and shrink it down. And then in the normal size font, I put in a summary of the conversation that's happening, and in the bold font, I put the actual decision. That's the way I do it. That's no reason that it's right or wrong, but it works for me, and it makes a clear distinction between what's happening. The other thing that I've started doing is I bring a projector when I take minutes for any board, and I put the minutes on the screen. And anytime there's a motion, I type out the motion that's on the screen so they can see what they're voting on before they vote. And the reason I've done this is because multiple times I've had this particular school go back and change the wording of a motion that's being made when they approve their minutes, which completely changed the entire point of what they voted on. To the point where they tried to unhire the principal. They did not never hired the principal. So that's why I post. I've never been experienced. So I post the minutes up on the screen so that way they can see what they're voting on and make sure that they can't come back later on and say that I reworded something really different than what was meant to be. The next thing that I recommend is that you develop, and I call it a dashboard, but you can call it whatever you want. But as governing board members, what information do you need to make effective decisions? And probably you're going to need financial decisions, financial information. Probably you're going to want assessment information once your school gets up and running. You want your principal to provide like report card summaries or test summaries, but you don't want to get into the minutia of all of that. So as a governing board, you need to start thinking about what direction are you going to give your staff to what you need back from them to know that things are going the way they're supposed to. And you're probably a little early to start thinking about this because you don't have staff yet. But if you can start that process early and get your new hires into that habit, it's going to make your life easier later on. So you have to decide what key pieces of information you need. This is an example when I was the principal at Pinellas Prep. This is what we used when we did the board reports. So that top section there, I know it's too small to read, but the top section was our financial information, had bank account information, how much was actually in the bank in each of our accounts. The next part down was our enrollment numbers, because without enrollment, you don't have school, so that was an important piece for the board. So we had our current enrollment, and then how many people were on the waiting list, and then how many people had applied for next year. And then down below, we converted the report cards into GPA scores, and we gave them by grade and by subject level where the kids were on their report cards. And then we did a narrative response in terms of how things were going. And then over on the second page, you'll notice that checklist that I brought up earlier is on there. I copied and pasted that, and I checked off everything that's been done that was supposed to. So this was an example of a report that we did.
We have a copy.
Oh, oops. Hopefully you don't remember that whole previous conversation. You asked for a copy of this? Email me and I can send you. I don't think I put one of these in the binder, but if you email me, I can send it.
I think the key to this is that you did all the work up front. Because it takes a lot of planning. I assume you had a system in place that you could plot things in, but still, you're the one that was making them work.
Yeah, and unfortunately that often does fall on the principal, and usually when I do this conversation for the governing boards, the principal is like, but it often falls on the principal. When I was principal, my family and I got into a routine where on Friday nights we'd go out to dinner and then I'd go back to school and I'd stay there till like 2 or 3 in the morning. And this is one of those things that was a 2 or 3 in the morning kind of an activity because I could concentrate and there was nobody around. It's also why I'm burnt out as a principal.
Just real quick, on the previous slide, when you talk about dashboard areas, you have human resources. What would you put on human resources? Because I know like you have to be real careful of what you expose.
I would just put like if there have been any resignations or if there have been any new hires. I would not put any detail in terms of issues that were going on. If there's anything that could potentially rise to the board level later on, I might give them a little verbal heads up on something. But when we talk about human resources later today, I'm going to tell you that your governing board shouldn't be making a whole lot of human resources decisions. You should pawn that all off on training. Training schedule?
Under human resources.
Yeah, if you wanted to provide board with updates on professional development.
At some point, will you give us some guidance with attorneys? You know, how often will we need an attorney? If we need an attorney on staff, should an attorney attend board meetings that deal with HR issues? Just some general guidance on the whole attorney thing.
I'm going to wait until we talk about human resource companies, and then I'll talk more about that. But in general, yes, you should. I think you should have your attorney on retainer, somebody who you trust who's familiar with charter school law. And you probably also, if that person is not familiar with employment law, or have somebody in a firm who does employment law, another attorney who can follow employment law. So I'll talk more about that.
Did you say that you could email that last one for Pinellas?
Yeah, if you email me, I'll send it to you. This is an example of a financial report that we do back office, because everyone does back office for charter schools, finances. So this is an example of one of the financial reports we create for schools. The top left corner compares income to expenses. The top right corner compares the balance sheets, total assets, and then the line is the cash on hand, and then the cash on hand is projected out based on the budget. And so in this particular case, I don't know if you can see it here, but it goes below 0. So in this case, this school needed to make some budget changes, otherwise they were going to end up in problems later in the year. And then down here, we just do budget versus income, income and expenses budget versus actual, just so they can kind of get a quick picture of what their finances say. With regards to financial reports, especially if you hire an accountant to do your financial reports for you. If you get a financial report that you don't understand or know how to read, it does you no good. A lot of times I'll see accountants will just, like, they'll print off the balance sheet and the profit and loss statement, and there's one other report, thank you. You go right this second.
Cash flow.
Cash flow, thank you. And they'll give those to the board, and then they'll expect that that meets the requirements for reporting for financial. But if you don't have another accountant on the board who understands how to do those things, it does you no good. So tell your accountant exactly what you want to see, how you want to see it, or have your accountant come in and do training for you on how to understand what they're doing. Because if you get a financial report that you don't understand, you have no way of knowing if your school is financially viable. I personally don't like accrual-based accounting, but that is what we're supposed to use. And in my perspective, it feels like it's a way of hiding money. And I know that's not true, but that's the way it feels for me as an educator. So when I get those financial reports and it talks about accrued expenses and accrued income, and I don't understand what any of that stuff means, and I need somebody to explain it. So we actually did cash-based accounting, and somebody just converted it later on after the fact at the school where I was, but you're not supposed to do that. But whatever, my point is that whatever system you're using, if you don't understand it, it's doing you no good. So make sure you understand. You want to chime in on that since you're accounting?
Yeah, bigger districts pretty much run a cash. They run a cash system or a modified accrual. Yeah, the accrual is confusing to the clients, especially when you get from one fiscal year to the next and you're trying to adjust for cash flow and you're running very close and you don't have a lot of reserves and you're relying on short-term financing to help you get through. But typically we follow what the districts follow or your authorizers follow. If they want it on a modified or an accrual basis, we will do it according to what their finance departments dictate to them to make them the happiest. And it varies from Hillsborough to Palm Beach to Dade, and it all depends what system their finance department is on, and which ones that they adopt. They're always doing government accepted or Gatsby. That's the world they're living in, and everything's got to be Florida Red Book. But it seems like the districts with all their reserves, they typically don't worry about paying their teachers over the summertime because they've got reserves for it. And which is not the case with charter schools. If you're only in school for 10 months out of the year, but you're paying for your teachers over 12 months, and you're only getting money for that 10-month period, you better make sure you have enough money to cover those 2 months that you're paying out. So you've got the fiscal year and the different duty days of your employees, and that gets a little bit tricky, and it all depends on, like Curtis said, what policies you adopt, how you pay your teachers.
There's a state-required financial report that you have to do, and in my opinion, you get no viable information from those reports. It's a monitoring system for the state and districts, but as a board member, you definitely want more information that you're getting on those reports. So make sure you use that app. So my recommendation is that you set up a schedule for your timelines for board meetings. So in order to get this working the way you want to, you need to get all of that documentation before the board meeting so you have a chance to review it. I get annoyed when I go to a board meeting, it starts 10 minutes late, and then they spend the first 15 minutes reading the minutes. That should all have been done beforehand, and we've wasted 25 minutes. So all like the minutes, the reports, all of that stuff, in my opinion, should be sent out before the meeting so that everybody has a chance to read them. And get into a timeline that works for you. What I like to do is about 10 days before a meeting, remind everybody we have a meeting coming up on X date, and this is what the current draft of the agenda is. Do you have anything else you'd like to see added? And then about a week before the meeting, send out the agenda along with any related materials on the agenda. And then I also recommend setting a deadline after the meeting is done for when you want the minutes sent out. The reason for that is oftentimes I've seen what happens is the secretary will hold on to their notes, and they can have handwritten notes or something, and then like a week before the next meeting, like, oh yeah, I have to do the minutes. And then they have to try to figure out what their notes meant, and it may not be very clear. So I recommend setting a deadline after your meeting, having the minutes done within a few days, so that it doesn't sit in somebody's desk. I put everything together in a packet for the governing board when I send it out, and it's a single PDF file, which has all of the materials that they need for that meeting. I'm a techie that, to me, is easy to put all together. There may be something that works better for you. Some people prefer actual paper binders. Whatever works for your governing board, you can set up that process. This is an example of an annotated agenda. So when I was preparing meetings for governing boards, when I was principal and when I'm helping the school startup, I would take the agenda and either, like the one on the left here is the actual agenda, and I actually put in blue a description of what that agenda item was going to be, to give the board people a heads up that this is what we're talking about if you have to prepare for it at all. The second example that's on the right there, that is kind of like a cover page. This is more like what districts do. So we have the agenda, and then I did a cover page for each individual agenda item, and then gave a quick description of what it was that we're going to be talking about, and if there were any attachments for that particular agenda item. So that way it was all together. Whatever works for you is fine, but I recommend getting into the habit of something, so that way when you have your principal take this over for you, that they kind of know what you're expecting. You're also going to eventually find that you're going to get into routines, and this again goes back to your to-do list. So there are things that you're going to want to handle at certain times of the year. In April, you're going to want to start thinking about your enrollment for the next year, selecting your auditor, doing your administrative evaluation. In May-ish, June-ish, you're really going to need to be focused on your budget for the next year and get that all set. In July, you probably want to do officer elections. In October, you do your final or your first FTE count, so you're going to have to readdress your budget again, make sure that you're on task for what you're supposed to do. So you kind of have this ebb and flow that you'll kind of get into the habit of. But if you have this list beforehand, you can make sure you don't forget things. I should have put it in early October on here. There's this thing called out-of-field teaching, where if your teachers are not certified in what they're teaching, so say, for example, you have a kid who has English as a second language, and their teacher does not have an ESOL endorsement. That teacher is considered out of field. And in order to get paid for that class, because that teacher is out of field, your board has to approve them to teach that course out of field. So you need to have on your agenda and in your minutes this approval at some point before FTE. So sometime in September and October, you need to have this meeting and approve those people. Oftentimes, I'll see schools that will forget this, and like 3 days before the FTE date, they need to call a special meeting to approve their out-of-field teachers. But if you have it on a schedule and you know that it's coming up, you can not get caught last minute. We already talked about sunshine goes into effect once your contract is signed. So right now you are not really under sunshine for most of you, but when you are, you need to make sure that you're following all of those public meeting records, posting your meetings, making sure that your minutes are posted in the sunshine, and you're also then required to follow public records laws. I think I went through these slides in November. Are there any questions on sunshine specifically?
Communication. I'm still a little, but something that you just mentioned, you talk about sending out, like, for example, the agenda. Right now, like, I guess that was maybe as a principal sending it to the board. Is the principal not under sunshine code?
No, the principal is not under sunshine. And unilateral communication is okay. So if you as a board chair send out the agenda to your board members, that's okay so long as nobody has replied at all and starts talking about what's on the agenda.
But if someone wants to add something to the agenda, they would just reply.
Yes.
That's okay, just because of adding to the agenda. But in further discussion.
Just adding to the agenda. You can't discuss the agenda items, share your opinions or anything like that. Just adding to the agenda.
And so I'm assuming, you might have said it earlier, I'm not clear, as it relates to emails, I feel like Hillary now, emails and cell phones and all that, should we have a separate, me as the board chair, should I have a Legacy Academy cell phone and a personal cell phone?
I don't think that's necessary, but I would if I were to use that as a Google Voice number and have all of your school stuff go through that phone number, and that way you have records of everything in case anything ever comes up.
Because if Joe Simpson wanted to request my records, and it's not personal, then I'm in a quandary.
Yeah.
So they would have to then be allowed to get the Google account information,
Yes.
not your personal
Right.
information.
If you're only using that Google number for school, if you're only doing school-related activities on that Google number, then that Google number would be what you provide for open records. If you are not very good about following that rule, and sometimes use your personal phone and sometimes use your Google number, then they could ask for your other records. But if you just give them the habit of always making sure all your school stuff goes through one, then you're fine.
Okay, so as a board chair, if I were to purchase a laptop with the federal, with the funding, I should only use that laptop for school things, because if someone did a public, open records request, then my entire laptop.
They can only request public records.
Okay.
So if you're using, well, first of all, I think you should have a policy on school-owned property and what is allowed with school-owned property.
Right.
Generally, you'll see that you should only be using school-owned property for school stuff.
Only.
So with the new public records request, they can only request the public records that are on the computer. They can't request the entire computer.
Is email part of the public?
Email is part of public records, and text messages are, yes. Social media is.
A business document would not be subject to sunshine.
The only document other than student records that would not be open record is your emergency.
So basically, your laptop is public record except for student records. And
She's saying if she has a personal document on there where she wrote a letter to her mom, would that
Right, or something like that.
that would not be public record.
Now, what about, so like the principal is not subject to Sunshine State, but what if our bylaws say that the principal is a non-voting member of the board?
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
No. Because if you make them a non-voting member of the board, they do become
That
open
makes
session.
sense. Okay. So they still need to attend all the meetings and be part of discussion. It won't change their role at meetings, taking them off as a non-voting member.
Correct. I would actually put it on their contract as a requirement that they have to present. So last time, I'm jumping ahead again. Yeah, that's the next slide. Public records. Last time I told you should set up an email system that has an email archival thing set up. Have you done that?
I haven't done it. We haven't done it. Let me see.
So I would say that this is a high priority item for you.
So we all have separate
You'll have what?
We all have like separate emails.
Yeah, we set up Google Docs for education.
Then you have. So you have the apps. App is all the same. The app, Montessori.
At
whatever.
Cypress.
Yeah.
Then you're good.
So, okay, me archival is different.
Archive is automatically set up in Google Apps for education.
Okay, so then.
Good job.
You have to set up. You should set up an email system, and all of your public communication should go through that email in case there's ever a public records request.
Yeah, I was waiting for the agreement, but you said not.
You don't need to, no. The one I recommend, not that I'm supposed to recommend any company over another, but I would openly recommend Google Apps for Education because it's free. And it's very easy to sign up. You guys did it already with your.
We signed it up, and now all of the documents, like all of our draft contracts, everything are in Drive, so everybody can access the same things. All the board members have access to the exact same documents.
Okay, so you just went to google.com and started setting up.
You search for Google Apps for Education, and there's a form you have to fill out.
You'll have to, there's some steps of verifying your domain, you kind of prove who you are. Kind of thing, you don't need a contract, that's something most people don't.
So you all have already done that?
Yeah, you'll have to, if you have, do you have a website yet, or at least
I don't know if we have a domain either.
a domain for the, you don't have to have a
Domain
website.
first.
You'll have to buy a domain, and then there's technical stuff that you have to do that's how Google can tell that you're affiliated with it.
I have set that up for a lot of schools, so if you want to set up a virtual meeting with me, we can sit down and do it together in about 10 minutes. It's pretty easy. I'm traveling Monday, Tuesday.
I'll call you Wednesday.
I will be in the office. I have another conference call at 2.
I'll call you Wednesday.
Yeah, so public records, which we talked about a couple times. There was just a big, huge public records request that went out and it scared a bunch of people. About a year ago, there was an attorney who requested public records from all the schools for payroll, I think it was, and then he turned around and he sued a whole bunch of schools that didn't reply. Then there was another guy who sent out a public records request this week that looked very similar, but I happen to know that guy, and I think he's doing his doctoral research, but he didn't say why he wanted all that information, so a lot of the attorneys started jumping and like, oh no, not another one.
You don't have to say that.
No, you don't. Yeah, I'm the school's management companies. I have to take the blame for bringing it before because I originally hired him. Another thing that you're going to want to think about as governing board members is sustaining your board membership and recruiting the new board members, because eventually you're going to have people who leave and come back in, and so you need to start thinking about how you're going to handle that. First question I would ask is, do you enjoy being on the board? And if not, what is it that's bothering you, and how can you fix that? Because if it's bothering you, it's probably going to bother somebody else. So think about how your board is operating. If it is that your board only starts meetings 45 minutes after posted agenda time, that would drive me nuts and make me want to quit the board. So that would be something that would probably need to be fixed in order to recruit additional board members. This is a list of skills in your binders.
Do you have another of the handouts? Because I don't think my binder has all of this stuff. I was one of the ones that got the new one today.
It should, because I put everything in.
Yeah, I'm not finding. This is 2 or 3 times. I'm looking for that little arrow to the bullseye thing.
If you go to your binders, let's see here. How do I put it in here? Board member application. Tab number 16 is a sample board member application that I've created, and it asks people to rank themselves on these skills. What I would recommend you do as a governing board is decide what skills you think are important to have. Like if you feel it's important that you have somebody with legal experience on your board, and you feel it's important to have somebody with accounting experience and somebody with educational leadership experience, once you know what your matrix is in terms of what you want, you can look at your current board membership to figure out where you're weak. You know, we don't have this skill that we said is important, and then start trying to recruit people specifically who have that skill. So if you need an attorney on your board, maybe you could reach out to law firms and see if there's anybody who needs to do any pro bono work or something like that. With regards to having an attorney on your board, you're not going to probably find an attorney with charter school experience to be on your board. But if you have an attorney who knows when it's important to call an attorney for help, that's an important skill to have. So identify what skills you want on your board, identify what your current strengths are, and then when you start reaching out, use that to do. Oh, thank you. Go ahead and let's see here. Try talking. No, not yet. Let me turn the volume off. I was getting this really weird feedback thing earlier, and I had to turn my volume off.
Yeah, she can hear us. Because if not, she'd be just.
Is this on? It was on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, try now.
Can you hear me?
No, I can't.
Oh.
Can you type it in? I'll watch the chat.
I'll see what I could do.
Let me open the chat thing.
I'm sure she doesn't have a mute. Does she have a mute?
Yeah.
Well, you're full screen on her screen now. So, oh no, you're not. Why are you? You're on my screen. Try talking again. I think I heard you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Just talk loud.
Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So you were just about to get to this. It seems that you were about to get to recruiting board members, and we've had a lot of. I just got really bad feedback.
Yeah, it's my fault. Hold on, let me mute myself. Okay,
I'll type it in, okay? Okay.
All right, now go. All right, now go.
I'll type it in. Okay.
Okay. So I I had these grand plans of how well this was going to work. She's typing in her question. While she's typing, was there any other questions on this recruiting board members thing? Okay. There was Kathleen Schoenberg is one of the attorneys who deals with charter school law in Florida, and she did a presentation with a principal from Palm Beach about recruiting board members. So that is a webinar that's on our website that might be helpful. We have tried to recruit for the board, but we keep having a lot of people saying that they don't have any time. Do you have any ideas on how to sweeten the deal? Not really. You need to find people who have a really a commitment to the education and the school. Once you're up and running, you can oftentimes find parents who'd be willing to because they have a personal investment of their kids at the school. Then you have to make the decision of whether or not you want parents on your board and if you're going to have a ratio of what is appropriate for parents. Remember before I was talking about how you could have a parent who intentionally or not goes into the teacher's classroom and makes all of the teachers feel scared. That can happen a lot if you have parents on the board. So you have to decide, is that something that are your parents good about switching hats and being a good board member versus being a parent at the school? That's an important task. You also, well, under Florida law, you can give preference to people who have, you can give preference to the governing board's children in the lottery. And we got several of our board members because they wanted to get through the lottery.
That's great.
Under CSP rules, you're not allowed to do that. Under CSP rules, you're only allowed to give preference to the founding board's children, not to additional governing board children.
Sure?
Yes, I've had this conversation with them many times.
Which do we follow?
One of the things that could happen, I don't know if she's done this, is a lot of times people think of what a board member has to do based upon what they've heard about other boards. So if time is an issue, if they're able to communicate exactly what that time commitment is, at most, this is what you're going to be doing per month, then it may not be as big of a time commitment as people think it is based upon other people's experience.
And the more organized you make your board meetings, the better it's going to be because there'll be less time off of those people. Another good way is to have committees first and then to recruit people on the committees and then move them up to the board. Which rules do you follow in terms of the state versus the federal requirements? If you are a CSP recipient, meaning you got that CSP grant from the state, which you'll find out in a month or two, you have to follow the federal requirements. If you are not a CSP recipient, then you can just follow the state. And then the other question that she typed in is, can we have students, parents, admins, and teachers as non-voting board members? I would not have non-voting board members. It adds a whole level of requirements regarding sunshine, open government laws, so I wouldn't do that. And then forever, meaning going back to the other question, which rules do you follow? You only have to follow the CSP rules while your CSP grant is open. So once you've accepted your last dollar of CSP funds and you close that grant out, you can go back to the state rules and you can follow the state laws for lottery.
How do you define founding board?
I don't know. I just know that they've maybe changed the policy so many times that I know they require it to say founding board.
I thought founding board was the initial. Like I considered the three of us the founding board because we.
One's listed.
That would be a question for your grant specialist when you get assigned a grant specialist.
Yeah. Whoever's listed on the application.
Or do you get assigned the application?
That would make sense. The application is the district.
When you get when you get approved to move to phase 2, you're going to assign a grant specialist. Then the question was why non-voting board members? We have a collaborative governance structure. I think having public comment at board meetings is a good idea, and having public involved in board meetings is a good idea. But whenever you have a board member, they're subject to sunshine. And even if they're a non-voting board member, they'd still be subject to the sunshine requirements in terms of not being able to talk outside of governing board meetings, having to post anytime 2 or more of them get together, and you add in a whole lot of additional responsibilities that'll be difficult to manage. So I personally would not have any non-voting board members.
It could be a committee. Could they be a committee?
Yeah, you could have committees. Committees are also subject to sunshine if they're doing something that has been assigned by the governing board. So if the governing board has asked the committee to research digital signs to put out by the road, they're doing something on behalf of the board, and that is then subject to sunshine. So you have to post all of those meetings, keeps minutes, etc. All right, moving on. Insurance, we did that already. Finance and budget. No money, no mission.
Curtis, can I ask you a silly question? But
Yeah.
At lunch, I'd ask Carol, when you're saying, how do you, I guess, I don't know if the word market or recruit students to be at charter schools?
Promise them the world.
I mean, maybe it's just a dumb question, but just word gets out and,
We talked about that this morning. A lot of you are using social media websites. Not a whole lot of you are doing advertising yet, but eventually you do. There is usually paid advertising.
you can get a list of all, you can get a list of, well, I guess how would you get a list of the students potentially, too long a topic.
I've done that.
You can get demographics information.
So,
on Facebook, you can send to a certain audience
Oh, you
that
can,
has
okay.
children under the age of such and
Okay.
such.
I got you.
So but as far as like, names of students like a district would have access to.
I did, and I got a nice cease and desist letter from my district.
Oh, there you have it.
Excellent.
And then we had put in our contract that we could use the same mailing lists as the district used for recruiting. So then the next year I was able to go back to doing it. But yeah, that is a longer story. I won't go into that because we're behind. Finance and budget. Now is about the time that you should, if you haven't already, start thinking about opening a bank account so that you can keep all of your finances for the school separate and clear and very obvious. So if you haven't already, have you all set up bank accounts yet or no?
No, we haven't, but when we had our contract discussion with our county, they have a list that we have to pull from.
Of banks?
Yeah.
That's the first I've ever heard that.
Yeah, because I asked the question, because it was in the contract. And we have to go through our finance director, who will give us a list of approved banks.
Wonder why.
Districts every 3 years have to go out and rebid for banking services, big school districts. And they may be trying to push that on and apply that to charter schools. In certain states that we're in, charter schools are exempt from that. They don't have to do that, like
I've
Texas.
never heard or seen that before, so that's a new thing for me.
Yeah, it's in our contract. We have to call the
We have
finance
RFPs
director to get the list of depositories. And I was surprised by that language in this contract.
Well, I've heard that Brevard does do some unique things with money. So,
That's a very nice way to say things.
so with regards to your bank, be thinking about what your needs are. If you probably they need a checking account, obviously. Unfortunately, you probably won't need a savings account your first year. But eventually, you might want to get a money market account or things like that.
You have to be reserved, right?
No, you don't.
No.
And I think that's what we do.
The 3% reserve?
That's not a legal requirement. Some districts will put it in your contract, but not a requirement. Merchant accounts is something that a lot of schools are starting to think more about, meaning to be able to accept credit cards and debit cards. Several of the schools that we work with back office have gone to cashless. They do not accept cash at the school at all, period. So the parents have to go online and pay for things online or have a credit card terminal. I mean, they have those things now where you can plug it into your iPhone and you have the square things.
Yeah.
It's very convenient. I don't know how well that works with your bank, but that might be something you want to think about as you're researching banks to find somebody who does something that would work for you. If you are from a low socioeconomic status area, doing a cashless type system like that probably isn't going to work very well because a lot of the parents don't have access to credit cards or a way of being able to pay that way. The other thing to really pay attention to, in my opinion, when you go to banks is the amount you pay for fees for cashing checks. I know that when we were running our school and like when we do field trips and you have like $105 checks, you pay a lot in fees on those 100 checks. So make sure you check with your bank to see what those fees are and if they're reasonable and if you can find a better fees somewhere else.
Are there any of those merchant accounts that you've worked with that you find function well for schools?
I don't have any personal experience other than when I was principal, we used Google Wallet, but that has gone away. I know PayPal has a program for schools. I think Square does. The school that we work with that's going cashless, they go right through their bank. They have a portal on their website that goes directly to their bank.
Do they have a cash, did the bank set up the credit card machine at the school?
I would
know
imagine, but
some do.
I don't do the finances, so
Okay.
I don't know for sure. But I would imagine, if it were me setting it up, I would, because your grandparents are. I know when we our parent-teacher organization did an auction, and we did the Square payment thing for the auction, and the parent-teacher organization used that to keep track of it, and it worked really well. That's about the only experience I have. Audits. Your audit for your planning year is going to be tied into your first year of operation. So you don't need to have an audit this year. You'll need to have an audit in 2017, which will include all of the activity that's happening right now. Which means even though you're not getting audited for this, you're not getting audited this year, you will be audited on what's happening right now. So you need to make sure you're keeping very accurate receipts and documentation with your money. That's why I recommend you have a bank account set up, so that way it's really easy to clear out what is for what. You should still be documenting everything, and you probably need to start thinking, if you don't already, how you approve purchases. How does your board make those decisions? In March, we'll talk more about the finance policies, but that's one of the most important pieces of your finance policy is what level of approvals do who need to make? Can the principal purchase up to $500 and then a board member needs to approve over that? Or does a board member need to get involved if it's $5,000, or all of those decisions? We're going to talk more about those in March. And you don't need to start looking for your auditor, probably I would say December or January to start thinking about that next year. Some of your contracts will say you need to have an engagement letter by a certain time. You'll want to pay attention to that. But I would say that if there were no other requirements, I'd probably start doing an RFP around December or January to find your auditor for that year. Accounting systems. You need to decide who's going to be managing your money, and you don't want a whole lot of people with access to your general ledger stuff because it gets messy very fast. So figure out who's going to be doing that and how it's going to be handled. Most charter schools that I'm familiar with use QuickBooks as their accounting system. It's an easy-to-use system. It does everything that you need to do. There are multiple different levels of the type of QuickBooks you can buy. And I'm not familiar with what does what. Just make sure that you can do fund-based accounting with whichever one you use. When I was a principal, we used QuickBooks Online, and I loved it. If I was to start a school again, I would still use QuickBooks Online. And the accounting people who I work with scoff at me when I say that because they do not like QuickBooks Online. But it's all cloud-based. You can go on, you go to the website, everything is stored there. You don't have to keep it anywhere. The principal and the secretary can use it simultaneously and not have a problem. And the other thing I really liked about it was it allowed for online reports only viewing. So we were able to give our board members access to log in and get any financial reports that they needed at any time. And that was the way that we worked with our auditing, because our auditor every year said that we didn't have enough segregation of duties. Because we were a small school initially, we didn't have enough staff to do all of the different things that you're supposed to have different people do. So one of the ways that we worked around that says, well, our board, anytime they want, can look at our financial reports, and he accepted that, and that helped us with our audit. The accounting people I work with don't like QuickBooks Online because it's slower than typical QuickBooks, and you can't enter things as fast. And there's not quite as many powerful reports and things that you can do as you can with the desktop version. So there's both sides of the argument. You can decide what's best for you. There are other accounting systems that are out there that you can use. Just make sure that whatever you're using can do fund-based accounting. I would say that probably by the time we meet in March, you're going to want something in place in terms of your accounting system and your way of tracking all of your expenses. So this is something you need to start thinking about in the next couple months. Next, we're going to talk about Red Book accounting. Whatever accounting system you use, did you have a preference on software you wanted to share?
Well, CSMC software, but
oh.
no, but Red Book accounting, I really don't have any. Big districts use PeopleSoft ERP or Oracle ERPs and things like that. But you're right, you've got to be able to do that 4x5 accounting code segment, and you've got to be able to slice it all different ways because authorizers want to see reports done by function and object number. States usually want to see it done by fund and function. So depending who your compliance report is going to, that's going to dictate the format in which you upload those
monthly, quarterly, and annual reports.
So with regards to Red Book, they're broken down into their 3 basic numbers as part of your Red Book code. Every time you write a check, you need to break it down to these 3 numbers. You have your fund code, your function code, and your object code. So we're going to talk a little bit more about those. Fund code, I skipped a slide apparently, is generally most of your expenses are going to come out of your general fund, which is your money that you get from the state. And that's usually 100 or 110. I don't think there's a difference, it's whichever one you prefer. So you basically have your general fund, then you're going to probably, hopefully, have a grant fund for your CSP grant. And you probably will also have an internal fund for anything that you collect, like fundraising and things like that. So really you only have 3 funds. You might have a few more, like if you're doing special things at your school, but that's generally what you're going to have as a basic, simple, little mom and pop charge. Then the next piece that you break it down in is to your function codes. Your function codes define how that money is being used into like what part of your organization. So 5,000s are educational. So 5,000, just 5,000 in general is, or I'm sorry, 5100 is your general academics, and 5200 is your special education. So that's how those get kind of broken down. 6,000s in general are your services. So like if you're having technical logistical services, administrative services, things like that. 700 are your general support, which is basically office. So your governing board are all 7,000 things. Like if you buy stuff for your governing board, materials for your board meetings, etc. Your administration, your office operations, all under 7,000. And then community service, the other thing that is under 7,000 is facilities. So 7,900 usually is always facilities. Some people also break it down by 8,000s, but I recommend just keeping it all in 7,900. And then 9,000s are community service. So like if you're on a before and after care service, that would all go into your 9,000s. And then within each of those object codes, within each of those function codes, you break it down further by object code to where specifically that money is going. And object codes are broken down by 100 groups. So you have your salaries are all under 100s. Your employee benefits and related costs are all under 200s. Any kind of purchase services are under 300s. Materials and supplies are 500s. And capital outlay is 600s. So those are the main ones that you're going to use. That is the detailed level of reporting that I would recommend a governing board get used to seeing. So that way you're getting a report where you have all of your 5,000s, 500s, 5,300s, 5,100s broken out for you. So you can see that that's what, if I were on a governing board, what I would want to see. Within your 500s, you're going to have individual breakdowns as well. So you have 510 would be for textbook. No. 510 is supplies. 520 is textbooks. I should check that before I say it out loud, but something like that. But that you break it down even further within each object code by that. All right, so here's some examples. So if you have your academic supplies for your classroom, you would put that under your general fund, which would be 100. You'd put it under academic, which would be 5,100. And then you put it under supplies, which is 510. So your code for that check, when you write that check, is going to be 100, 5,100, 510. And that's what you need to be able to put into QuickBooks or whatever system you're using. Your textbooks, say you're buying math books, that's going to go 100 again, which is general, unless you're buying it with grant money, in which case it would go into your grant fund. And then 5,100 function for academics, and then 520 for textbooks.
Is the grant category for each grant, you would have that, or is it just a generalized, let's say you get 5 grants?
According to Red Book, it depends on where the grant money is coming from. So if it's a federal grant, you might have a different fund than in a different grant.
Okay, but that may have to be broken down even further?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at the end of the grant, or even periodically when you're reporting on those expenditures, you have to separate them out if you have no grants.
In QuickBooks, they have what's called, oh, no, I'm going to forget. Class. You can assign classes to items in QuickBooks, and that's the way we usually keep track of the different grants. So we put everything mostly into the grant fund, and then we break it down by which grant it is based on the class. If you open your binders, please, to tab number 11, And it's 4 pages in, there's a chart like this. You can't see me, I'm sorry.
Page 4. That's page numbers, page 4.
Next page. It's page 6 of tab number 11.
Oh,
I keep this still by my monitor. It's my cheat sheet, yeah. So along the top are the functions, the 51s, 520, etc. And along the left side are the object codes. And in the chart, the ones that are filled in are the ones that are most commonly used by charter schools. Now, for example, you'll see that like 5100, 120 is filled in. That one is used. That is where you would put your teacher salaries. Whereas 6400, 120 is not filled in because most charter schools do not hire a teacher to do professional development. Okay? So that's the way this chart works. So using this chart, I'd like to give you a little test. Yeah, you have a question? What is the handout called? It's the building the chart of accounts. If you open the PDF file that's on the website for the binder, and then open the bookmarks on the left side, go to tab 11, and it should be like page 6 in there. So I'm going to give you some examples of checks, and I'd like you to try to figure out where you would put them. So you're writing a check out to the Florida Textbook Depository for history textbooks. Where do you think those would go? Too bad I don't have candy to throw out to whoever shuts up the answer.
One, two.
520 would be the 600.
Oh, 512.
So history is going to be general education. It's not going to be special ed. So which function is that going to go under? 5100. And textbooks are supplies, which are 500s. So somewhere in 500s, there should be an object for textbooks. 520. So this one is going to be 5100, 520.
Right.
And if it's coming from state funds, it'd be Fund 100. Yeah. Okay. So the next one, say you're buying the special ed math program, Edmark, for your special ed kids.
5,200.
5,200.
It's a curriculum?
100 would be the general fund.
Textbook, 520.
520 or 510?
Yeah. Generally, math, the curriculum stuff is going to generally go under 520 for textbooks. So this would be a 5,200, 520, because this is for special ed and not general ed.
So textbooks meaning like the hard copy textbook or online, they're all the same?
The exception being, the CSP office requires, if it's an online subscription, that you code it as a rental and not a purchase. No, they require, if it's something that you're subscribing to for the year, they require it to go under rental. Yeah. So say you're buying PE equipment from school specialty.
PE equipment for school specialty. From school specialty.
5,100.
It would still be the 100. 51 and
I generally put it under 510 for supplies.
oh, okay.
Yeah. There are 510 and 590 can be somewhat interchangeable. 590 is
So what kind of thing would go under other materials?
here. Let me open up the binder here. I don't really know very well. I don't have a good definition of what the difference between 590 and 510 is, so I just always use 510.
So just always do.
Yeah. There are other people who take the opposite approach to me and use 590 more. I don't want this version of Acrobat. I want the real version of Acrobat. So computer. Sorry, hold on one second. I'm trying to help the lady who's online, whose name I should really remember instead of referring to her as the lady online. I'm really bad with names, so it's not you personally. Open with Adobe Acrobat.
Someone's name is Charlene.
Yeah, I think she's Charlene.
You're way better at names than I am. All right, so here's the training binder. If you open up the bookmarks, my computer. If you open up bookmarks, and then you can come down to tab number 11, and then scroll down. This is the chart that we're looking at right here. All right, next, I know sign language if you know sign language.
No.
Or somebody.
All right, thank you.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the night.
Yeah, I'd love to look at you if you have a problem, if you want. Little picture, okay? Thanks, guys. See ya.
All right, so our next check is to Home Depot for cleaning supplies. Cleaning supplies.
That'd be plant.
Plant operations. 7,900?
Yep. 7,900, 510, correct.
Oh.
Pearson, you're hiring them to come to do some staff training on your reading program.
You said Pearson?
Yes.
6,400.
Sorry.
Pearson. Yeah, we're at Pearson.
Is that under 5,100 or?
In the front office.
I said Pearson. What did you think I said?
Piercing.
Oh. Yeah, we'll do piercing for staff development. We're all gonna get bowls together. So this is staff development. So where would that go?
Professional development, 6,400.
Yep, 6,400. And this is a service that we're hiring.
310.
It'd be 310. The difference between 310 and 390, 310 is professional services and 390 is purchased services. The difference is if you need an advanced degree, it would be considered a professional service. And if it's something you don't need an advanced degree for, it would not be. So if you're hiring a lawn service to come do your lawn, that would be 390. If you're hiring somebody to come do professional development, that's generally going to be 310.
Curtis, what's the difference between a basic instruction professional services and a professional development basic services?
Say that again?
The difference between a basic instruction professional services and a professional development basic professional services. Because like when I'm thinking of a reading series, that almost sounds like a basic instruction type of training versus how to manage a classroom more effectively is more of a professional development type of service.
I think they both would be considered professional development, and that all goes under 6,400.
So what would come under basic instruction?
That's an educational stuff. Professional services. So say, for example, you're hiring a math coach who's not on payroll, but you're kind of consulting with them to come in. That would be a 5,100.
Usually like saying anything in the classroom. It's in the classroom itself, a desk, a person. That would be 5,100. You're instructing the students versus professional development, which is instructing the teachers and the leadership.
So he just left, and I'm using his as an example. Writing out a check to him for the D&O policy. Where do you think that would go?
Yeah, 7,300. Oh, board is 7,100.
Oh, it's board.
Yeah.
Board.
Insurance, general, except for your property insurance, most insurance is going to go under board. So it's 7,100. And insurance is a service, so 300s and 320 is your
So say that
insurance.
again, all insurance other than facility insurance goes under board?
Insurance and
Yes.
training.
And facility insurance would be what?
It'd be under insurance, which is 320.
Would it be under plant operations, right?
Yes, so if you're buying property insurance, then it would go to 7,900, 320, which is probably the next example. Yep. So property insurance was my next example.
And
That
this
was under
isn't,
plan.
and this isn't like, you know, I've had arguments with accountants where we sat in a room and we actually said, no, it should be object 310, no, it should be 320. And, you know, over lunch, it gets heated over something ridiculous
Yeah,
like that.
I frequently have just debates with the
I
people.
noticed you better pay attention to up there.
You have another question?
Yeah, it's a battery.
Oh, 6400 310. Who needs a battery? Oh, that's his computer. That's not mine.
I'm not using mine.
Yeah. You're not using yours? Okay. Let's do that one. Okay. Next one. Say you're buying computers with part of your CSP money. Where do you think that would go?
Well, the general fund would be the grant fund.
Well, if it's grant money, it's coming out of the grant fund, right?
And
Oh, I'm sorry.
6,500.
What was the purpose of those computers? What were you using them
That's a
for?
good question. I didn't put it on there. I'm assuming it's for
going
students.
under instruction.
Actually, this could be a trick question in a couple ways.
Yep.
Good
Good
enough.
one.
643 for the computers.
If it's general technology that's not being used in the classroom, you might be able to use that. But if it's being used in the classroom, it would be 5100. Yeah. And then if it is more than whatever your capital outlay purchase is, it would be 643. And if it's less than whatever your capital outlay number is, it'd be 644.
I have a really silly question. So this is a system for keeping it all organized. But then these are the state red codes. And so then if you have something listed in the wrong category, what is the repercussion?
I've never
Comes up
heard
in an
that.
audit?
Hopefully your auditor would find it, but it would also mean that all of your financial reports are wrong. Because when you need to do your financial reports, you need to break it down by these numbers.
Okay.
And then you hold the principal accountable, because the principal should call it.
Well, like you said, there's been discussion in the
Yeah.
same room of what goes in what code.
I'll give you a good example of a problem that we have, and it's a matter of training the staff at the school that we work with and using cheat sheets like this. Office Depot comes into your front door and drops off all these supplies. Some of them are going to the ESE coordinator, some of them belong to the board, some of them are supplies for your custodial, some of them are in the classroom. And every one of those situations that I said has a different function for those supplies. So you literally have to go through the invoice and say, okay, these supplies are for in the classroom 5100. These are going to the media center, which is student support, that's 6,000 function. And that's where it gets a little tricky. So when we get that invoice in our shop, we'll go back to the school and say, okay, where are all these supplies? Some of them may go to Title I because you're not going to set up different accounts Office Depot and stuff like that. And they're just going to bring everything and just dump it right there for you. So that's where it gets a little tricky. So when you get a gigantic invoice like that, especially at the beginning of the school year, that's where you really need to figure out the function and get that right from the beginning. And that's where the training comes in too.
And generally, so long as you're consistent, and
Right.
your financial reports will be fine. If you're always putting all your facilities into 7,900 versus 8,300,
Right.
you know your facilities are in
Right.
7,900. Where it gets confusing is that sometimes you put your cleaning supplies in 7,900 510, and sometimes you put them in 8,300 510. And then when you need to find out how much they spend on cleaning supplies this year, you have no idea because you don't know where they are. But as long as you're consistent and whoever's doing your accounting is familiar, there's no police that go around and check to make sure
I
that
think
you're.
that was my question. Is this something that then you would be audited, and if something's wrong, there would be fees charged to you?
I've never seen that.
Okay.
But if you end up with your audit with findings that say you were not using the Red Book system correctly, findings on your audit can cause you to have financial emergency issues.
So your sponsor is not requiring, well, pretty much requiring, but expecting you to follow these types of guidelines.
Because a couple times throughout the year, they're going to ask you for some specific reports. Like they want cost accounting report usually comes due in like November-ish. And basically all of that is pulling out your totals for your functions and providing that. There's another report that they asked for. I don't remember when that one comes out, but that one's more detailed and you have to pull in all of the different things. So you have to make sure that whatever accounting system you're using can do that and that you're generally consistent with it.
And another part about this too on the business side is if you have everything coded correctly, when you start doing your budget for the next year,
There you go.
you really know where to put, how much
Right.
money you need to have in your budget.
Yeah.
Salaries,
Makes sense, I'm just looking at it like, oh my gosh.
salaries
what
are
makes
tricky
sense?
like that too.
Yeah.
You may have a teacher that actually teaches part-time in the
Most
grant.
of the districts require
Part-time
the
in the
state
classroom.
reporting format, which is a
And
variation
works
of
in the media
these
center.
numbers. You develop a reporting
Yes, you
system
have
for
to code
for
it into
full
those
time.
And the benefits. So you
It's
have to
generally
have
by
separate
function.
functions for the type of function
And don't forget, it's not just their salary, it's their benefits.
and their
as well.
benefits, right?
And that's one of those places where I see a lot of schools make mistakes is the benefits, because you'll get one check that you have to pay your health insurance for, and then you have to break that out between your different function codes, just like with that Office Depot example.
Because if we have good back office support, then the board should not have to really worry if you have confidence that we have back office support.
Mhm.
So if they know what they're doing,
Yeah, but you're still the ones held accountable, so you need to make sure that they're following the rules.
and that they
But-
give us the reporting, break it down for us,
Right.
that we feel comfortable. Yeah.
Yep. And that's one of the benefits of using a company that does your back office for you, because this can be really time consuming and drain your principal down. You want your principal focusing on your education, not on your accounting. And if you're a small shop, when we get into HR, we'll talk about, you need to have like 300 kids before you can afford an AP. And so
Right.
how is your principal supposed to manage all of this?
Yeah, because we don't have a AP
Mhm.
until year four.
Right. Last example I had on here, I think I spelled that wrong. Oriental trading, if you're buying treasure box stuff from your fundraising funds, where would you put that?
Different funds, and have to be written in the right way to service.
So your fund here, I said you're basically going to have three funds. You're going to have your general fund, your grant fund, and your internal fund. Because this is coming from fundraising money, this is coming from your internal fund.
So it's 5,100 because it's in the classroom.
If it's going in your classroom, then it would be a 5,100. If it's going to the administrator's office, you might put it somewhere else. And then it'd just be general supplies.
So you said 5,100?
Yeah, depending on where it's going. Most of the time it's in the classroom, yeah.
And then just general supplies?
Mhm.
What's 9,100? Community
Community
service. Community.
So before aftercare,
Goes into
if we
community
have a
service.
preschool on campus, is that?
So that page that you're looking at is part of this document that we create called Creating a Chart of Accounts. I literally have this hanging on the wall next to my monitor because I look at it a lot. So whoever's doing your accounting probably should keep something like this handy for whatever that they're using for their finances. The other thing I wanted to mention about budgeting and finance is you had to do an application, you had to do a budget with your charter application. Probably you've realized by now that you can pretty much throw that out the window and start over. That's pretty typical. And most districts realize that they're not going to hold you to that budget because it's just the way it is. As you're working on your budgets this year, you need to be extremely conservative. Always expect that your expenses are going to be on the high side and that your revenue is going to be on the low side. Because if it turns out the other way, great, you planned, you've got extra money at the end of the year and you can do something fun with it. If you do the other way and then it turns out that you're wrong, then you end up having to fire teachers and close your school. So it's very important that you're very careful with your plan, with your money. And I cannot emphasize this enough, going back to those numbers that I so poorly did up on the board. If you overestimate your enrollment, you're going to end up having problems. Do not overestimate your enrollment, because unless you have a very wealthy person standing behind you to give you a big check, you're going to have problems. And if you go to a lender and say, well, we didn't get as many kids as we thought we get, so we just need some extra money, why would they lend it to you if your first year out you've demonstrated you can't meet your goals? That no bank is going to want to lend you money in that situation. So be very, very careful while you're doing your enrollment projections, because that is where your money is coming from. Make sure that you have a plan in place, a financial plan in terms of a budget before you make any agreements, specifically your lease. Have a 5-year plan budget, plug in your lease numbers, and make sure you can get it to work. I have seen so many leases where there is a ridiculous escalator in years 2, 3, 4, there's one school that I was working with, the first year their lease was like $90,000, and they're like, hey, we can do this, and they hired way too many staff, and we kept telling them, cut your staff, and they wouldn't listen to us. The second year, their lease jumped up to $197,000, and their third year, it jumps up to $400,000. It was a ridiculous lease. And their facility, the capacity at their facility is 300 kids. So our general guideline to people is you should be targeting about $1,000 per student for facilities costs. So if you have $1,000 per student, you have 300 kids, that means your facility shouldn't cost more than $300,000. And theirs is jumping up to $400,000. I have no confidence that that school is going to continue past this year. So it's very important that you make sure that you have your budget plan in place and that you put your numbers in before you sign any contracts or agreements. Your biggest drivers on your budget are going to be your facilities and your staff. And determining how much you're going to pay your staff is an important component of the budget as well. Because if you have 20 staff members, just $1,000 difference in the budget, by the time you play in with all of the insurance costs and the FICA costs and all of that, it makes a huge difference in your bottom line. So those are the two biggest things that you'll need to focus on.
Do you have any information about what's the attrition rate for kids who say they're going to enroll in the charter school, then actually show up, and then stay past, let's say, the first 30 days? Do you have any information on?
I don't have any actual statistics. I will say that the last several schools that I have worked on, that has been a problem, where they've had 225 kids signed up and only 140 show up and stay through the first few weeks.
So generally speaking, would you recommend doing an over-enrollment of 50% to start the?
I have seen schools that have done that and intentionally over-enrolled to try to address that problem. I personally would not be comfortable with that, because if they do all show up, then you end up needing to hire a teacher at the end of August, and you're not going to get a good teacher at the end of August. I personally don't, there are people who disagree with me on this, and we'll go ahead and do that so that way they can make sure their numbers are good. But it personally makes me very nervous, because if you get to the point where you're over-enrolled with your class size amendments, you could end up with a big fee in terms of having to lose money from class size. Those numbers were just released last week. There was one charter school, I think the highest charter school I saw was like $400,000 that they're losing because they didn't pay attention to their class size requirements.
Do you have the ability to get access to what the numbers are? Because
I don't think, I don't know of any way anywhere that's reported. So I don't think that is out there. I know that you guys had planned on having, in Palm Beach, you planned on having like 140 kids show up and you only had like 80, right? Yep. True North, they went through probably about 40% of their enrollment in the first couple of weeks, and that's a classical school where the parents tend to be more private school kind of people.
So if that happens, though, do you have a chance to then sort of run an early in the year lottery and fill those seats before your
fill them
FTE
throughout
count?
the year? Oh, yeah.
So
like
you build a waiting list
if
and then
we
you keep
enroll
running the
118
lottery.
and only 90 show up, we can then run another lottery or pull from our waiting list.
Oh, yeah.
I recommend that you set a lottery and just say you're doing your lottery every month on the first day of the month, and then just keep doing that, and then you just keep adding kids to the waiting list, and then pull kids in off of your waiting list.
So let's go with that Lisa. Do you, because you're now in mid-January and several schools don't even have websites up yet, so you're gonna have to do aggressive marketing and community things to try and get your enrollment as well as your waiting list. So would you recommend having a waiting list up to 30% over what your target enrollment is? That way you're not offering them a seat, but at least you have a waiting list to pull.
We're going to do more than that, Karen. What, and it might not make sense, but our charter application is written on 261 kids in year one. We're trying to get about 500-600 kids, to do the lottery, because I've been involved in education long enough to know that you need at least twice. If you're trying to get 200 kids, you better have 400, because half of them aren't going to show up. Right? So we're trying to get about 3 times our numbers, anticipating Johnny's not going to show up. So then, okay, Billy, you next on the lottery, and then Susie. Because 9 times out of 10, they're not going to show up.
Right.
Right?
So even with enrollment paperwork, completed, there's still no shows.
Yeah, and that's
That's
good.
we asked
Happens
about
all the time.
depending on registration.
That's more the norm than the exception.
Now, did you say, do charter schools start the same day as public schools here? Oh, so that'd be good. Because I worked in an area where charter schools started 2-3 weeks early, and we lost a lot of kids in that third week in public school. So they used to stick like a So it was really hard to figure out how many to order.
Great, impressed me when he said most parents apply to more than one school.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah. And you also have a lot of movement, like some districts will have like 10-day counts, and you'll have a lot of movement around that time.
Yeah.
Your enrollment is really difficult your first year because you can't guarantee that the kids who have applied are really going to show up. But I think I got really lucky at the school that I opened. We had very little attrition rate. We had the kids who signed up came. But we were an existing school, and we were adding another school onto that. So our parents already knew us. They were comfortable with us. They had actually been in the building. They weren't as nervous in applying to as many schools. And I think that your community that you're going into probably would play a lot into that as well. If you had a lower socioeconomic status where more transient population type of a thing, you're probably going to have a lot more of those problems than you would in a more affluent. Although I will admit that I was very surprised with the classical school that we did in Miami. There was a high number there as well, and I wasn't anticipating.
They were late to the gate, so they got the property.
Yeah.
They were late.
But even though they had a lot of people who said they were coming and they didn't show up.
Yeah.
And we didn't anticipate that with that population.
Does anyone ever track that, as to why a student doesn't show up? Just for data reasons?
Most people don't have time to, so I don't know of anybody who's actually done any real studies on that.
We actually, part of our withdrawal paper is kind of like a code as to why they're leaving. Is it they're leaving out of county? Are they moving far away? Or discontent with a school? And so we used to collect from all of our schools a monthly withdrawal list, so it always gave us the number and it kind of gave us a tally of the reasons why, so we could track if there was an issue. And to be able to see, because, you know, if you're in a place that has a lot of military families, you know, you're going to have to, you know, you have to know your community and your population, because if you're, you know, if you have a lot of South Americans, there's a lot of people that come in mid-year because it's their summer break when we're still in school session. So you might have an influx, you might have a decline, so you have to be aware of where you're at to know if there's going to be some transient students in your population. And yeah, because, you know, if there was an issue at the school level, you know, sometimes the parents in their withdrawal would let us, you know, of course, they're very vocal when they withdraw, and they would let us know if there's an underlying issue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. The spreadsheet that's up on the screen, does this look familiar to people?
Yeah, the revenue.
Okay. This is the way you estimate your revenue. You go on the website, you download this. They just uploaded for Calc 3. After February, they do one that's called the Calc 3. After October, they do Calc 3. After February, they'll do Calc 4. And towards the end of the year, they'll do Calc 5. They don't announce when they release these. You just kind of have to keep going to the website to see if they've given you the new one yet or not. And you kind of need to learn what the calcs mean, because for a long time, I was just guessing. But when they release these, you can go on. This is what most districts use to calculate your funding. Some of them use something different. Some of them use something different that looks pretty similar to this. But this is the way you can estimate your funding. So you put in your district.
What do the different calcs mean? Nothing, just that it's more.
It's based on the number of when they calculate how many kids there are in the state, they do that 5 times a year.
Okay, so when we're projecting next year's, we use the most recent one.
Yes, but you have to kind of watch what's happening in the legislature. And unfortunately, they don't approve the budget until usually the last hour of the legislative session. And then once that budget is approved, you kind of know in general what's happening with the budget for next year. So if you know that the state is increasing the financial funding for schools by 3%, you can kind of take this and then say, let's add about 3%, but I actually do 2.5, because 3% could mean that they're putting 3% extra into specific funds that have trickle down to charter schools. So yes, you use the latest one, and then bear in mind that it may change. It has happened in the past where the state has lowered the funding for schools. It's only happened when we had the recession really bad. But you shouldn't assume that there will always be an increase in that. So you put in your district, what district number is Polk?
53.
Thank you. So then it puts in here that you're Polk, and then you put in down here how many kids you have. So we have, say we have 100 kids in K3, and we have 15 kids in special ed in K3, and then we have another 15 4 through 8 and non-special ed in 4 through 8. So this tells you your basic funding for those kids, and then if you scroll down, you also have to put your ESE numbers in down here, because they can't just put an equal sign for some reason. And then you get an extra $14,000 to support those 15 ESE kids. And then you can see the breakdown here. You have your SAI. One thing to be careful about, I ran into this a couple times when I was a principal, is your SAI funds. The state is saying, this is how much money that we give for SAI to your district, and you can guess that you're probably going to get about this much. But the district has the right to make their own plans for how they're going to spend that supplemental academic instruction money. So say, for example, you're in elementary school and the district decides that they're really focusing on high school and are spending all of their SAI money in high school. They don't have to give you money because their plan at the district level is high school and you don't fit into that plan. It generally doesn't happen. Most districts now just give you whatever the state recommends rather than arguing about it, which is nice, but they don't have to. So bear in mind that that SAI money may change. Most of the other numbers that are in here are pretty accurate. If you have any kids on busing, you can put in your numbers for kids for busing and get the amounts for that. Just because a student is ESE does not mean you're getting ESE funding for transportation. They only get ESE transportation if they require extra services, like an educational assistant ride on the bus with them. So we had 15 kids in ESE. To be honest, I very seldom ever see any charter schools that have ESE funding for busing. So in general, don't put anything in there. So let's say that we had 130 kids at this school. So let's say 10% are taking the bus, that'd be 13 kids. So we're going to get about $5,000 for busing. And if you have 13 kids, you're going to need a full bus, which will cost you about $40,000. So you're going to be losing about $35,000 on busing. FYI, keep that in mind.
Unless you contract, would you do that non-contractually?
Most of the time, they'll charge you about $225 to $300 a day for a bus.
Oh, so it's not.
So it comes to about $40,000 a year.
Now, when a parent enrolls, are they, is it by statute that you have to supply transportation?
I have a slide in the presentation where I'm going to talk about this, but what the law says is that transportation cannot be a barrier to attendance of the school. Each district is going to interpret that a little bit differently. Some districts are going to say you need to have a bus. There was a lawsuit a couple months ago now, where a judge ruled that the district could not require the charter school to have a bus, that they could find other ways of making sure that there was no barrier. I haven't read that actual lawsuit, but I do have a link to it on this presentation where you can download it and read it yourself if you want to. I got really bored, I tried, but I didn't make it.
Is there any stipulation if it's an ESE student?
If it's an ESE student, you have to provide transportation if it's a required service as part of their IEP.
But that's only if they're within the 2 to 4 miles.
No.
No, not if it's.
No, it's just period.
If it's in their IEP that it's a required service, you have to provide it.
They can live at the far end of the county.
Yep. So then you get down here to the bottom line. And in our case, for this example, that we have a bottom line of $882,000. The district is going to keep about 5% of that. So I usually come over here and I type in 0.05 times this, and then I do this minus this. I've done this a couple of times. And so that's going to be about $838,000 that you're actually going to be getting divided over 12 months. Means that you're going to be getting about $69,000 per month, which is not a lot to operate your school. So that's the number you need to pay attention to. So this is the revenue estimator worksheet. A lot of people are familiar with this. I prefer using the budget template that I built because I built it and I understand it. So that's what I'm going to show you next. And it is on that thumb drive. If you have a computer and want to open it up, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this. So, oh my goodness, it's 1:45 already.
The video on your website.
So I still have all the HR stuff to go through, and that's going to take a while. And I wanted to spend time doing budgets. Where would you rather I spend my time?
Say again?
I have all the HR stuff, and I was going to actually have you do your budgets while we were sitting here. HR stuff probably take me at least an hour.
We have a budget here, so I would prefer HR, but I'll do whatever.
Okay.
I'll do whatever the prevailing.
Okay. So on our website, I do have a video, which a webinar that I did that kind of walks through this budget. I will be updating the budget in the near future because that Calc 3 came out, so I have to go in and have to fix a couple little things and put up a new revenue estimator. But just a real quick, brief summary of this is this budget was developed for people who don't know how to do budgets. And I had in mind my board when I was a principal when I developed this because they didn't understand Red Book accounting and they didn't understand how all this stuff ties together. So I tried to make it as simple and as straightforward as possible, and I tried to put in as much information as possible to help you along the way. So it's kind of set up like a question and answer survey, where anytime you see one of these little yellow boxes, you fill it in.
And this is the budget template?
Yes, budget template tool. It's on our website. Anytime I update it, it goes on the website, so you can always get the most up-to-date version there.
This is the one you created.
Mm-hmm. So here on this first page where we talk about enrollment and staffing, it gives you some instructions talking about first you have to pick how many kids you're going to have. So you put in how many classes you're going to have at each grade level. It automatically ties in the revenue estimator so that you can see how much money you're going to bring in. As you change these numbers, the numbers up on the top change automatically. So right now I have in this school 220 kids enrolled. If I change this down to 3 classes of kindergartners, 2 first grades, 2 second grades, and 1 third grade and no 4th grade, these numbers up on the top are changing automatically. So you can see how individual decisions affect your bottom line. When I'm working with schools, I'm trying to find ways of cutting money and doing things. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll unlock this sheet, which the password is CSU. Formulas, review, there it is, unprotect sheet. And then I'll actually put, like, right now we have $118,000 in expenses, so I'll put $118,466. And then I'll put in this number minus this number. Should not be 0 because I typed it in wrong. It's not. 118,466. I'm missing the 1. I'm missing the 1. Okay, so it's 0. So I'll put in this little formula over here, and then as we go through and we make decisions, we can see how it affects the bottom line. So if I add a kindergarten class, that's adding $104,000 into our revenue. So that's the way when I work with schools, I go through this, the way we look at how those decisions are affecting the bottom line and try to make decisions. So as you go through here, every step of the way, there's little questions, explanation of what you need to do, and then a place where you fill in the box. And as you fill in those boxes, your budget's going to change. So down here is talking about how many teachers you're going to need to have. 9 teachers, classroom teachers, 0.2 art teachers, 0.2 music teachers, etc. And then as you change these, so if I now change this to 10 teachers instead of 9, you can see that that bottom line jumped by about $50,000.
Wow. Very, very nice.
But show us the output, because that's where the magic is.
Yeah.
All this input, it's beautiful. I love this. I use this tool all the time with my Florida. It sets up all the accounts at the very beginning. So when we were talking about coding and everything, we've got a budget line set up for it. So if you don't have something there, you better be looking for it because you set it up at the beginning. So this is this is an awesome tool.
So as you go through on the bottom here, there's different tabs. So the first one deals just with enrollment and staff. This one over here talks about income projections and decisions. So like if we're looking at next year and I want to assume that the legislature is going to increase FEFP funding by 2% next year, I can put in the 2% number here and it'll bump up next year's revenue by 2%. So that way you can kind of see how that's going to affect your bottom line. If you have any loans, you can put that in here. Here you have your facilities decisions. So this is where you put in your rent to see how much your rent is going to cost and if you can afford it. And then you also have your like utilities and cleaning supplies and all that kind of fun stuff. In services, you're going to have like accounting services, auditor services, professional development, legal fees. I try to go through anything that you're going to spend money on and ask you to think about how you're going to spend it so you can answer all of these questions. Other expenses are going to have all of your textbooks, your computers, IT services, that kind of stuff. And then if you are somebody who understands Red Book accounting and you say, oh, you didn't ask me about this and I need to put this in. There's a school I was dealing with the other day that said, I don't see a place to put in propane. You're right, I don't have a place to put in propane. So you can come in here. You can put in your propane and put in your function and object codes based on that exercise that we did before. And when you're all done, you get to this complete budget tab, and this is what he was talking about, where it breaks it down then for you. You have a complete breakdown of your 51,120s is $405,000. So that's your salary. Remember, 5100s means classrooms. 120 means teachers. So we have $405,000 in teacher salaries. And then 200s are employee benefits stuff, right? So here's all of your employee health insurance, your taxes, your workers' comp, all that kind of stuff is all here in the 200s. And so it breaks it down for you, and then you can give this budget to your district to say that this is our budget when they ask you for the budget. The other things that I like, remember I told you that when your board meets, they should get used to seeing things broken down by the hundreds. So here's a breakdown of your budget salary. This is summary 3, which breaks you down by your function codes and your object codes, and gives you a real brief summary so that your board has a brief summary of what the budget numbers are. And then when you give them your profit and loss statement at the next meeting, if you break it down in the same format, it's very easy to compare your budget versus your actual to see if you're on track.
Summaries 1 through 6 are just amazing. It's like, this one I'm sending to here, this one I'm sending to this person.
Most of those summaries have come from various what districts require. So like the district Miami-Dade has a specific format they require on their budget when you submit your application. So summaries 5 and 6 meet the Miami-Dade requirements. I think it was Academica had a specific requirement, the way they do things, and actually where summary 4 came from. So these are all based on things that have come up.
When you go back up to the top where you were fitting in the specifics to a school, where then you calculate out, are those all flexible input categories? For instance, you have like a kindergarten. Could you have a kindergarten first grade combination? And can you write in?
What you would do then is you'd switch it to number of kids instead of classes. So right here, right now we're doing number of classes.
Okay.
I can change it to doing number of students instead.
Gotcha.
And then I can do 12 kindergartners and 6 first graders.
Okay, so number, okay. Great tool.
So this will kind of walk you through, and my recommendations to schools is that before you have a board meeting to talk about the budget, give this to the board members and ask them to balance the budget on their own. So that way when you get together, you can actually have a real conversation about decisions as opposed to what things mean, because they've actually, and it will take you an hour or 3 to go through all of these questions and things. But if you go through that when you get to the board meeting, you have more of an educated background in terms of how your budget works and what you need to do to balance it.
3 hours compared to 20 hours at least.
Any questions on that?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
I like your orange areas where you hover over and it puts little tidbits and tells you how to enter stuff here, think about this.
Did you get paid somewhere for that piece? Because it's pretty nice.
That's part of what we do for the state. It's
Yeah.
part of the contract for the state.
So districts could accept that in lieu of the traditional.
If they wanted to, I will say
come
that
from.
I think it was Brevard that I helped with doing an application with this year. Like they asked me to help with writing their budget, and I wanted to pull my hair out because
Brevard is a trick, yeah.
Imagine.
Because they wanted all this.
I shouldn't say that for sure, but
Well,
there's
it's
one
the truth.
county up in that area. They have their own budget template that they require the applications to use, and I have such a hard time trying to figure out how to use it. I spent like 8 hours on one budget, and I usually.
Yeah, we're in a box. And
We use this tool for.
A lot of the districts now are getting used to it, and hopefully they'll start using it more and more. We'll see. All right, moving on. I talked a little bit about this. You want to start thinking about policies for your purchasing, and we're going to talk more about this in March. If you are a CSP recipient, they're going to want to see your policies before they give you any money. But we're meeting early in March, so I think that'll give us enough time for you to get everything together for stage 2. Even if they let you know in February, they usually don't require all of those documents until later. I will tell you to mentally prepare yourself when you hear back from CSP. If they say yes, you're moving on to stage 2, you do need to move quickly with all of the documents. And the faster you move, the faster you have a potential of getting money. The CSP office is extremely slow on getting things turned around with reviewing the budgets, and there's a lot of people who need to look at things. And you also have a district component there that the district has to review things. When you do stage 2 of your CSP, your district superintendent has to sign it. So if you have a process where your district superintendent has to go before boards or whatever, that process can take a while. So pay attention when you get that email to jump on as much of that as you can as quickly as possible. What is an RFP?
Request for proposal.
Thank you. When you start making purchasing decisions, especially if it's a large decision, remember that you are acting with public money. This is public money, and you need to make sure you're spending it appropriately. So things like reaching out to multiple insurance companies is good practice because you're getting quotes from multiple places to make sure that you're spending money in an appropriate way. An RFP is basically a formal request asking people to give you a quote on things so that you can make sure you're getting a good price. And if you put out an RFP, you can ask for specific information in that proposal. So that way you can kind of compare apples to apples when you start looking at the proposals when they come to you. We have several RFPs on our website that you can steal to use if you wanted to look to hire a service like transportation or whatever. And there's a list there on the bottom of the slide of the various ones that we currently have on there, and if you have other ones that you need, we can probably get additional ones written. Anytime you're spending a lot of money on something, you should think about doing this. If you are looking for an auditor, you have to use an RFP process. It's required in statute. If you are an NSLP provider, a lunch provider, you have to use an RFP to choose your lunch service. It's part of their requirements, and they're very picky about their requirements. You have to use their RFP forms. If you're becoming an E-rate school, which I'm going to talk more about later, you have to use an RFP to choose your phone service and internet service and all that kind of stuff that your E-rate would pay for. So,
for food service, whose RFP forms do you have?
when you go through the NSLP approval program, they'll give you all of that to you.
Can a school apply for the National School Lunch Program prior to opening?
You can apply. The chances that you'd be approved before you open are next to no. I'm going to get to that, so I'll skip that. Oh, E-rate we're talking about next. There is federal money available to schools and libraries to help pay for technology. It's called E-rate. E-rate is what they typically do is they pay a percentage of your telephone bill and your internet service bill. If you've not purchased internet service for your school yet, you will probably get sticker shock when you get the bill because you'll think it's going to be about the same with your cost at home, and it's about 10 times more. So typically, ISP internet service is about $500 per month at your school, which is a big budget. So E-rate, depending on what your free and reduced lunch rate is at your school, will pay for a very good portion of that so that you don't have to. And they can either bill directly to the provider or you can submit your receipts for reimbursement. They changed a lot about this program last year, so a lot of things have changed in the program. Like they don't require you to have a technology plan anymore if you're only using Category 1 funding. Most schools are only going to be using Category 1 funding. The way they do it is they have a pot of money, they give all the Category 1 money out, and if they have any money left, they start with the highest need schools, the highest free and reduced lunch rates, and they start doing Category 2. Several years in the past, they didn't have any money left at all for Category 2, and they didn't get into it. So unless you have an extremely high free and reduced lunch rate, I wouldn't even worry about applying for Category 2 because it's a lot of work. Category 1, you can apply yourself. It is possible to do it. It's kind of confusing. When you go to their website, they really like their form numbers. And they refer to everything by the number of their forms. And if you're not familiar with that, it can be kind of confusing, but once you get used to it, it's not that bad. And it is possible to do it yourself. Or you can hire a company to do it for you, and the way most of those companies work is they will charge you a percentage of what you save. So if you're going to save $15,000, they'll take $2,000 or $3,000 from you to once you get approved to administer it. So if that's worth it to you in the amount of time it would take you to do the application, you might want to look into that. I called them earlier this week to find out that definitively if a charter school who is opening in August can apply, because I had never gotten a definitive answer on that, and they told me yes, you can. You would submit the application, you'd leave the part about your free and reduced lunch rates blank, and then you'd get approved, and then once you have your free and reduced lunch rates, you would put those in, and then they'll tell you what percentage of money they're going to give you. There is a statute in law, or no, there was on their frequently asked questions page, let me see if they wrote me back yet. It said that they're changing the way they do the free and reduced lunch rates to make it district-wide instead of school-wide. And it's based on what the state tells the federal government they should do. And I thought I had seen an email. Here it is. If you're not affiliated financially or operationally with your district, then you have to calculate your own free and reduced lunch rates in Florida. So whatever you enroll at your school is what you'll have to use in August when you fill in those numbers, not your district numbers.
So we could apply now with just some preliminary information?
Yes.
And they would approve or
Well, you can't
disapprove?
apply now, but generally, yes. The applications haven't been opened up. They're usually opened in mid-January.
Okay.
I found a press release that said that by, I think they said January 23rd would be the earliest they could possibly open it up, and that you would have until at least March something to fill out the application. But there is a requirement that you do an RFP 28 days before you submit the actual paperwork.
An RSVP for the technology you
Yeah,
use?
so like if you want to use it to pay for your internet service, you have to do the RFP 28 for your internet service 28 days before you submit your E-rate application. So that way people have a chance to bid on doing it for your school. So you'll want to read, the USAC website is listed here on the top of this slide. That's where you can find all of that information. We had a company that did some webinars for us on E-rate on our website. You can go and watch those webinars if you want to learn more about it and decide. I think you can hire that company to do the application for you if you wanted to. And there were several vendors at the state conference who did this. So if you go to the state conference website, which was charterschoolconference.com, and go to the vendors list, you'll find several others that also do this work. But it's free money, so you might want to take advantage of it. If you're a small school, it might not be a significant amount of money that would be worth the work, but if you're a larger school or a network, you might definitely want to.
Do you know when the FRL rate is calculated? Is it calculated on the day you open for school, or is it calculated 30 days after opening? Because that can be a difference between parents filling out or not.
I personally would wait until you have that, because there's a deadline for FRL applications before the last year's run out. I think it's 30 days. I would wait until that deadline before I did it, but I don't know what the requirement is. Transportation, we talked a little bit about. This is the actual statute. This is the only thing the statute says about charter school transportation.
But wait, before you go on that 30-day piece is only applicable if the student is returning to the same school, correct?
I'm not an expert in this area, so I wouldn't feel comfortable guessing.
Okay, because I think that if it's a new school, which everyone here would be a new student, and it has to be filled out first day, so we may want to double check that.
I'm not positive on that.
And if we knew that they were free and reduced, or whatever school they were at?
I know in Texas, it didn't transfer to a new school. It said when they start at a new school, they have to have it on file when they start school, or that first day they start school, if they don't have it, they're considered paying student. There was a returning kids that came from that same school that were able to have that 30-day window.
Our kids who came from public schools, we were able to use last year's, but I don't know if that was because we were using the district. The district was the FRL provider, or whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that applies.
So we just want to double check that.
Transportation needs to not be a barrier to enrollment at your school. That's what the law says. We did a webinar with the director of transportation from the DOE. That's the link on the bottom of the screen here. That might be worthwhile looking if you're thinking about transportation.
Watch that, it's very good.
Yeah. Here's that lawsuit that I referenced before on the top of this page. If you wanted to read through the lawsuit and the judge's findings about whether or not busing is required. I will say the districts interpret this differently. Some districts will be okay with you being creative, and we do a carpool system. All of our parents can get here if they need to. We don't have a problem. If it were a problem, we pay for the bus for a kid or taxi or something. And some districts are okay with that. Other districts would be, no, you will provide a bus or you are not providing transportation. So this really is a conversation you need to have with your district to make sure you're on the same page with what they're expecting.
Is it legal to have part of your your registration packet, a form that the parents fill out stating that they will need transportation? Or is it
Registration or application?
registration?
That is fine.
That you think it's fine?
But not application, because then they could say, oh, I said I needed a bus.
You're not giving me, you're not accepting me because you have to
Everything
pay.
before the lottery is different than everything after.
So with regards to food services, if you're in a district that will provide you food service, that's your best bet. Especially your first year, it's a lot of work to get the food service stuff up and running. That said, most districts now are not doing this anymore, and you have to do it on your own. There are a couple schools that I've had success working with where we found another school that was a free and reduced lunch provider, and they were willing to start the new charter school as a satellite under that school. I would not say that's the norm, but I would say it's a good alternative. So basically, you find another charter school within your area. They have gone through the training. They are a free and reduced lunch provider, and you're going to clean your free and reduced lunch kids through their school and pretend that you're a satellite of that school. National School Lunch Program is okay with that, but you still have to meet all of the requirements of the National School Lunch Program at your school. If you screw up, you're putting their license at risk. So you have to be respectful of that for the other school as well, because you don't want them to lose their free and reduced lunch rate.
And vice versa, don't be too quick to be a national school lunch provider and be too quick to provide someone else with satellite services for that reason.
The training process has changed since I went through it. When I went through it, it was probably one of the most painful trainings I have ever gone to. They literally yelled at me and kept telling me to close my computer, and I just ignored them. It was not fun. But now a lot of it is online, so I think it's better now, but I don't know. But it was literally 3 days, and you're talking about the nutritional value of ketchup. And that is the training. So it's not fun, but you have to do it. You have to go through it. And it's a lot of paperwork to get approved for a National School Lunch Program. Once your paperwork is all done, they have to come out and do a site visit and make sure that you're operating a lunch program that would be in compliance. So you actually need to have a lunch program at your school in order to qualify for a lunch program.
Now you can have that catered in, right? You don't have to make the food at your school.
Yeah, but whoever's catering it in, if you become a National School Lunch Provider, needs to be authorized by the National School Lunch Program to provide those. So there are vendors who you can hire who are familiar with this, who do it for you. I've been told you can make a little bit of profit off of the school lunch program. I don't think it's a significant amount of money, but it is a possibility. If your district is not allowing you to go under their program, they're not providing lunches for you, then you want to go through this training as soon as possible, as soon as you have a staff person who you could assign this to get ready to get started. Because it's a lot of money if you have to pay for free lunches out of your own pocket.
So if they're not free lunches, you don't have to do the National School Lunch Program?
You will have to.
But we'll have to.
You'll have students on your
Yeah, but the students who qualify.
So I have been told that you have to provide free lunches for kids who qualify for free lunches. I have not seen that anywhere. So I guess if you really wanted to argue it, I'd get an attorney involved, but I have not seen that there's a legal requirement that you provide a lunch service at your school.
Many years ago, when I was a high school cafeteria manager, we had this situation, and it was a high free and reduced area, and we couldn't give them a choice, but you could certainly serve them. And back in the day, you could actually serve peanut butter and jelly. Now you can't have peanut butter at all on your campus, and anything that looks like a peanut with allergies. But cold sandwiches, it doesn't have to be their choice, as long as they're getting fed, and you get 3 to 5 components that make up a meal. So there are economical ways to do it.
I met a couple of people at the conference, and we talked specifically about this, and they have, let's say, 5 community vendors, and they take a day of the week, and they provide the lunch.
They're probably not a National School Lunch Program.
I would assume not. So then all of those would be paid lunches unless there was some kind of plan that you had to pay for the kids that were free and reduced lunch.
Yes.
Okay.
And you have to provide that, right?
I've been told that.
My understanding is you have to.
I haven't seen it, but I've been told that.
I think that if you provide lunch on the campus, you have to provide it to everybody. Like in her situation, somebody qualified for free and reduced because they could not pay. You can't single those kids out and not give them food. You have to have one.
That's what I've been told, yeah, but I haven't seen it written. So,
If you don't have a facility for preparing or holding food at temperature, then the policy is everybody's supposed to bring their own lunch. But if you are serving food, then it gets a little.
So I need to take a break for 2 minutes, if you don't mind. We'll make it a very quick break, and then we'll jump back into human resources. Okay.
Well,
And
I'm not sure because
the
it's
charter
very
schools
clear.
take their students, so all of a sudden I had a high school with
Anybody
2,000
wants any more
students at
food?
1,800.
Well,
All of a sudden I food service. Down to
And I know,
The school should provide their services to its students consistent with hours for
So, I just assume that's not a requirement.
So that's why they're not doing that. But we need to find out.
But I looked up on the website, I saw school over in Canton that had.
But you would already.
It's about one day.
You would already
and
have it in place.
the hour before, about another day, and then 5 different vendors come
So I think you should look at it.
And they had the kids just go order online.
Like just all it states, it's one, the school shall provide food services to its students consistent with applicable Florida statutes.
So you need to find the
Oh, no, but.
Sure, is it possible to have your
It might be
before you?
Yeah.
So you don't.
You can do the training before, if they're offering it. But they need the earliest I've ever seen it approved was October. And I have not heard, I have heard of schools that they've been willing to prorate back to the beginning of the year. But I think that's where the exception is. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. When I was developing these slides, I'm like, there's no way this is gonna go for 6 hours.
We're chatty.
No, it's good.
Lady, I don't know what county you guys are, but like Pinellas, they run our cafeteria for the county coming in. I won't.
Was it provided or not? When they were given the option to.
Now we pay.
Yeah, but they won't even,
Right.
it's on us.
Some of the districts still will, a lot of the bigger ones are saying no. Pinellas and Hillsborough are the exception, they still do it, but the other places don't.
I think we have to do creative.
So staffing needs. You need to start thinking about your staffing plan, but I would recommend you not hire anybody except for your principal as soon as you can. Except the principal.
He's in 2.
Think you have to.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. I think we're about 2/3 of the way through the slides. So you need to be thinking about your plan now for staffing, but I wouldn't hire anybody yet. So when you think about your staffing, you need to think bare bones, unfortunately, during this first year. You're going to be running on a skeleton staff because you can't afford much more than that. So everybody needs to wear lots of hats, which is why I found that cute little kid in the picture wearing lots of hats. Your teachers, take your number of kids divided by your class size ratio for that grade level, and that's how many teachers you should try to get. You don't want to have extra teachers because they're expensive. Your ESC teacher, you need to kind of think of a ratio. Like we want to have one ESC teacher for every 25 kids. And that'll help you figure out and you end up with a decimal, that's okay, it means you have a part-time person. If you have a 0.2 means 1 day a week, or 2 mornings a week, or something like that. Or some schools are able to, I've not heard of this often, but I have heard it happen occasionally, where like 2 charter schools in the area, one needs somebody for 0.4 time, another one needs one for 0.6. So one school hires them and the other one reimburses them for that portion of the time. Something like that is another option if you have a school in your area that's willing to work with you. The principal, any other staff pretty much are a luxury during the first year, other than your office staff. With regards to your office staff, you have your principal or director or head of school or CEO or whatever you're calling that person, but that's generally, in most cases, one person. You have a secretary probably who is going to be like secretary on steroids. Think of that person, I use the term office manager for that person because she's really running the office and she does a lot more than a typical secretary, or he or she, I shouldn't be sexist, is going to do a lot more than what a typical secretary would be doing. You probably are also, unless you're extremely small, but I would say even with 100 kids, you're probably going to want to think about at least a part-time data management person. And this person is one of the most important people on your staff. Because if everything that that person puts into the district's computer is not correct, you will not get paid correctly for your kids. So if you have 300 kids sitting in desks on your school on October FTE Day, but only 250 of them are put into the computer, you will get paid for 250, unless you do a whole lot of work fixing things afterwards. This person is really, really, really important. And this person has to be trained at the district on how to use all of the district systems. So very essential. APs, a lot of charter applications I read, they'll say they're going to get an assistant principal. Generally, you can't afford an assistant principal until you have at least 250 to 300 kids. Unless you have some kind of outside source of funding that's helping to support the school during the first year, you aren't going to be able to afford that. So you have to think bare bones in terms of your office as well. So your human resources department, department is kind of a funny way of putting it, but basically your governing board ultimately is responsible for your school, right? But you may not want to make it your governing board's responsibility to hire and fire staff. The reason for this is if you ever get subpoenaed or you have a lawsuit of some kind, if your governing board is making the decisions, then the governing board has to be involved in that lawsuit, which adds a whole lot of complexity and extra people to that process. If the what I recommend, and most attorneys that I talk to recommend, is the governing board is only responsible for hiring the principal. And then you delegate all of the other HR responsibilities to the principal, and the principal handles everything. That way, if there's a lawsuit, your principal is the one that gets called in, as opposed to the entire governing board. So you're putting a lot of trust into your principal, which is why it's really important that you hire somebody you trust and think will do a good job. Yeah, and the way you, as a governing board, provide directions to that principal in terms of how human resources are supposed to be handled are policies. And so that's a really important component of your policy manual is your employee section. Most charter schools outsource their payroll in some way, shape, or form. I can't think of any charter school that does not do this that I work with. You have 2 options. Well, more than 2, but you have 2 main options when you're thinking about payroll. If you hire a back office accounting firm, they may have something that they do it for you and you don't have to worry about it. But if you're doing accounting yourselves, you have 1 of 2 options. One is you have an employee leasing situation, or you do a payroll company type situation. So there are a lot of companies out there who are really more than willing to take your money and do this for you. Employee leasing is more extensive and expensive. So you're looking at probably about $1,000 per year per employee for your employee leasing solutions. And you're looking at about $100 per employee for your payroll solutions. With your payroll, all you're doing is they're writing the checks out to employees and calculating the taxes and doing the withholdings, and they're doing that kind of work. Some payroll companies will pay your taxes, like the money that they collect, they'll pay the taxes for you. Some of them will just not charge you for however much is in taxes, and you're responsible for paying taxes so that is into workers' comp and all that kind of stuff. So if you're using that kind of a situation, you have to be really clear on who's responsible for what. Because I have been involved with a school where they thought the payroll company was paying all the workers' comp premiums, and they weren't. No, not workers' comp. Unemployment. They thought that the payroll company was paying unemployment, and they weren't. And now the state is mad at them for not paying unemployment. So you have to be really clear in terms of who's responsible for what. Employee leasing, it's more money, but they handle all of that for you. So they will handle all of your taxes for you. They'll handle your benefits for you usually. And if you are in an employee leasing situation, your employees are theoretically employees of that other company, and you're just using them. But they're responsible for all of the payroll and taxes, and they're part of their benefits group. So if they have a lot of people on their company payroll, they're probably getting better benefits in terms of health insurance than you would be able to get with a small group of teachers. So generally, your health insurance is going to be a lot less expensive with your employee leasing solution than it would be with your payroll company, unless you get to have at least like 50 employees.
So is it possible that increased expense of employee leasing is negated by the
I've not personally done that math, but others have told me that that's true.
benefits?
I don't see how that's possible because we just say we're covering this much of your employee benefits and then the employee pays the rest, but then that just puts more cost on the employee. So.
Right.
I've been told that it's more advantageous, and if you have less than 50 employees, it's more advantageous to go with the employee leasing company, is what I've been told. The other nice thing is it's less work on your staff. So if you have a principal and an office manager, it's less work on them to do an employee leasing because then they don't have to worry about handling all the health insurance and all that kind of stuff.
I have a question. Hope we're not in trouble. When we did our application, we had a company to do our budget for us, all of the budget stuff, so that we didn't have to worry about that. We don't have a contract with them, but we have inferred to them that they will be our back office support once and they're helping me. They're going to do, if we get to stage 2 on the CSP, the budget. Do we have to do an RFP to do?
There's no legal requirement that you have to.
True, because I've inferred to them that they're going to be out.
Yeah.
I mean, we have.
I think it's best practice to do that because it's public money.
Because we've never paid them for anything.
Yeah.
They've just done it pro bono with the expectation that once we get money, they're going to be our back office support.
When companies come to us and tell us they want to use us for back office, we ask them to do an RFP so that it's very clear and open and public. But in your case, there's nothing that would prevent you from doing it. As long as you have some kind of document, if I were you, I would have some kind of documentation just saying that they've done all of this free work for us. That's why we're using them. In case anybody ever comes back and says, well, how did you make this decision?
Is that a good enough reason for not doing an RFP?
There's no legal requirement that you have to do an RFP.
Okay.
It's more just a PR thing and being good stewards of public money. So if you are outsourcing your payroll or HR, which I recommend. Oh, the other benefit of an employee leasing company is most of the leasing companies that you would work with also have human resource specialists on staff. So if you have an HR question, like if you want to get to the point where you're thinking about letting somebody go, they have somebody on staff you can call and they'll walk you through that process and make sure you're doing everything you're supposed to do. I will say that my personal experience with that is they're all very much don't want to fire anybody because they don't want their unemployment rates to go up. So they will give the employee way more benefit of the doubt than I would be willing to as an administrator, which is why I also had an employee attorney on call where I could, somebody who I knew we had to pay them, but somebody who I knew I trusted and could call with employee legal questions if I needed to.
On the one where you say can be, that your last bullet under the employees and say can be more tied to other company policies, what do you mean by that? That the policies they bring to you is based upon companies they support, or?
For example, there was a school that I was working with. The school, one of the teachers is going on medical leave and contacted ADP and told them she was going on medical leave. So ADP started their whole internal leave policy, but the school had a different leave policy. And so now there's a conflict between the payroll company policy and the school policy that they have to work on a little bit.
Just out of curiosity, because I know the situation where the school does the employee leasing. They have an issue where they're currently being sued for wrongful termination. If the teacher, let's say, is technically they are employed not by the school but by the company that they lease to, would it be something that they would go after the school for or after the company, the leasing company?
Well, anybody can sue anybody for any reason, so I would imagine they would include the school since the school is making the decisions.
Got it.
So the first thing I would recommend that you do is think about what you need in terms of services and what service levels you want before you start reaching out to companies. I would do an RFP, unless you're in a unique situation, and then send that out to a couple companies. You'll find that rates vary a lot. The company, yeah, I'm not supposed to recommend companies. Ask me offline. There are a lot of companies that do this kind of work. There are companies in Florida which specifically focus on charter schools that do this kind of work as well. So you can reach out to them and get quotes.
And you can't warn us of any either, right? If you can't recommend, you can't.
I'm
warn
not
us of
supposed
any.
Most of those companies are not going to be able to give you quotes on insurance benefits for your employees yet, because in order to get quotes for insurance for employees, you have to provide them with a roster of the zip code and the birth dates and the gender of your employees. And your rates are all tied to that. So don't be surprised when they say, well, we can't tell you how much your health insurance is going to be. That's pretty common. And we also found that the longer you wait, the more that can affect your insurance rates as well. So for example, one school I was working with, they were hiring their teachers yet into August. And by waiting 1 week until we had like 3 more teachers hired, our insurance premium rates dropped significantly because we had those additional 3 people who were younger teachers and not as highly skewed. Yeah, skewed is a good word. So that's another consideration to take in when you start talking to these people and thinking about those things. Things you definitely would want to consider are your turnaround time. Like if you want to get teachers get paid on Friday, how early do you have to submit the payroll in order for them to get paid on Friday? That turnaround time is an important consideration. Also an important consideration is when do they take that money out of your account? Do they take the money out of your account on Wednesday to pay them on Friday? Because remember cash flow, that's really important during the first couple of years. And also, how does that money get from your account into their account? ADP, for example, a lot of our clients use ADP, but for new schools, until you have a credit history, they will not just automatically withdraw the money. You actually have to go to the bank and wire the money to them every single time there's a payroll. So that means that you need to have somebody who can go and wire the funds unless your bank will allow you to wire online. So those are considerations to take into. Also, I personally think that the ease of use of their online system is an important consideration. If they're going to require you to submit all of your payroll online and your timesheets online, you want to make sure it's something that's easy to use and that you can access quickly. Questions? Okay. Payroll, I didn't put a slide in here, but I just thought of this. I should mention it. You need to think about how often you're paying your employees. Most people think that they want to pay every other week because it's easy and convenient and you can quickly get checks. But if you do that, that means 2 months out of the year you have 3 payrolls. And the district is not going to change your amount that you're getting on those 2 months. You are going to have to make that up. So our clients, what we recommend is that you do payroll twice a month. For most of our clients, what we do is they get paid for like August or September 1st to September 15th, and they get that check on September 20th. And then they get paid from September 16th until the last day of the month, and they get that check on October 5th.
It's not once a month. I used to get paid once a month.
Not many schools that I know do once a month. The state of Florida pays their employees once a month. My wife works for the state, and they do that for the state. But it's really hard for most teachers to do once a month. It's really hard for most teachers because teacher salaries are kind of low. For them to get paid once a month is pretty difficult.
That's just the way North Carolina was.
So that's something you're going to want to set in place before you hire your principal in terms of when you're doing your payroll. So that's something you're going to think about soon. Employee handbook. I mentioned before that section 3 of the policy manual that the CSU has created is the employee handbook. That I would say you just take section 3 out and that's your employee handbook. I would, yes?
I'm sorry, going back to the payroll piece. So if you outsource your payroll section, and it just came up when we were talking about letting the principal know what's going on, do they also have some sort of online timekeeping mechanism for those employees who are hourly?
Some do, some don't.
Okay.
I've seen a wide range of And with the clients that we work with, most of them have paper timesheets, and then they send them to us, and we verify them and do all the math to make sure they're right. And then we put everything into the payroll company for them. Some of our clients, like they use Edline. One of our clients uses Edline, and the teachers go in there and they put in their, or their hourly people put in their hours that way. So it varies. Some use ADP and they have to put the time in that way. Employee handbook. I would try and start working on this now so that by the time you hire your principal, you pretty much have it in place so your principal kind of knows what the policies are for employment. So I would say that if you were going to start working on your policy manual, Section 3 is the one you should start working on now, because if you're following my format, because that way you have something in place when you hire your principal within the next couple months. These are employee policies that I think are really important that you should have. Bear in mind, I'm not an employment attorney, and an employment attorney will probably tell you a lot more than this, but these are things that I think you really need to have in place. You should have an equal opportunity employer statement so that you're not discriminating, and you cannot be accused of discriminating, non-discrimination as well. You should have compensation policies in terms of how you set salaries and how those decisions are made. You should have a policy about benefits, like does an employee have to work at your company for a month or two before they get their benefits, or do they start right away? And what is considered full-time in terms of when an employee's benefits would kick in. You should have policies about leave time, like PTO. I personally prefer PTO versus sick and vacation days. And my reasoning behind that is if you give a person 5 sick days and 5 personal days or whatever, they're going to use their sick days as personal days regardless, and then you have to scramble the morning of to find a substitute, as opposed to treating them like professionals and give me some heads up so we can find a substitute. So personally, I just lump it all into one sum, and you can use it however you want to use it as an employee. If you are, I should have checked this before I put this number on the slide. I think I'm right, but I could be wrong. If you have more than 50 employees, you're required to do FMLA. If you have less than 50 employees within a certain radius of your building, then you do not have to do FMLA. Even if you do not have to do FMLA, I would recommend that you have a policy on medical leave. If you have a teacher who gets pregnant and you have less than 50 employees, what's your policy in terms of how you're paying for that person's insurance? How are you guaranteeing that person if they can come back to their job, etc.? It does not need to be as significant as a FMLA policy needs to be because there's a lot of laws around the FMLA. And I've gotten burned several times with FMLA personally, and people tend to abuse it, so I'm not a big fan, but I do think that it's important to have a leave policy for your employees.
For FMLA, is it automatically if you're under 50 that you don't have to comply, or is it if you're under 50 you can be exempt, but you have to?
No, you are exempt. You don't have to exempt paperwork. You probably would want a policy in terms of behavioral expectations for your staff. As much as you'd like to think that wouldn't be necessary, it is. And then also in terms of termination, in terms of like if you have to let somebody go, what is the policy for how you're letting somebody go? Also, you need to statute with regards to salary schedules in Senate Bill 736 say that you need to, your reduction in force is not based on seniority. It needs to be based on something other than seniority. Yeah.
So this is something that you're going to create, your policies.
There's a sample in there you can steal from, but I wouldn't just take the whole thing and adopt it. I would go through it page by page and make sure it's something you're comfortable with.
And on that note, with something that is unique to academy or whatever, should there be some sort of form or whatever? If you're creating these forms, or is that an infringement on something else?
If you're stealing stuff from us, we put a open Creative Commons license on everything that we do for the support unit, so it's free to steal. And you can use the same formatting.
So you don't have to worry about it. Oh.
That's why it's there. One thing you may not realize, but need to realize, is that most of your personnel records are public records. So there are some specific laws with regards to your personnel records that you should probably be aware of. Florida Statute 1012.31 is the statute about this. Pretty much everything is public, except for if you have a complaint about a teacher, That cannot be made public until after your investigation is complete. Your evaluations are confidential until the end of the year following the evaluation. So if you're evaluating this spring, then they wouldn't be available till the end of next school year. Nothing derogatory that has been put into the teacher record can be shared publicly until an employee has at least 10 days to respond or be notified. And payroll deductions and medical records are confidential. But everything else is part of public record from personnel records.
Now, so if the teacher gets a low performance evaluation and that teacher's trying to get another job, if another school calls for a reference, then could say, or the principal could say, if they were asked that the performance was unsatisfactory and that would be within.
I would refer to your teacher contracts. I've often seen teacher contracts that say that the school will only confirm or deny whether or not an employee.
That's what I'm used to. Yeah. They actually work from August 1 of this year to.
Yeah.
I'm not.
So in practice, my rule as a principal was if I got a call, if it was a negative evaluation, I would only confirm the dates. If it was positive, I would talk about the person and shining records. But so if you ever call me for a job evaluation for somebody and I don't give you any information, imply what you will.
I just want to make sure that this was open-ended.
Yeah.
I would think that would send a message if they're saying, well, can you tell us how they did? Well, they were employed here from such and such to such.
Well, I would say, our contracts only allow me to.
But if they did a public records request, then you would.
Yes, then you have to comply and give up the evaluation, right?
If it's after that timeline.
Right, if it's after what's here.
So your first big hiring decision is going to be your principal. I would recommend you start thinking about this as soon as possible. And really it comes down to a financial decision of when you can afford to hire that person. The sooner you can bring them on, the better, because really when you're marketing your school at this point, you're selling your principal. The CSP grant will allow its allowable expense for up to 3 months prior to the first day of school for an administrator. That means that it doesn't have to be the 3 months prior to the beginning of school. You could do April, May, and June, and then in July you kick over into your fiscal year. And if you could get your grant approved by April, which is not a guarantee, but you can use 3 months as long as it's before the first day of school. So that'll help if you become a CSP grant. So start working backwards. So if you know you want to hire your teacher, like May is about 3 months before the first day of school. So if you want to hire your teacher May 16th, because then you can think your CSP grant will cover the principal for those 3 months. You have to figure you're going to need to give that person like 3-4 weeks notice so that they can quit their other job and move if they need to or get their affairs in order. So that puts you about April 11 through 25. You have to figure it's going to take you a couple weeks to do interviews, put you back to April 4th. You have to figure you're going to have to post that job before you do interviews for about a month. So that puts you at March 7th to hire somebody for May 16th. So you need to give yourself that lead time in order to plan for hiring your principal, in addition to actually doing the work. So that's the first thing you need to think about.
Say a principal started May 16th, is that enough time for them to find teachers?
That's why I did this. So I was wondering, why do we have hiring teachers next?
She's got a question.
She's got a question.
Oh, texting, sorry. Thank you for waving and for watching here. We had figured out how to budget for 3 co-directors with equal pay for a student body of 80 in our first year. Maybe we're doing something wrong. We need the CSP grant for other things. How are we expected to hire before July 1st? You outside sources of funding, generally. Lots of schools have philanthropists that will help with the initial startup costs, but there's no state funding or anything to hire before July 1. Some schools will wait until July 1 to hire a principal. My experience is the ones that do that have a very difficult time opening effectively. And in terms of hiring teachers, most teachers are looking for jobs around March or April. And so if you're not hiring your principal until July or May, that means your board needs to interview principals, which is a difficult thing for the board to do effectively in the sunshine.
I have the same question that she does. Not expect, but ask.
You could, how did you, does the question pop up?
Yeah, it pops up for just a couple seconds.
Fascinating. I've never done this before. You could ask, but then if they feel that you're pressuring them, then you get into wage and hour restrictions and you could get into trouble legally.
Doing what?
Asking them to volunteer for a couple months.
That's against the law?
You could get in trouble if they complain, yeah.
Oh, if they complain.
Yeah, they can turn around and say, well, you owe me this much money.
You can be creative and hopefully volunteer that, you know, it means that we're not gonna have funds, we have a budget, this is what we're working with, we have to have funds to pay for July, but we know it's important to get a principal on the rolls, and, I mean, you can be creative in the
It's often common with teachers. Teachers will come in during the summer and volunteer.
We used to work free all the time. Because it's not against the law to hire a principal and just be real with them and say, look, you know, we're not gonna have any money until July 1st, but so it's okay to retro pay. You know, let them work, and then when you get the money.
I think so, but I would recommend checking with an employee attorney to make sure you don't get yourself in any trouble. What I've seen is oftentimes they'll be hired as a consultant for the first month or two, and then they'll submit an invoice, and that invoice has to be paid at some point. I have seen it done that way.
Is there any kind of requirement as to job postings? Are there any statutes related to that in the hiring realm? For example, if we have some bang-up person already, is there a process that you must go through in the hiring process?
I'm going to talk about best practices in a minute. Is it okay if we go a little past 3? They may have
I need the information.
Okay.
She had a question.
I was trying to read it, sorry. We can hire the principal now and expect volunteer time. Can we account for it in time off later? I would really recommend talking to an employment attorney because you don't want to get yourself in trouble. If someone was to stay in what we do, we need them now. Yeah, if they're going to have a say in the organization, you kind of need that person to start as soon as possible. The problem with wage and hour laws is defending yourself against a claim. It's very much the burden of proof is on the employer, not the employee. So if an employee says that they have not been paid for time that they worked, it's kind of on the employer to prove that they're wrong. Otherwise, you have to pay them. So if you get that complaint, it's difficult to defend yourself.
And expecting volunteer hours, that wording right there, you're gonna lose it as an employer. Because if you expect the volunteer hours, you're basically telling them they have to work.
Well, the different principals who do like Curtis did, you know, worked with the weekends.
I like your consultant idea though.
And I've seen that. I've seen that a lot.
Contractually, you know.
So, if most teachers are looking for jobs in March and April and we're hiring our principal in May, and we want our principal to hire our teachers, we feel that's important.
That's why I say it's best to hire your principal as soon as you possibly can afford it.
Can you make an offer for somebody as a principal that they start that role June 1st in March if we find the right person, even though they're not going to start the role?
That's I think the question they're asking. Yes, you can make an offer. We'd like you to start June 1st, and they can accept it. The question is, do you want them to do work between now and June 1st?
Yeah, I want them to hire the teachers.
That's where the question comes in, is if they're volunteering that time and you're forcing them to volunteer that
So we hire
time.
them as a consultant to hire our teachers and they become our principal.
Yeah.
Which sounds like the best idea, contractual.
They could submit an invoice to you and then they're not on your payroll.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be responsible for any of the payroll taxes, it would just be.
You would, or she would.
Yeah.
And then you have 30 to 60-day window depending on when they submit the invoice.
Right.
That you could float.
Right.
And still comply with.
Get funding before, yeah.
So in
Can
that
CSP
scenario,
funds be
where
used to pay that type of consultant fee?
I believe so.
Well, the CSP grant, is that the question you
Yes.
Yeah, could the CSP funds be used to pay that
It should,
consultant?
because you can use it.
Yeah,
for
it's like hiring the person, so. Yeah, I know that we have used CSP grant funds in the past for consulting for professional development, so I don't see that that would be a problem. But I also am not working for the grants office, so.
Also, CSP requires you to pay the bills before you actually receive it.
Yeah, which is a problem.
It does, you're right.
So, I mean, it don't
That's a
really matter.
catch-22.
So the question was, can we ask the person to join the founding board and then hire them when the money becomes available in July? You could do that, but then they're subject to open sunshine, government and sunshine requirements, so I would be hesitant to do
And then
that.
you're having your board.
Read
do
that
the
question
hiring.
again, what was her question?
Yeah.
The question was, if, like, we want to hire you in July to be our principal, could you come be on our board until July?
And what's your answer?
I would not do that because then they are subject to government and sunshine. And so if they're working on interviewing teachers or whatnot, that would potentially open up some sunshine things.
And they're still not getting any compensation.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, they would only be subject to the sunshine laws. If someone were to do that, they would only be subject to the sunshine laws while they were a board member. Once somebody is no longer a board member.
Right, but if they were trying to move on.
Right, no, I understand.
So
There are some boards where the board member leaves the board and becomes the principal.
Yes. That's not uncommon.
Of our county.
Can I add another management piece that you guys are trying to figure out how to hire and consult and all that other stuff? Another part of the management piece is just remember that like, if someone is in a consulting role, they really are not subject to like their policy. Not really, like I'm not your employee. If they're a consultant, they're not your employee. So all the rules and all those things, they can't be held to that. So just when you're trying to figure this piece out, like one of the things that Curtis is saying is you have to look at the big picture. What you want to do is have your situation so that when you plan it out, you have less pain in the backside, because that pain in the backside is going to hit your ultimate customer, your students or your parents. So I understand the consulting piece, I understand the volunteering piece and things like that, because you're looking at it just from a money perspective.
Because we don't have money here.
I know. But what I'm saying is kind of think about, if you only look at it from a money perspective, you can really shoot yourself in the foot in the long term.
See, I'm coming from a different angle. I think that the principal should be a key player from the get-go.
Oh, I
as
absolutely
early as
agree.
possible,
Oh, I
and how to make that happen without the funding coming in.
And they want it, and the
Yeah.
principal wants it, so they may be very willing to work on a
See, I
consulting
think if you get the
basis.
right person, they will give volunteer
Because you
time.
wouldn't want
and they will
anybody as your
participate.
principal that didn't.
You gotta find the person you don't have to ask for.
Right,
Just
with the
that.
passion.
Start with-
So if you don't ask for them to volunteer and they do volunteer, you are not subject to any of the legal in.
Unless they come back and claim that you told them they had to, in which case you have to prove that you didn't.
So let's get it in writing.
You can get in writing that they're providing services without.
attorney on retainer.
Something?
Talk to an attorney.
Yeah,
Sorry, that's
yeah.
outside of my field of expertise.
Just one point, depending on your authorizer, when you get your first payment, based on your projected FTE,
Coercing them to sign it.
if your first, if teachers you're looking at are on a fiscal basis, and they're ending somewhere at another school on June 30th, and you want them to start July 1st, you might be getting your payment, your first payment from your authorizer July 15th.
Right.
Which would coincide with hiring that person, the teachers, starting July 1, so they don't have to break in service from their last job. And then you can train them the entire month of July and get them up to speed with the policies and your culture.
Teachers can start.
Just
July first.
cultures.
I'm worried about.
Just teachers, rather, right. So it's a matter of finding out when you can get that
But
first
he also
payment.
said that your teachers are looking in March and April for their next year's job.
So the problem is if you don't hire your principal until July 1, hiring your teachers in July, you're not going to have the best and brightest teachers.
That's true.
So that's why hiring your principal is extremely important, as soon as you can possibly afford to do so. There was a school that I was involved with last summer where the principal started on July 1 because he was coming from another country, and they had a really hard time getting enough teachers and getting teachers. I mean, I think they've had 2 or 3 people leave already. It's just, it's very difficult to find the people you need at that point. So you have to budget for your staff, the budget template, you can pick out, it'll help you pick out your numbers. And then you have to develop your timeline for how you're going to hire, and then clearly define what you're looking for. Obviously, if you're a dropout prevention high school, what you're going to be looking for in teachers is very different than what you're going to be looking for a K-5 school. And same thing with your administrator. Make sure you clearly define what it is that you're looking for, and then develop your process around what you're looking for. If you already have somebody in mind, you can probably tune out for the next few minutes, but I'm going to talk about in terms of when you're hiring your administrator, And then the same is true for when you're looking at teachers. But I would recommend that you actually put a plan in writing, even though it seems kind of silly. But you're hiring somebody, it shouldn't be that difficult. But finding somebody right to run your school is the most important decision you're going to be making as a board. And if you don't make that decision right this time, you will have a hard time recovering because that first year is essential in your operation. So come up with a specific plan on how you're going to do this. First thing you need to think about in your plan is where you're going to be posting your job. It used to be that Florida had a free service available to all schools in the state called Teachers Teachers, where you could post all of your jobs on there for free. The state canceled their contract with them, so it's not free anymore. So it's like $900. But it's been my experience that that's where most people are looking for jobs in the educational realm. But you can also look on, LinkedIn, Facebook, social media, district websites, personal contacts. There are a lot of other places that you can look for candidates as well. There are schools that I know of that have used headhunters to find people. I personally think it's a waste of money, but then again, I told you before, I was in the mindset that I didn't want to spend money anytime I didn't have to. But there are some people who think that really is an effective way of finding someone. So in your job posting, make sure you're putting in what you're looking for, be as specific as possible so that they know if it's going to be a good match. You'll get everybody from the sun to the moon who will apply. Hopefully they're looking at it to see if they're a good match for the school, but probably they won't. In what you're asking for from the employees, do not ask anything that could be discriminatory: age, sex, race, disability, etc. Use a uniform application process to make things move more smoothly. What I mean by that is if you just accept resumes from anybody who emails them to you, first of all, you have a security concern on your computer because you shouldn't be opening attachments from people you don't know. Second of all, if you get 300 resumes and they're all formatted differently, trying to figure out where the information is and the way they formatted theirs is a pain in the behind. That was the other reason I really liked Teachers Teachers, is because all of the resumes came in exactly the same format, and I knew exactly where to find what I was looking for. So there is something to be said for that standardization as well.
So you said that's still available, but it's not free?
Correct.
Okay.
So you think the $900 might be worth it if there's one?
If I were to hire if I were hiring for a new school, I would pay for it.
Okay, so it's worth the $900.
Yeah, I've mentioned it to the state at least 3 times now that I think they should bring the contract back, and I've mentioned to the charter school office that maybe they should use the grant money to pay for it just for charter schools, but nobody seems to be taking it seriously.
Is it eligible under CSP?
I would think so, but it's not been asked before.
Yeah, but we could eventually get the money back.
Any purchase you make before your date on your award letter does not count.
Are you serious?
On your what letter? Word.
You will get an award letter from the state, and all of your purchase orders and invoices need to be after that date, or they will not accept it.
You're right, I remember reading that now. It has to be after.
Yeah, they're really strict about that. And
Quick question there, if we have all to turn in stage 2 documents like the end of March, when would we expect that? How quickly do they turn that around? Is it
Not
beginning
quick
in July?
enough.
Or is it?
Theoretically, if you were really good about getting paperwork done exactly the way they wanted it to, and you were on their good side, and the district was working with you, and everything went really, really smoothly, I would say you could get funding in April or May. But that is the exception, not the rule. The other thing that I recommend that you think about when you're hiring your principal, especially if you don't have somebody in mind already, is your principal you expect to be a higher caliber than a typical employee, right? So I personally make my principal applicants jump through a lot of hoops intentionally. And I've had people complain to me that it's ridiculous how many questions I ask the principal applicants. And I figure if they're complaining about questions on an application, I don't want them working for me anyway.
I've heard that from someone, give them a specific date and time to call in, and then log that they never called, or they called 2 hours early, or 2 hours late, or to really specify down.
Well, and what I do is I use Google Forms, and I make a form with questions specific towards this job, and I ask them to fill that out. And I don't do that for everybody. I pick out the applications I like, and then I give them this link and say, please go here, and that's always narrow it down a little bit more. And then I do a phone screening of people. I don't want to call 18 people, I'll call 12 people, and then I narrow it down a little bit every time. But I personally don't have a problem with making principals jump through hoops, because if you want to run my school, then you're going to need to jump through a lot of hoops. So get used to it. This is kind of where I was going with interviewing and screening. Interviews are extremely stressful and time consuming for everybody. So do as much screening beforehand before you actually make that person come, especially if they're traveling from out of state or something. You want to try to do as much as you can beforehand to narrow down that interview pool so that you're not wasting a whole lot of people's time. With regards to the way you screen, don't wing it, have a plan. Be very specific about how you're reviewing applications. What I actually do, this is just a timeline. I'm going to skip over this, it's in your slides. Develop an actual rubric in terms of how you're reviewing your applications. So this is for a school that I did that was focused on multicultural education, and they had like an international high school baccalaureate program. So for this school, multicultural focus, multilingual was all very important. So we actually gave points to people when we read their resumes on whether or not they had those qualities listed in their resume. And I specifically put on job postings that this is what we're looking for. We'll be reviewing your resume based on these qualifications. And it is amazing how many people don't put in a cover letter, don't talk about anything that you have in your application that you said you're interested in. It's like these people have no idea how to apply for jobs. And if they can't apply for a job, how are they going to do the job? Yeah. So I put in my job postings, submit a cover letter, and make sure you talk about your experience with charter schools and your experience with multicultural education. And if they don't submit that cover letter, they're pretty much not getting even screening, in my opinion, because they didn't follow directions. I actually give points for following directions, and you'd be shocked at how many people don't get the full 2 points for following directions. But this is, so I would develop a rubric, and then you go through your resumes when you get them, and if they're all in the same format when you get them, this goes pretty easy. You go through them, make a spreadsheet, give them their points, and then the people who are the highest top point earners are the people you call in for your phone screening, because they've met what you've asked for your requirements. That works well for me. You may have a system that you like better, but this is what I use. I've helped 4 schools now hiring principals, so this is the process that I've used with those schools in terms of going through and hiring.
What is 21st century skills?
In my mind, it's the ability to be analytical with data and to be able to find data and use it effectively. If somebody says that using Twitter is their version of 21st century skills, that means they get 0 points.
Is there any, is that also related to technical skills as far as, it doesn't have to be familiarity with, or comfort necessarily with computers and with certain programs, but just even the willingness and the ability.
Or understanding what's important about being able to use a computer, in my opinion, is not really all that important. Knowing when a computer is appropriate and to be able to teach kids how to use that information that they can get from the computer in an appropriate way is far more important to me. So yeah, I hate that term, but that's what I mean when I write it.
Well, I was just thinking about if we're planning on using Google Docs and that kind of communication, we want somebody who's going to be able to be comfortable with that.
With our own rubric. So we would create our own rubric.
Yeah.
What we want.
Yep.
Chris, have you found in your experience that the pickets have been slim for the principal?
I usually get about 50 applications for a principal.
I mean, good.
I usually narrow this telephone screening down to about 12 to 15 people, and we usually do physical interviews with about 6.
So finding top quality people has not been an issue.
That is not what I said.
You're not really answering the question. You're not really answering the question.
He's a politician.
Every time I've done interviews, there's been at least one person I liked. Sometimes there's been more than one person.
You all saw it too, didn't you?
Carol, we're speaking from August 1st to July 1st.
He didn't really.
I hired Crystal's boss. I helped with that process. When I did him, there were 2 people that we called in for final interviews with the board. So you can blame me or thank me. I don't know which route you would go.
So the pickets are slim of top quality people. There's not a lot of top quality.
Yeah, there's a lot of people with no experience who are eager and want to get into the educational profession.
They want to use us as a training ground.
Yeah, and some of those people are like another one of your colleagues who I helped to hire. I don't know if he's working out well for you, but I really liked him. He was an assistant principal at another charter school, extremely eager and energetic and willing to work, and very little experience per se. but I really felt that he could learn it and pick it up quick enough that I was comfortable because I thought he had the energy required to start a school. I would rather go with somebody more energetic for a new school than somebody who has a whole lot of experience if they can be taught that experience. Another school that I worked with, I liked somebody, he had charter school experience, but he didn't have the educational model for the school that was opening. And the board decided to go with somebody else who had the educational model experience, but didn't have public charter school experience, and I think he's really struggling. So it's just a matter of where you're putting your priorities and what you think are most important.
And when you have to choose between the two, I read it somewhere and I believe it, hire for character, because you can always teach skill.
Yeah.
How large a net should you cast? I mean, we have a fairly large district, lots of people that will probably apply for a position. Should we go local first, just for cost and ease? Or, like you said, you got 50 applicants, where do they come from?
Mostly just teachers.
And there's people that are willing, that are willing to relocate, and you can find them on teachers.
That to me has been the biggest recruiting tool. I don't know, I asked him this at the conference. My fear is that now that it's not paid for by the state, that less districts will use it, and so people won't assume that that's the place you have to go to find a teaching job in Florida. That's my concern. He says that that's not happening. He said that they've actually had an increase in usage in the last couple months. I don't know if that's true. He's a salesperson. But in the past, teachers has been the way to go. I recorded this. I should be careful with what I say.
At least it's not looking at your face.
Yeah, so then the next step in my process is to do a phone screening, and I usually narrow it down to about 4 questions. And what I do when I do phone screenings is I use Google Calendar. There's a place where you can set up appointment times. And I set up an appointment time and I send the link to any of the people who I want to do a phone screening. They click on the link and they'll see a list of what time frames are still available. They click on it, fill it out, and I tell them that they have to put their phone number in the comments box that they want me to call them at. And that's another thing where I record if they don't follow directions. Then that way I don't have to have a secretary calling all these people and trying to coordinate schedules. I leave it on them. If they don't make an appointment, well, I'm so sorry. That's what I do. And then I take really detailed notes when I'm doing the phone screening, and then I send those notes to the board, and then the board can make the decision who they want to interview, and I give them my recommendations, and if they want to take it or not, it's up to them. So that's the way I've organized that process on behalf of boards in the past. But I would recommend whatever process you're using, write it out so that you know exactly what steps is happening.
Are you saving all of the notes to show that you're using the same interview process with each candidate?
I am, yes. So when you're interviewing, I recommend using a team because people have different perspectives on other people and will pick up on different things than you pick up on. And you want to make sure there's not some physical trait that you're latching onto over, really the personality and characteristics that you want to, and having multiple people in the room will help with that. You should have to think about getting all those people together, when the best time to do that is, if you're going to do like a marathon one day where you interview everybody, or if you're going to try to break that out over multiple days. I recommend that I like this comment, make a chair and take a seat. I recommend that you write out all of your interview questions beforehand and use the same questions with all of the candidates. My experience, you may have picked up on this, I tend not to be very good at time management. So I usually write like 20 some questions and we can only get through like 10. The last few times I've done interviews with people, I usually keep notes on my computer, and the people who I'm doing the interviews with will have a little chat box open, and you can then think, oh, this is not working. So then we'll skip a few questions and just go to the really key ones. We actually get into an ebb and flow usually once we do a couple. If we know which questions are important to ask, and then we start asking the same questions to every single person and just skip over the same ones every single time. I like to throw in a few unexpected questions. I think it's important to see how people think on their feet. When I was a middle school principal, one of my unexpected questions was, what were you like as a middle school student? And people usually weren't expecting that one. but find some question that's kind of out of the ordinary. One of my favorite teacher questions was, what do you think is more important, assessment, planning, discipline, or organization? And I didn't care what answer they put in, I cared about how they described why they put it in the order they put it in. So basically come up with a list of questions. In your handouts, I gave you a list of questions that I used for the last interviews that I did. It was not in the binder. For those of you I gave binders to, it was in the back pocket. And for those of you I gave the handouts to, it was paper clips in that handout. Yeah, so it starts off with those traits. That's the first thing I do is I think about what traits are we looking for in a candidate, and then I try to make sure that those traits are identified somewhere in those questions. So if you have a trait that's important and you're not asking a question that relates to that trait, you're not doing a very good job of interviewing.
One of the questions I love to ask when we're interviewing for teachers is, what percentage of students not making gains would be acceptable to you? And you'd be surprised, the answers that you get. Not that there's necessarily a right or wrong answer. I guess it's how you explain it, but.
And I'd be suspicious that they said 100% have to make gains, because then that's, yeah, okay.
That's a very philosophical question.
Be careful with your interview notes. Don't put anything on your notes that could be viewed as discriminatory, because remember open records laws, if somebody were to ask for your notes, they would have to be provided. And if you put something on there that was discriminatory, you could be opening yourself up for a lawsuit. And make sure everybody on your interview team understands that.
Is the interview team generally, if we're hiring the principal, just the board, or can you invite other folks?
You can invite other folks
to the principal interview, and the principal could invite a board member or have his interview team, his or her interview team.
Yes.
Okay.
Just remember that if you have more than one board member present, it's a public meeting.
If you have like a hiring committee, are all of their notes subject to the same sunshine law as the board?
Well, open record laws, not sunshine.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes you'll want to do second interviews. So you want to think of, if that's part of your process, how you're going to include that. When I was running a school, what we did was, when I was hiring my replacement, we did first interviews, narrowed it down to 3, and then we did second interviews with those 3. And we actually had them come spend a day at the school with me. And they shadowed me with the day, and I asked them, we went visited classrooms, and I asked them to share their observations on what they noticed when we walked into the room. I had them deal with a couple of behavioral issues that came up during the day to watch how they handled those kinds of things. That was helpful for me to see. And usually when I did teachers, I had them actually teach a class for an hour before, as part of their second interview. So you can think about your process that way as well, and how you're going to build all of that in. If you don't have a school, it's a little bit harder to do those things.
Can you go back for a minute? You said, so we're planning on having a hiring committee, we're already developing it, but you said one of our board members is on that committee, then it's a public meeting. So we're interviewing for a principal, it's a public meeting, there's 2 board members on that committee.
Yes.
But do you have an application already? The contract, I'm sorry, the contract?
By February, probably by the time we start interviewing.
The interview is not public if
you have more than one board member present.
Then the interview becomes public?
Yeah. So if they do individual interviews, though,
One board
member in each.
Yeah, one board, but more than one would make it
So
public.
if you have one.
So what if we
board
did back to back, like I interview them at 1 o'clock and Bush interviews them at 2 o'clock, but we're never in the same room.
I can do that.
I think that's okay.
Okay.
And as long as we don't discuss it.
There are some specific rules that I think they revolve around evaluation, not around interviews. So I think you're okay doing it that way.
What was that?
If like at 1 o'clock you meet with one board member, and at 2 o'clock you meet with another board member in a different room. I think you're okay doing that. Personally, I would just make it a public meeting and do it together.
Just
because,
do a board meeting interview?
Yeah.
And then you just notice that you're having a meeting to interview principal candidates.
Yeah, I would do that.
And that can be after steps of screening and almost.
So basically you get it down to 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And then another option could also potentially be if you have a single board member with a committee, an interview committee, that then brings their results to.
No, that committee probably is on subject to sunshine, because the board is giving that committee the responsibility of fighting principal.
So we just have to notice all of this.
I would notice them, yeah.
No, but you might be able to have a committee have more time to do that than the board members themselves.
Yeah. So when you're interviewing principals, make sure you kind of get to know their personality. Like was mentioned, character is more important than skills sometimes here. Gear your questions towards your program. One of the things I do for the final interview with principals is I give them a copy of the charter application, and I tell them that I'm going to ask them questions about the charter application, so they may want to look at it. And then when they come, I ask them, what did you like about our charter application, and what do you think are going to be the biggest stumbling blocks to getting the school open, based on what you saw in the application? That is an important question to me, because if they didn't read that application after I sent it to them, or at least glance through it, they're not serious about the job. Have a clear picture about the qualities that you're looking for. I talked a little bit before about nonprofit CEO versus educational leader. That's a really important thing to think about before you start interviewing. Which side of that equation do you place more emphasis on? If you have a really strong board who's run other charter schools and you think you can have somebody who just is focusing on educational leadership, then you're probably fine bringing in a public school principal who has no experience running a nonprofit. That probably won't be a problem for you. But if you are a new school who does not have a whole lot of charter experience, would it be better to have somebody maybe who is a former charter school principal who can help guide your board a little bit more? Make sure, I like this quote too. Guess what? I just found out the police want to interview me. It's strange. I didn't even apply for a job. This is a statute that about due diligence. You have to make sure you're doing employment history checks and criminal background checks on employees before they work for you. This is really important. You have to do your fingerprints and everything before your people start working. In some places that can be a problem, because I know in one district last year, Miami-Dade, they had problems with their fingerprinting and couldn't get it done. There was one place, no, it wasn't one place, it was the FBI. Like, they had an outage with their computer and fingerprinting wasn't working for a little while. So there are some things that could get in your way there too. So just make sure you plan for that and get their fingerprints done as soon as possible. So if you're offering them a job to start in June 1st, have them go get their fingerprints in May at the latest, so that you can make sure you're clear there. How is that final decision going to be made? Who's making that final decision? And how are you making sure that that person that you're looking for aligns with that initial criteria that you set up? Offering the job is really important. I recommend that you have some kind of an offer letter that you use when you offer a job. For teachers, I would come up with an offer letter that says, we intend to hire you if our enrollment, as soon as our enrollment will support hiring you. So that way, I don't know if it says that, but there is a sample employment letter in there. I don't remember if it was that particular employment letter. That way you're giving the teacher something so that they know, because you could, but I wouldn't recommend hiring a teacher until you have the enrollment to support it, because you don't want to have to fire people in September. So you like somebody in April and you want to hire them as a teacher, but your enrollment's not quite there yet to be able to hire another teacher. That's when I would give them an offer letter that says, we're going to get this, as soon as our enrollment gets to here, we're going to offer you this job. Hopefully that'll prevent them from looking for another job, probably won't, but at least maybe give them some reason to put off accepting the other job for a little while longer so you have more time to work. And then another decision you want to make beforehand is, are you negotiating or are you telling them what the salary is? Especially with your principal, if this is our salary, take it or leave it, or are you willing to sit down and negotiate what they want if they want something higher? And who's doing that? Once you make your decision, make sure you have a process and a system. Let me say process and system for bringing your employee on. You should have a list of all of the documents that you need from your employees before they start working. And it's important to remember that you are supposed to have an I-9 filled out for an employee before their first day of work. Otherwise, they're not supposed to be working for you. I believe in the employment section of your binder, there is a section with a possible checklist in there that you can use. Salaries and compensation. I would recommend that you have a policy written out in terms of how you're handling compensation. Salary schedules are now required for charter schools. In the past, they were not required for charter schools, but as of 20-something, 14, 15, as part of the Student Success Act, every charter school is supposed to have a salary schedule. The salary schedules need to be tied to your employee performance. So your first year, you're offering your starting salary, not a big deal. Next year, you're gonna have to worry about how that performance piece ties in, because at least 50% of your evaluation system needs to be based on student performance, And then your evaluation system needs to give people one of 4 criteria, like 4 results. They can either be highly effective, effective, needs improvement, or unsatisfactory. Or if they're a teacher in their first 3 years, you can call them developing instead of needs improvement. You used to be able to like give somebody higher pay based on their degrees. You're not supposed to do that anymore. You can give supplements for higher degrees, but you cannot give them a higher base salary based on the degrees.
And supplements would need to be uniform, correct? If you have X degree, then this is the supplement.
That's what I would recommend. I don't know if the law says it has to be that way, but that's definitely what I would recommend. So when you get to the point of dealing with raises, and I know you don't have to think about raises now, but as you're working on your budget, you want to think about raises because that's something that you have to plan into your budget. And you don't want to offer somebody a lot of money now if it means that giving them a raise in the future is going to make you bankrupt. So when you give raises, your highly effective people need to get the highest raises in your salary schedule. The effective people, their raises need to be between 50 and 75% of what you give to your highly effective people. And the people who are needs improvement or unsatisfactory do not get a performance increase. You can give cost of living increases, which are given to everybody, but those cost of living increases can only be up to 50% of what you gave to your effective people. So it's kind of complicated, but that's what the law says in terms of salary schedules. There is a part of the law that talks about salary supplements, and it says that you have to have salary supplements for these areas. I personally don't think they apply to charter schools because your charter schools are independent and you either are a Title I school or are not a Title I school, so why would you either supplement everybody or not supplement everybody? But that's what the law says. And if you have any budget constraints where you need to do downgrading, you need to make sure that it's done equally across the board. None of you are going to have grandfathered schedules, but you need to make sure if you had a grandfather schedule that they all went down the same way. And also cannot be, reduction of force cannot be based on seniority. I wanted to spend time doing this with you, and I'm still going to take the time even though we're already 17 minutes past when we're supposed to be done. A lot of people misunderstand how teacher salaries work. And this is important for you to realize as you start thinking about budgeting and as you start thinking about how you're going to do your salaries and as you're developing your policies. Oh, this is the wrong slide. I'm jumping ahead of you. On this slide, what I'm talking about is the law doesn't say when you do increases if they have to be percentage or flat rate. My opinion would be to do flat rate because that way it's easier to budget for than a percentage, because a percentage of somebody who's making $50,000 is different than a percentage of somebody who's making $39,000. So my personal opinion is I'm doing salary schedules with people is to do flat rate increases instead of percentage increases. These are just some examples, you can look through them, of salary increases. This is what I started talking about before. I recommend that you adopt a compensation manual. There's a sample of one in your binder on tab 15. Here's the reason why. Can somebody get out a calculator for me? And do my calculator because I'm really bad at doing math in my head as I demonstrated so proficiently before.
Got it.
All right, let's say you have a teacher who's making $40,000 a year. And you use a company like ADP to do payroll. You're going to be paying them 24 pay periods over the course of the year. Yes? Mm-hmm. Okay. What's 40,000 divided by 24? 1,253?
No, 1,666.
1666666.
Okay, so every pay period they're going to get $1,666. Now, ADP is going to think that that is about, there's a number that I'm not remembering right now. I think it's 2,000. What's the number?
Is it there?
2002.
Calculate for 52 times 40 divided by 24. 86.66667. When you pay every other month, payroll companies use this number as how many hours you have in that pay period. So what's 1,666 divided by 86.6?
$19.24.
So ADP is going to say this person is making $19.24 an hour. Following my logic so far?
Yeah.
Okay, times 8, what does that come out to per day?
$153.92.
So ADP is thinking your employees make $153.92 per day, according to the way their systems work. All right, now, same teacher, $40,000 a year, divided by, how many days do you expect your teachers to work over the course of a year?
A year.
Generally, it's somewhere around 200 days. So your kids are in school 180 days.
196.
Many districts will have in the 190s. A lot of charter schools that I see will have around 205 because they want their teachers to come in more over the summer. So somewhere you're going to have to develop a calendar and figure out exactly how many days you expect your employees to work over the course of the year, which days those are. Let's pretend there's 200 days in our teacher's schedule. What's 40,000 divided by 200?
200.
200 even?
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I could have done that in my head. So there is a discrepancy here. The teacher is making $40,000 a year, but the way you calculate how much they're making differs. Now, the problem when this becomes a problem, there's a couple times it becomes a problem. If you start paying your teachers in July, they're not actually starting to work till sometimes in August, right?
Mm-hmm.
So July and maybe one pay period in August, you're paying them for not working, which is a problem because if they leave and decide to quit at the beginning of August, you've prepaid them, and I can tell you from experience, it's almost impossible to get that money back.
Yeah.
So I recommend you don't start paying people until the second pay period in August.
Okay. Work a month in the hall? Is that what you say?
Yeah, so what I usually say is like on the August 20th paycheck. Remember I said that when I work with schools, I recommend they pay on the 5th and the 20th? So I would recommend that your teachers start getting paid August 20th. That means that their last paycheck for this fiscal year, so if they get this on 2016, their last paycheck for this fiscal year is going to be on August 5th, 2017. Now that means that the July checks and the first check in August in the 2017-18 school year are getting accrued back into the last year's fiscal finances, which is what he started talking about a little bit before. So those last 3 payrolls, when you do your audit at the end of June 30th, you should have an accrued liability?
Yes.
A liability for those last 3 paychecks. So you need to keep that in mind, that that's supposed to show up on your audit. The other thing you need to keep in mind is what happens if your teacher leaves early. So let's say that your teacher, I think the example I used up here was that the teacher resigns on November 28th, and he's worked 182 days. Okay, so if they work 182 days. So here they made $16,400. But if they were getting paid this way, they've gone through 8 paychecks. What's 1666 times 8?
13,328.
They've been paid this much, but according to the way you're supposed to be paying people, they've actually earned this much. See the difference? That money that's different, that $3,070, whatever, you're theoretically holding to pay them for these last 3 pay periods. Okay?
So if they leave, are they entitled to that money?
In my opinion, I think they should be. So when I do payroll for a company, and I've gotten into many arguments with schools about this, but when they leave, their last paycheck makes up the difference between those 2. Which means when they leave, their last check is kind of high. But from the teacher's perspective, they've earned that money. So if you don't give it to them, that's not fair to the employee, even if they are a bad employee or leaving.
I want to clarify. The number on the top is spread over 12 months, and the number on the bottom is spread over 10 months, basically, right?
They're only working over 10 months, but the pay is being spread over 12 months.
Right. Okay. So basically, you're holding back some of their pay to cover that summer, and that's what they're getting back.
Yes. Yeah. So that there's a difference between what you're paying them, what you're holding off for them for next summer.
When it comes to
time off that they get paid for, like even if it's PTO time, that would have, they, you know, that they
Whatever they've
accrued.
accrued.
Is there anything about the PTO time and that accrual that needs to be adjusted for that?
If they use more than they're allotted, then yes. Some schools will have a policy where their time is allowed to accrue year over year. I recommend not doing that because it becomes an accounting nightmare. What we did at the school where I was is we actually gave them a check, so if they had 8 sick days left at the end of the year, we figured out whatever the daily rate was, and we gave them those 8 days at the end of the year as a check. And that incentivized people for not taking PTO time. Some schools will give a different amount, like they'll say, well, we'll give you $100 for every day you don't use. Some will let it accrue over to the following year, some will do nothing. If they use, like say for example, this person left in November, and your policies say that they earn 1 PTO day for every month that they work, so then they have August, September, October, November, they've earned 4 days, but they've used 6. Are you following my logic so far?
Yeah.
They've overused it by 2 days. So they took 2 days off that they shouldn't be paid for. So then I would take their daily rate and subtract that out times 2. And so that's how much they've earned over the course of the year. So when I do their final calculation, that's what I would do.
So you would do paid time off on like a monthly, like you, it's not you get 10 per year, it's you get 1 per month.
What I recommend doing is that you give them all 10 at the beginning of the year, but they're earned one a month at a time. So that if they leave early, you can dock it. Another place where this is going to come into play is when you're replacing this teacher and you're hiring a new teacher to come in. If you use this, you're going to overpay them. And if you use this, then you're paying them based on what they're actually earning. And this is where I've gotten into arguments with schools before. So the teacher, let's use the same number, 1666 and 200. That was times what? 8. That was times 8. So 8, that means that there's 16 pay periods left in the year. What's this number times 16?
26,656.
26,656. My brain's not working, sorry. Now, if they're earning $200 a day, and we said 200 days, they've worked 82, so there's going to be 118 days left. So 118 times 200.
23,600.
23,600.
Is that 26,556? Yeah.
Yes. 656.
Yes.
Okay, so now there's a difference again where you're overpaying them if you're using ADP's calculation, and this is what they are actually going to be earning for working 186 days. Now this is going to be divided by however many pay periods are left, which was 16. So that amount divided by 16 comes to
1475.
1475 per pay period. So they're getting less per paycheck now because it has to be spread out over the summer.
And you need to explain that to them at the time of hire.
Yes,
Not you
it's
get
very confusing to
disgruntled.
people who've never looked at these at this math before.
They should understand it if they're already under that kind of system, right?
No.
Because it only happens if you're coming in mid-year.
Right.
And so people think, well, they hired me with a salary of $40,000. They assume they're going to be getting the whole $40,000, but they're not. They're getting what is left of the year.
So that could be an issue.
And it's spread over the summer, which makes it even less.
But the spread over the summer part is what I was talking about. They should understand that, because I think most
They
districts.
should.
They do, they just don't understand how it affects them.
Yeah.
So all of this math can make people really upset if they think they're getting a check for this much and all of a sudden their check shows up for this much.
Correct.
So you want to be upfront with people. And I recommend that you approve in writing what those formulas are for calculating those. So that sample compensation manual that's in the binder actually lays out the formulas for figuring out what the daily rate is for an employee, for figuring out how to pay an employee who's leaving mid-year and how to pay an employee who's coming on at the beginning of the year. So that way you can take those formulas and walk through it with the employees beforehand so that you don't have those problems afterwards.
So the one set of calculations was what you're calling ADP, that's the human resources group?
Yeah, they're a payroll company.
Okay.
They're the biggest one. in the
This
country.
other way of doing it, I think a little bit more logically, is through the support unit.
Yes.
That's
Well,
where
it,
it's established.
yeah, most districts do it this way, although they don't lay it out in the same way. Like they may put it into a savings account and the bank holds on to it until summer or something like that. But essentially the process is the same as what districts use. And then the second decision that you need to make is, this is definitely, in my opinion, the way you should do it for teachers, because it's the most fair. And I think even if you don't like your teacher, you should pay them what they've earned, in my opinion. Are you going to use the same system for your administrators, or are you going to use a separate system for your administrators? Because your administrators work 12 months out of the year. So using the ADP calculations for your administrator is fine. You just need to have it in writing. Are you going to use the same system for both types of employees, or are you using a different system for your 12-month employees?
I think you should use a different.
That's what we've started putting in for the policies that we help schools with.
That's on the pay.
Does that make sense? It's really confusing the first time you look at it, but if you do the math, it's not really that bad. Okay, any questions on HR, payroll? The last thing I wanted to cover is like 2 slides. This is a slide that I had up in November, and I said that your biggest roadblock to opening your school on time is going to be facilities.
Duh. And there we are.
You're all still looking for facilities, or do you have something?
We're building.
You're building? We are in an unusual situation.
Yeah.
Very
We got a
proud.
lot of them around.
Oh,
You're still looking?
we're narrowed it down to like 2 or 3 options. We're hoping, we're thinking, tell us if we're wrong, if we can't figure something out between the next 30 to 45 days, then we, we're looking at next year. So we're up against.
So that was what I said on this slide, is how late is too late to make your decision.
Yeah, how late is too late?
I have seen schools who have found their facility in April, May, or June, who still managed to open successfully. No, I shouldn't say successfully. They still managed to open.
To open.
The 2 that I'm thinking of, yes, they're still open. They've had significant operational issues, but they're still open. You have to look at how much time you need to plan. If you are looking at getting 300-ish kids, and you are going to wait until May to start recruiting because you don't have a facility, I think it's a no-go. I don't think you're gonna be able to get that. I can't give you a rule of thumb decision in terms of how late is too late, but you need to start thinking about how late is too late. So there are pros and cons to deferring. One year, there was a district in the state that said, we're not doing any deferments. If you didn't open this year when you said you were going to, your contract is done. Pissed off a lot of people, because there were people who were in the middle of construction and had anticipated opening the following year because it had always been the past practice. There is another district in the state which has actually allowed schools to defer a second year. So they're actually in their 3rd year of their contract now and still don't have a facility.
I was in last one.
Yeah, so it's unusual that districts would be willing to do that. If you are a CSP grant and you defer, my guess is you're not going to get the grant money this year because the federal grant is running out and the state needs to spend the grant money. So, yeah. So you, for this year, you're going to lose a lot of money if you don't open this year in terms of the grant. It is possible that they could get another grant and then reopen it up the following year, but that's an unknown. The pros are that you have more time to get your facility up and running and to do a good job of finding a good facility. So you kind of have to weigh that and think through those pros and cons. And if you have specifics you want to talk about, and give me a call someday, we can talk through them and I can offer my opinion, and we can also maybe get Richard involved, who has more facilities experience than I do. But at this point, if I didn't have a facility right now, I'd be not sleeping very well at night.
We've given ourselves an internal timeline of the next 30 to 45 days. Of course, I'm gonna hit you up on Wednesday. Discuss specifics, but we have a plan. We just hope to facilitate it within the next 30 to 45 days.
How, how to word this. If you're offering something great, how important is the actual facility as opposed to the experience that the kids would be having? Do you understand what I'm saying? If it's not the ideal location, if it's not the ideal building, can you still?
So you mean having a facility, and if it's not the best facility?
Right. How important is the physical facility?
I think a lot of families are willing to be forgiving with you if you're upfront and honest and sharing what your plan is going forward. If you open in a portable and say, this is our plan, look at, we have these drawings for where we're going to be, and it's going to be great, and you can sell that well, I think that they'd be willing to overlook a year or two. If you really seem disorganized and are not doing a good job of communicating with parents, and you have a bad facility, I don't think they're going to overlook that.
That first impression.
Yeah, I think the relationships is the most important piece in terms of making sure that you have things up and running. So I'm going to cover this last slide, and then I'm going to start packing up and answer questions while I pack up, because I just realized I was supposed to meet my wife 5 minutes ago. So our next meeting is going to be in March, and they've offered to let us do it here again. This works okay for everybody?
Right.
Thank you very much again for the facility. Next time I plan on talking more about lottery processes, hiring, a little bit more, some realistic budgeting scenarios again, because by then you're going to have more details. We'll talk a little bit about family student handbooks, the policy manual, curriculum decisions, and inventory. Is there anything else, big picture things that you would want me to cover next time?
We might want to talk about HR, just maybe some more specificity, because we might be close.
Well, I'll be in the process of that, I would think.
So we might want to bring up HR. And I don't know if you could get someone, a pro bono attorney. I mean, I don't know.
There will be one in May at the state May training. There will be an attorney there. I can ask, maybe I'll ask Melissa or Jeff if they'd be willing to Skype in for a half hour or something. Jeff Wood. And just see if they'd be willing to meet a couple new schools. They might be willing because it'd be promotion for them, but I can't promise anything.
That'd be great.
Okay. So I'm going to start packing up, but I'm good at multitasking, so feel free to fire more questions.
I'm just gonna say thank you very much. This was very thorough and engaging.
And you work with your people.
Curtis. I honestly, Curtis, before the conference, I had doubts that we could do this, but in your session and something they're learning at that conference, it seems to work, that we're not reinventing the wheel, we're just bringing it to our area. So I think you're very great asset.
Not many people know you guys. Every time I tell people, oh, where are you going? And I tell them where I'm going, they have no idea this is a resource, how it works.
Do you think this is our pre-registration fee? Make sure I'm not and my contract, I'll just call you. And I'll just call you specifically.
If you want to email me, I'll be checking my email over the weekend.
Okay.
And, just take a picture of your phone and send it to me.
And I will. Anyway, I know Curtis is a cool writer. So he can say, you have the time, hours.
I'm down in both of them.
Can you do anything with the computers?
I don't know, that's theirs. Hey.
No, he's on his way.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll talk. It was a great presentation.
Yes.
What do I need to do for cleaning up for food?
Done.
Oh, thank you. Go to studentreg.org.
Right now, before it gets too dark.
Can it handle enrollment moderators?
It's a little bit shorter on driving in, but not too much shorter.
Well, by the time you get down there, the show will be over.
Yeah, it does.
2016, 17.
And it's Friday, so, but all these are.
Strawberries all monkey.
They also don't know if it's
Actually,
somewhere else in this picture that I saw.
You're not.
So,
Yeah, so don't give up.
Even if we
I'll
made it,
learn more about training and what the science can
And then, yeah, the way to get around that is to hold the lottery first. So anybody who goes to
We have a letter.
hold the lottery for kindergarten or the year that they're not with her, and then they have first right of refusal.
Yeah, just let her know. Yeah, just let her know. Yeah, let her know what the situation is.
My assistant will not do that. It might be possible to.
Yeah, make sure you have it with that.
Absolutely.
Because that's not.
Yeah, that right there.
Yeah.
We need to have a website, because you're gonna go communicate it, and they're gonna go right to the website.
Next
That'll be
week,
a
I'll be home on Monday or Tuesday, you and I.
Yeah.
You didn't need to make sure I make contact with her. So that.
Absolutely. And she's pretty good. You know what she wants your website to look like, your color, all that.
The person that I have has not done as much as
Really?
yeah, because she's a barbarian.
So I don't
have
know.
her, but it's just that they're not up to.
And after you enter the student application.
We need something like this.
She'll link it to your.
Thank you so much.
Social media page.
Oh, okay.
And you'll have analytics. So
Do you want it?
who's tracking.
Good.
I'm going camping right now, so I don't think we have room in a little fridge.
Just make sure.
If you want it, you can have it. Near Orlando, there's a state park that's on the west side of Orlando, and I don't remember the name.
We do a lot of camping out, but I might know.
Enjoy. You'll get it on.
Stay dry.
Okay, perfect.
Because you can have to buy so much on
It's meant to be a library system, the other stuff was added on after. But it's meant to take student applications in, organize them, keep track of them, and then to run the library.
It's a lot. The company needs to organize.
Here we have 30 years old. No, you can.
Okay, thank you.
That's no problem.